being guaranteed to go to Madison Square Garden is a huge accomplishment to be able to play there.
I've been to Madison Square Garden before. I never thought I'd be on that stage.
The legacy behind it, it's gonna be incredible.
Once I'm there, I'll finally be able to realize how amazing it is.
If our goal is to win Worlds, first we need to win NA.
This is the best I've ever felt as a team. Being first in the regular season doesn't mean much. If we get first in playoffs, then that will mean something to me.
They are first, so they should be the most difficult opponent. As long as we play well, we're probably gonna win.
Last split, we had all the right ingredients, just not in the right order. And now everything's falling into place. I think this is our split.
Welcome back to the North American LCS Summer Playoffs. The crowds are fired up here in Los Angeles. A lot of excitement to see who will be advancing to the finals. As you can see just moments ago, the crowd, so much energy before they even load into the arena, and you're getting a look at some of our combatants. Here's Bjergsen and Wild Turtle taking notes from the EU action earlier today. They'll be up against Team Liquid, who you see here loading into the studio for an important day of League. However, when we're joined at the analyst desk by special guests who have a totally objective, unbiased, and detached perspective on today's showdown, the owner of TSM, Reginald, and Team Liquid. Gentlemen, thank you for taking time to meet with us, first of all, and congratulations on making it this far in the playoffs to start. Now, we'll talk to these guys in just a second, but before we do so, let's set the stage with a quick look at the bracket. Counterlogic Gaming swept their semifinal series against Team Impulse and secured their first appearance in the LCS playoff finals. They'll face off against the winner of today's matchup between Team Liquid and TSM. Meanwhile, Team Impulse are still on the hunt for a spot at Worlds and will take on the loser of today's semifinal in next week's third-place match to bank championship points for a good seed in the upcoming regional qualifier. Returning to the match at hand, we do have the two men here with some inside perspective to the teams. I'm going to start with you, Liquid. This is the best Team Liquid has ever finished in a regular season. What has that been like in terms of confidence and momentum moving into a playoff run for your team?
I mean, it feels great. We've tried to figure out what the recipe was for success for, I don't know, the last 4 years or so, and it's always been off for one reason or another. But this year, things are coming together, so.
Reginald's over here with a smile on his face. He's laughing already.
What exactly is so funny? His recipe's better than yours so far.
Oh,
I heard success and TL in one sentence, and I started laughing.
But the fact of the matter is that those two words can't be used in the same sentence.
That's right.
The only time TL saw
we finished the first in the regular season.
I'm
and we're
on
going to beat you today.
The first time, the only successful thing you've done is take fourth consistently. I mean, last split he got third.
Third.
That's right.
First this season. I do want to rein us back in and refocus because I would like to hear the remainder of your answer. You're looking for the formula to success.
Yes.
What has that formula been for your team?
You know, for us, we really expanded our staff. That was probably one key differential between this season and last season. Having Peter and Mark, and then also kind of a team of analysts that do film, VOD review. We have an analyst that does all of our comms. You're just really looking at what are the small parts of our game that we can improve on. So we did that. And I think, too, we just focused a lot on team synergy and did a lot with making sure that we ironed out any of the issues between players. Yep.
Moving over to you, Reginald. This is the worst that TSM has finished in a regular season. So I want to get your diagnosis as to what went wrong, but also then your input as someone who has stepped in to help with some of the coaching, what you've done already to remedy some of the problems moving into the playoffs.
So I think one of the biggest problems for us is really the direction of the team. We're headed in the wrong direction, and the players and the coaching staff were learning how to play the game incorrectly. And we really relied on Bjergsen to carry pretty much all of our matches because he's a really strong carry and our teamwork just wasn't there. So since I stepped in, we've been working on overall team strategy and team synergy, and that was something that we were really lacking for the whole entire split. And the matches that we won were because teams made critical mistakes and were able to capitalize on it. But it wasn't us going in and really taking advantage of small mistakes and turning them into big gold leads. It was more of us turning big mistakes into small gold leads and eventually just outscaling the enemy. But going into playoffs, it's something that we completely changed. We're able to take advantages of small mistakes and turn them into bigger gold leads than before. And as you've seen in the gravity matches, we're looking better and better, but it's just not there yet. We've been practicing harder and harder, and it's something that it's finally coming together.
So you said it's coming together, but it's not there yet. Are you actually nervous about this match? Is Team Liquid ahead of you in terms of this sort of cohesion and strategy growth? I
actually think that we're on the same level in terms of strategy. In terms of just pure mechanics, TL is really strong because they have all strong individual mechanical players. But I think that something that we have over them is game over game adaptation. That means that we're going to be able to adapt better than them between games, and we're going to be able to help our players transition a loss to victory. Versus TL staff, I think that that's something that they definitely lack.
I mean, historically, that does reign true, right? TSM known for losing game one and winning the rest of the series. You guys have unfortunately had a couple of really rough ends to best of five, so I see that coming out. I actually want to redirect a little bit because both you guys actually own really very successful esports brands now, and even though both you guys started in League of Legends, there's now a whole lot of players in a bunch of different games under your various teams. Reggie, obviously you're very hands-on with your team, and we know that you're coaching them almost very directly, but what sort of special place in your heart does both your guys' League of Legends team hold for you?
For me, my League of Legends team is something that I've played on, and it means a lot to me because I've been through the whole entire League of Legends team since the very beginning when we were just throwing like tournaments for free RP like 6 years ago and until now. So I've been here since the very start, and it's something that's always going to be extremely important to me. That's why I make time to step in. I make time to be really hands-on and coach the team when we're doing poorly. And it's something that's probably going to stay like that forever, just because it's probably the only thing that's ever meant anything to me in life. Like I've never worked so hard on one thing before, and so it just became natural. I don't know, maybe like a kid.
Before we get into your answer, Liquid, I'm going to piggyback onto it and tack on a secondary question, which is that with these organizations, with this team that holds a place so near and dear to your heart, the idea that you could be playing for the NA championships in Madison Square Garden, what does that mean?
Yep. So, Freak, your question, I gave up, I think, a very successful career in Washington, D.C. and decided I wanted to put my heart into something, and it was League of Legends at the time. And I lived with the guys in a gaming house for 3 years and developed the team. I was coach, manager, owner, and as the industry has grown, I am still very attached to the team. I live very close by, spending a lot of time with the guys, spending a lot of time with the staff. So it's my life. So League is very, very important to me. About MSG, I want the best representation to be at Worlds for North America. I want North America to do really well this year. And if we are the team to do that, then we're going to beat TSM today, and then we'll do a really great job representing North America at Worlds.
Now, Reginald, kind of, piggybacking off of that, the idea of playing at Madison Square Garden, but ultimately the goal there is to go to Worlds. TSM has always had lofty aspiration. What are your thoughts on your ability to represent North America on the world stage?
I mean, our goal for a very long time is always to win Worlds because we've won NA before, and that's our long-term goal. It's honestly a really big goal, and it's really hard to achieve. But right now we have to focus on winning NA first because it's only gotten harder and harder and harder. I think that the games, this playoffs, is going to be extremely hard for us. I think it's going to be very close. We're going to see a 3-2 or 3-1, and I'm going to focus on one thing at a time. I'm hoping that we do make Madison Square Garden. I'm hoping that we do make it to the finals. And I think that NA really needs the best representation this year because the community, everyone thinks that NA is the weakest region. I still don't think so. And we're really basing it off one event. And there's only been 2 or 3 international events this year, which where NA actually won one of them. And so I feel like, you know, a lot of the comments about NA being trash is like really short-sighted because we're basing it off of one event. But I really hope that NA does see the best representation, whether it be TSM or TL.
Or both.
Or even both.
Or both.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Let's not forget that there is the possibility of both. Well, if the regular season is indicative of how close this series will be, it'll be pretty damn close. Now, once again, gentlemen, I want to thank you for joining us on the desk. Best of luck to both of your teams today. Excited to see what happens. Now, before we kick it over to our casters, let's talk Twitter for just a minute. It's been brought to my attention that almost all of the casters have had to face the Twitter firing squad and answer your tough questions, except for me. So today it's my turn. Send me your questions at LOL Esports and use the hashtag AskDash. Now, as we send it over to our TriCast, let's take a quick look at Team Liquid's journey from cursed to first and how the team are prepared to conquer playoffs.
Team Liquid breaks the curse, and they will take third place in the North American Spring Split. The curse is broken!
Now that we've, placed third in playoffs last split, we've placed first in the regular season this split. I think that people have kind of forgot about that.
And Team Liquid will take down Counter Logic Gaming for top spot.
First of the regular season doesn't mean much, honestly. If we get first in playoffs, then that'll mean something to me. That'll mean that we're the best team in the region, and that'll mean that we have a legitimate chance at doing well at Worlds.
I think we have a lot of trust in each other right now. I think we're all performing really well, and we're always just backing each other up.
지금 못하면 이제 뭐 롤드컵도 못 갈 수 있는 거라서 5명이 다 그냥 믿고 하면은 다 이길 것 같아요.
Each of us will individually carry. There's been games that Quas has carried this split, Paylet's carried, Phoenix carried a bunch of games on his ear.
Oh, he got two! He's gonna get a triple kill! A quadra kill! An amazing play by Phoenix on his ear!
If someone's having a bad game, we're able to overtake that now. As a team, we can push forward and figure out ways to win.
우선 저는 선수로서 우승하는 적이 없기 때문에 아직은 확실히 어떤 기분인지는 잘 모르겠지만
I think this is our split. It's our time to shine. This is our NA playoffs to win.
I'm actually really looking forward to these playoffs, and I think that we can do well. I don't think that we're just forever fourth. I think that we have a legitimate chance to do something in this region.
Hello, everyone. We're jumping into our first game in the semifinal between Team Liquid and TSM. We just heard in the video, Liquid are feeling confident and that this is their year. They got to feel that victory.
Yeah, and they were talking about it, but we used to see that Curse was the team that couldn't really handle the pressure, but now it almost seems like they can thrive under the pressure. They've been together long enough and they've been through it, and even when they face adversity in the game, they're able to keep fighting, and they're finding ways to turn things around. It's been one of their goals all split, and they're great at coming back now.
And the good thing for them is that they have rarely even found themselves down during the regular season and had that need to turn things around.
Yeah.
They average the highest gold lead at 15 minutes of any North American LCS team, as well as the highest first blood percentage. Dominate specifically, he's done a really good job controlling the early game for that team. We actually have a pretty funny story about how Peter actually evaluated Dominate's decision-making abilities, but it's too long and we'll use it later.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for the little teaser there, Kobe.
So meanwhile, for our defending champions, TSM, things were looking a little rough at the end of the regular season, if you remember. They looked like a floundering giant, and we're starting playoffs with the lowest seeding they'd ever had. But Team Solomid looked to be back in form with their 3-1 quarterfinal win over Gravity. Pretty dominating there.
Yeah, TSM, they've shown significant growth in the last couple of weeks. During the regular season, they had the longest average game time, as we've said, and they were playing that sort of timid style of League of Legends, where they're often just sort of waiting around for Bjergsen to carry them. But with Reginald stepping in to help out, they've shifted their focus last weekend versus Gravity.
Yeah, and they shifted the champions as well, putting Bjergsen on Lulu, which then enabled the rest of the team to make plays. Lulu's a great enabler of champions. And today will show us whether TSM continue on that path, or if that was more of a specific strategy used to pick off Gravity, since a lot of the Gravity strengths rested in the side lanes.
All right, so while TSM may have gotten the job done in the quarterfinals, they say they'll have to step up their game to take down Team Liquid.
Last week, my performance against Gravity looked good to the spectators, but as a player and as a team, I feel like we could have done a lot more. our 2v1s were very, very good, but our like solo lane abilities and our level 1s were just not on point. So we had so much stuff to fix, and I feel like we got away with it against Gravity. But this coming day against Liquid, we want to fix all that and play even better.
So all pieces of the body are going to move together this way. Everybody's going to teleport as 5. Everything's going to come together is what he's saying.
And I do kind of think it's important to note that if TSM did kind of completely reroute the way they play League of Legends, it's not like it's perfectly done now that they've had 2 weeks and they did it against Gravity. It's a growing process, and it takes a lot of time to get reps of doing things differently.
There's always road bumps even in something new that you create.
Yeah.
Trying to perfect it.
I'm definitely looking forward to the Dominate versus Santorin matchup because Dominate has been such a big part for Team Liquid in controlling the early game, whereas Santorin has now been given autonomy in the early game, and he actually has the power to overrule Bjergsen's calls, and they put him on Nidalee and Elise. Very big early game
Well, guess
champions.
what, Kobe? That's coming up right now. Let's check out the starting lineup.
You got me.
With a quick roster rundown. On the blue side, it's Team Liquid. Quas in the top lane, Dominate in the jungle, Phoenix in mid, Piglet at AD carry, and Xpecial at support with Coach Peter.
And on the red side, we have TSM with Thyris in the top lane, Santorin in the jungle, Bjergsen in the mid lane, Wild Turtle and AD carry, Lustboy on support.
What was that,
and Loco
Jack?
Doco on support. Or on Coach.
Loco Doco on support.
Yeah, Loco Doco support.
Not for some
Unbelievable.
time. Not for some time.
Didn't work out for COG, would not work out for TSM.
Never supporting again.
You don't want it. You don't want it. They've already traded enough players back and forth through the years. This game, however, they've got the rosters locked in. It's been a very long season for both. Team Liquid having one of their best, TSM having kind of one of their worst back and forth. Not near the top for the end of the split, and really looking to make things work in playoffs.
Yeah, TSM are coming in at their lowest point for the playoffs ever, and Team Liquid coming in at the highest.
So picks and bans begin. We expect to see that Olaf in there, of course. The Azir somewhere else. What are we going to have here? Nidalee as well should be on that list.
I do find it interesting because we didn't think the Team Liquid was going to be banning the Olaf. They must just not want to run the strategy in this specific game. Quas known for his ability to pick up many different champions, so we thought that they'd be willing to pick it away. One interesting thing that this ban somewhat illuminates is in the spring where Quas played a ton of champions, he's only played 7 different champions in this split, and his champion pool has actually shrunk a little bit to more specialize in specific team comps. Either way, Team Liquid playing around a little bit in this game 1. A lot of these are just testing.
And I think even less champions speaks to a little bit to the strength of what Team Liquid is doing in their strategies. They're not looking for Quas as an outlet. Piglet's doing a lot better this year. They can round out the compositions on the champions they like to play. We'll see how that happens here. Still waiting for the picks to come in. There's Nidalee.
Expect our
Rumble as
priority
well.
now. With
That's a
2
good
top
point.
lane
That's a
bans
good
up
point.
in there, Gnar has been statistically one of Darius' best champion during the normal season, regular season stats, of course. Are they going to follow up this Nidalee ban with an Elise as well? I did mention the Tanko for Dominate. He's been one of the North American players that has put the most time in on that champion. Santorin recently trying to pick it up as well.
The Janabana.
Smithy.
All right.
There it is.
Yeah.
Elise.
It depends on the team, but it is definitely some teams' priority that Elise is absolutely first pick worthy, especially when you're banning away the Nidalee on the other side. Just absurd amounts of damage, good early game control, fits into most team compositions. So Team Liquid with a lot of flexibility doing that first pick Elise.
Oh, yeah. You know, and with the buff to her Spiderlings, her late game damage isn't as bad as it used to be either. So her late game was buffed as well. Still not the best, but definitely better than it was.
Okay.
Interesting. That Rise gets through. It was the second most banned against Team Solo Mid, right behind Callista at 12 bans. That actually banned by themselves. But the Maokai here, actually seen Dyrus get himself into trouble and engages with Maokai. They're changing up the style they went with from quarterfinals.
Yeah, pretty much the go-to top lane tank there. But big to me is the lock-in for Braum. With Alistar banned, this has been the go-to melee support for all the North American LCS teams. And it also shuts down Elise significantly later on, because later on she's all about landing her cocoon, and Braum can stand in front and take any sort of skill shots for Turtle, so that Turtle does not get picked later in the game, which has been one of the weaknesses of Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, I do think another thing that's interesting here is both of these mid laners are undefeated this split on Azir. Phoenix 5-0, Bjergsen 4-0, and it is neither Ben
Goes to
nor
third
picked
round.
early. And it's really falling here. It may not even get picked in this game. We'll see now that Team Liquid has already gone with the Lulu for a bit of a protection composition. I wonder if Bjerg just flies in with the Azir here.
So it is worth stating that, wait, we are on the patch with Azir nerf for
the E no longer
doesn't
knocks
has
up.
the knock up,
right.
and also he doesn't get the guaranteed cooldown reduction unless he levels W. But plenty of people have still been using Azir after those nerfs.
Still
it's
so
just,
powerful.
It's just a slight reduction in power.
Saw him over in Europe as well getting played just in the Fnatic UOL game, but it's going to be Echo locked in. Like you said, Jet, that Azir going all the way through. Very interesting. And we see both teams have the composition in mind and they're not kind of diverting from that at all.
Yeah, well, TSM definitely putting together a huge team fight squad here with a very, very big front line for Turtle. So this Jinx, Turtle should be well protected on the Jinx. They want to try and get him that reset, and it will be Santorin picking up that jungle Echo. He has put a lot of time in solo queue recently and on the champion, so trying to catch up to Dominate's level on that champ.
Yeah, we don't know if this Lulu is going top, mid, or support as of yet.
Or the Kog'Maw, not quite sure.
Yeah, honestly, there's so much flexibility in Team Liquid's team composition right now. They know the TSM's going for a team fighting comp, and the Gnar somewhat matches that, but gives them a pretty good split push option as well.
For a second, I was like, no AD carry, and then I saw the Kog'Maw again. It's just hiding in the slant of the monitor I'm looking at. So with that locked in, they have the Gnar, they have the Thresh. Quas is going to be able to be a monster in the top lane. We'll see what they round out the composition here on the other side. This could be, or will be, Bjergsen's, I should say, left for the counter pick.
A ton of different options here.
I really do like also Braum against, Kog'Maw-centric comps, because most of the damage will be coming from the buffed up Cog. Let's see here though. TSM into the Lulu. He can pretty much choose whatever he wants. Just depends on how Bjergsen wants to
still take
affect the
Azir.
game.
Azir
They definitely need a good damage source.
Yeah.
In the mid lane.
Also, Orianna could just enhance the team fighting. It's an enabler for the tanks that they have already on the field. They're really getting this one down. The Azir for the maximum damage since they have such a big tank line.
Nice compositions locked in on both sides. Lulu for Phoenix in the mid lane. They bypassed that and picked up Lulu quite early. Azir goes to Bjergsen.
Yeah, I also really like doubling down with Azir on the champions, or the AD carries that do not have dash, because Azir will provide another disengage for the backline there with his ultimate, if he doesn't have to use it to go in and break up the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, Reginald talked about TSM's ability to adapt within the series, but one thing that Team Liquid's been able to do all split is craft team compositions to go against their opponents, and they're kind of going all in on that bet. Even though Phoenix is probably the best Azir in North America, they picked the Lulu away from Bjergsen since that's what TSM used to enable their quarterfinal victory and allow the Azir to go over. I think it's a risky thing to do, but we'll see if it pays off here for Team Liquid.
Piglet's definitely got his work cut out for him in the team, peeling for him if these engages happen for Team Solo.
Piglet has been massive for Team Liquid for the entire season. So if you're going to put a lot of weight on his shoulders, Peter definitely confident here.
A hug from Peter and Loco as they make their way to the back. We've heard coaches say before, a very unnerving moment when you have to leave the team with those final words. It's all in their hands now. Remember to share your votes throughout the series on Twitter. That is in your hands with hashtag TLWin or hashtag TSMWin. We'll tally up those votes and show them on the screen throughout the game. You can always change it, but then you'll be a cheater. So we're going to be getting into this one. You've seen the comps. The crowd is ready. The teams are ready. Who's got the endurance here to go through this best of 5, and are we going all 5? Team Solo mid. Reggie says they think they have it. Team Liquid, we heard Steve on the desk, Liquid saying they want to be able to represent NA at Worlds. We'll see which team can do that. We're on the Rift.
Yeah, another Jinx coming out for Wild Turtle as well. But honestly, TSM with a big-time team fighting composition. Team Liquid a little bit more catch and split push on this one. Really looking forward to seeing what type of early game pressure Dominate can use with that elite.
It's like slow, regular movements by both teams getting those lane split or lane swap wards in, I should say. No lane splitting just yet.
Yeah, should be mirrored deep wards here for both teams.
Oh, so close to being able to get that.
So much.
Quas could have been a little bit closer to that ward spot, and he could have gotten the second auto attack off, but he didn't quite start his first one in time.
Yeah, I think
Clearly a great game.
I think the big difference here is that Team Liquid were both able to get deep wards as well as defensive wards. So they see TSM completely leave that side of the jungle, and they still do have them on TSM's side to see what area Turtle goes to.
And if we have any different starts in the inventories, nothing really across the board. Regular trinkets, just a mono potion in for special. Getting a little bit more harass in lane if he wants to. So things starting off simple in this one. Cleanse over on the side of Bjergsen to make sure he's not getting taken out early from any of these cocoon ganks in the mid lane. All right, let's see how this begins. Gonna have Jinx going towards the bot. Turtle and Lustboy are gonna start everything on the bottom. Easy game for Piglet here. We'll see if TSM actually starts to get a strong push on this once Santorin gets to the bottom side there and Dyrus back towards the top. The lane swaps usually in Team Solo Mid's favor in their games. Very good at controlling their play around the map in the early part.
Yeah, something that was a little peculiar is neither of the 80 carry support combos did a camp early on in the game, but they're still getting the swap right off the bat. And it does look like Team Liquid is, because of the quick recall that X Special just had, very willing to have a solo Kog'Maw for Piglet, getting solo experience and levels, and then try and run the support down with Gnar. Gnar is one of the champions who's actually quite good with a support since he has some 80 characters.
Yeah, and you see what Lustboy was doing right there. He's trying to build up the big wave and try and buy time for them to come down and look to deny it. But Dyrus recalling right here signals that he's probably just going to go try and catch the wave as well. They're going to try and zone Quas as best they can on Gnar, though. Luckily for him, he does have the extra range, and he's trying to pick up some stray CS here.
This is actually one of those situations
where
you could expect a 4-man dive, which means the Team Liquid would have to preempt that. Because X Special showed down there, TSM is deciding not to go for an early dive, especially because Quas had already gotten some experience down in the bottom lane. So Dyrus just decides to teleport up, also knowing that since the support was down, his teleport top wouldn't be dope.
Exactly. That's why he canceled the recall and then decided to use the teleport there. They know that it's safe for him to go soak up those minions.
Previously, this would be Dyrus getting ganked by like 5 people, right?
Yeah, that's
not anymore.
That's one of the evolutions of the lane swap in these games. Like, for the top teams, they have to be able to read these incredibly small expressions and tells from the opponent team. Since the better the team gets, the more they hide their intentions in the lane swap, and the harder it is to react. So one potential flaw that Team Liquid made is X Special probably showed bottom lane a little too early. If he would have remained hidden, then Dyrus wouldn't have felt as safe teleporting into the top lane. But those are the really tiny things that can somehow sometimes completely swing the early.
Yeah, the support and jungle, very important to try and stay out of the sight of the enemy team as much as you can during these lane swaps, to deny them that little piece of information that they are going to use to make their next step. Dyrus, though, being circled as he goes for the recall already. And he has a defensive ward down, sees Elise move up to the top side.
Yeah, good wards on both sides, allowing duos to be aggressive on the lanes they are trying to take down at this moment. Not too much to come of it, though. Both top laners playing very safe in the situation, under pressure.
Yeah, and Dyrus is reacting to how Team Liquid are controlling this creep wave. Since Dyrus's creep wave is pushing out into Team Liquid's territory, he knows that they're not going to go for the dive, so he stays around a little bit, tosses another sapling to get a little bit more experience and gold, and recalls.
Already starting to put their foot down in the bot lane, Team Solo Mid, trying to deny a bit of CS. Dominate is going to be pressured down here to the bot side. I don't think they're going to get too much of it here or be able to push TSM off anytime soon.
Yeah, I like the quick departure from the mirrored lane swap very early on here. TSM already going for the dive.
Oh, Lustboy very low. Actually, TSM may stay too long. In that fact, they're going to keep going. Lustboy is out already. Dominate also has to repel
nice
to the backside.
CC chain.
A very nice lockup by X Special. The Flay not hitting as much as they need, and they are going to be able to, however, get one kill onto Santorin. Lustboy walks out, and Turtle just on the edge as well.
Stun into stun into stun. Quas goes Mega. X Special lands the death sentence. Now Dominate comes down from the repel to land and Cocoon. really nice usage of Team Liquid in that CC, and they're playing this lane swap game a little bit better.
Yep, quicker rotation there for Team Liquid. Dyrus was on the way, but doesn't get there in time. First blood, Team Liquid, and Quas is going to be the one to cash in for that. Huge for them. They want this Gnar to be able to bully Maokai. Now, if they get that lane swap back and they even them up, Quas will be able to push Dyrus around.
Also, Piglet's getting a bit of lead in the CS there due to the scuffle in the bot lane. Wild Turtle wasn't able to focus completely on CS, so free time in the top for him and some time with that turret.
Yeah, it's all about pushing the tempo at this point, because when one team freezes, the other team tried to dive. TSM didn't execute their dive properly, but because they devoted so many people down bottom, it was no longer necessary for Piglet to freeze that lane. He then tried to power farm as quickly as he could before TSM would send anyone up to that top lane, and is denying as much as possible to the turret.
Yeah, exactly. Even though the gold looks almost even right now, it's because of that outer turret being taken already for TSM. Meanwhile, Team Liquid have done so much damage to the top side, and they denied a lot of minions up there, just leaving it. They'll be able to recoup that gold.
Good clear. We just saw by Dominate on that pink ward. That was a 4-minute ward placed by Lustboy, so not even a lot of time used there on the pixel brush. Great thoughts right now, just a fundamental play from Team Liquid. Clear the wards and keep pushing yours forward. They already got the defensive pinks out, making sure Team Solo Mid doesn't try anything tricky in the jungle. Special's going to join back up top with Piglet. He's trying to gain some levels back. 6 and 3 are the levels in it.
Yeah, this is actually fairly scary here. Kog'Maw hitting level 6 gets a huge boost in lane power. Plus, he's gone for that early Sheen, so he has the W active harass to chunk down Turtle. Very precarious situation up there. We may see some jungle intervention.
Back and forth, trying to clean up the wave a bit so they don't get it rocked into the turret. Lustboy and Wild Turtle standing just off on the side. This ward going to see Dominate, so that's good information from Santorin there, or for Santorin, I should say.
Yeah, they know that he's heading down to the bottom side here. Team Liquid have been able to get their defensive pinks up very quickly, but none of them getting vision of the wards from TSM. Definitely like to keep those early defensive pink wards up, or get them up as quickly as possible. Let's see how this Gnar Maokai matchup plays out now that Quas is coming to lane with the Hex Drinker already completed. Dyrus does have the turret advantage though, and he can try and keep it there and play safe.
I'm also kind of expecting Quas to go with the more offensive build throughout this game. He has the Hex Drinker now. There's a pretty good chance he'll go for a Black Cleaver as well, or Frozen Mallet.
Yeah, with the Lulu mid.
Yeah, Lulu mid, you need more damage out of Gnar, also as a split push threat, because we know how much team fighting potential TSM will have in the mid and late game. Team Liquid's going to want and need to have the pressure advantage on Dyrus' Maokai, not only to dissuade team fights, but also to make it harder for Dyrus to get home guard teleports off without sacrificing turret or another objective. So Quas's first blood could actually be incredibly important in the greater context of this game.
Still have eyes on Dominate. Pings are over onto him. Team Solo Mid keeping the wards down. They had a ward placed in the forward brush on that top side. They're maybe thinking that there was going to be a teleport coming in. We actually saw a ping come from Team Liquid right on that. But nothing comes of it. The trinket dies away, and back to this mid lane, something we were definitely going to focus on. 85 to 87 here, and coming up at the 10-minute mark, these guys can't seem to even get a lead on each other in CS.
It's going really well here for Team Liquid. Not only did they get that first blood, but CS leads on both sides of the lane swap. And here comes, every time there's a giant wave that you're pushing into the turret, you want to commit more resources to it, because it is going to draw a lot of attention. Actually, Santorin backs off, so this is going to be 3 versus 2 in favor of Team Liquid. If he's able to land a cocoon here, if Turtle walks to the other side of that ranged minion, Team Liquid would definitely pull the trigger. Always looking for the blind. Oh, he walked out the brush.
Second.
Getting a little antsy there.
Second fallback pick for TSM. They suspected something was there only because there was such a large wave coming to the turret. And to speak to Piglet's CS advantage as well, so much of that does chain back to the fact that he was solo farming in the top lane while TSM was pulling off that dive. This is due to the departure we had in the lane swaps. One team prioritizing the turret versus the other team prioritizing the farm.
Exactly. They also were able, even though they were able to put the solo experience onto their AD carry, which would deny some from Quas. Quas was also able to get the experience and gold off of the first blood, so that's why both sides of the lane swap from Team Liquid are doing extremely well. And again, this Kog'Maw level 6 with the Sheen so punishing in lane. Turtle is going to have to try and run away here as they swap him down bottom.
Oh, wow. And with that swap bottom, TSM will have to make a Dragon play almost immediately because that is foregoing the turret in the top lane. The only kind of advantage that TSM had in the game could be sacrificed. I'm interested to see the Piglet is recalling so soon. It's like they're trying to match TSM at the Dragon instead of taking the free objective in front of them.
The power in numbers is there, but TSM definitely does not have the vision down here just yet. I don't think it's going to matter if they can pick off Quas first. Narbar's coming up, slams against the wall, but he's on a chopper. And Wild Turtle's able to finish there. A summoner heal as well to save the team and dominate maybe in a bad spot, losing the jungler right as you're doing Dragon. TSM gets everything they want in here pretty much.
Also, because Phoenix tried to run down, now he actually has to come through. It's fine. Dominate, or Santorin's not going to go cut him off. Big pickup there for TSM, able to find that kill onto Quas. But again, that top lane, more solo experience and farm for Piglet on the Kog'Maw, who is the center of the team comp. He's the member of the team that very rarely dies, has been so consistent for Team Liquid. And having a great start for the Kog'Maw in this comp that's built for him to DPS is really, really big for the TL squad.
One thing, though, is we're now 12.5 minutes into the game, and the fact that Piglet recalled for a Phage just to go back up and farm the lane is creating a big gap in mid-game pressure for this Team Liquid team. Dyrus still has technically TP advantage right now since he can join from the top lane and Quas is already in the bottom lane. So if TSM does want to force the tempo, they can do so based on these lane situations.
Exactly, and the area that TSM would be able to get an advantage is in one of those team fights where they can control the area. If they get to choose the terrain that the battle takes place on, then they can overcome, this early game advantage of Team Liquid. They have so many AoEs that they can combo. A lot of zone control there from the squad.
It's still a pretty massive lead Piglet's getting.
Look on to Dyrus, just going to be some extra damage thrown through on the living artilleries, but Team Solo Mid knows very well those choke points, especially the one just under Baron where they've lost numerous amount of fights. Now with Azir, they can start setting those up themselves. Bjergsen getting himself to that point has found himself a CS lead to be that factor that TSM needs.
Yeah, I mean, if we compare which team will fight better in tight spaces, it's going to be the TSM team comp. Through. The only thing the Team Liquid really has is if Quas is to get a giant Gnar off, which is still a possibility. One thing we do have to note about this game, though, is it's very high tempo in the number of rotations and lane swaps. How many times has Wild Turtle and Lustboy actually swapped from top to bottom lane? This is probably the 4th swap they've done this game, and we're only 14 minutes in. It is costing them, though, because Piglet has been consistent about his lane positioning.
They're trying to stay ahead of the game in their mind, but definitely putting them behind here. They're trying to hold a few of the objectives left on the map. Turrets may be falling quite soon here. Oh, Piglet actually taking quite a bit. Lanterns there as it special positions correctly. Does not look like that Team Liquid can start pushing any of these advantages anymore here. Team Solo Mid starting to even things out, except for that AD carry lane we were just talking about. Dyrus feeling comfortable to push up. Going to take a bit of damage here from Quas. This could actually result in a Narbar. Dyrus gets the last Arcane Smash in, keep himself pretty safe. Not going to be easy to come back to lane, though. Looking good for Team Liquid here, but they have not really catapulted themselves in any type of lead. Very small.
Yeah. Side lane advantages are huge for Team Liquid. They have been the beneficiaries of these lane swaps. And something that's interesting here is instead of TSM going for the Dragon, they're really trying their best to defend that top turret, which is basically on one hit, and now turning the pressure around here. 50 minutes in, no one has even attempted the Dragon.
That was very interesting to see at the bottom, especially when they did a lot of damage to dominate. Team Solo Mid still felt a little weary, maybe, of doing it, but dominate not fully out of the fight. So playing very carefully, Team Solo Mid not trying to make any mistakes here. They're actually going to be the one to take down the second turret of the game.
Yeah, doing their best to make up for their farm disadvantages by having more people in a spot and taking an objective. The 2-0 turret advantage is the only thing keeping them close.
Yeah, and keeping them close isn't necessarily even a great thing. With these turrets down, since Team Liquid have such strong side lane advantages, they can easily freeze these waves in their own territory. This is why Team Liquid are so calm about the tower disadvantage, is because they could punish long lanes very easily. Quas has an advantage. He can punish Dyrus. He can solo kill Dyrus if they're too far out in a really long lane. And Piglet also has a huge advantage in a side lane as well. So the long lanes being more exposed could be very dangerous. And Team Liquid really banking on these CS advantages.
Here's Scuttle Control going over to Santorin. Bottom turret after this fight could also be Team Liquid's if they win it. That would really start to open things up for them as well. And TSM's going to start this one, Dominate making his way over, but the team does not look like they're going to try for this.
No, Dyrus could teleport in. Thresh isn't really close. They have to respect this, though. Elise has tremendous dragon stealing potential. Great execute damage on the Spider Q. So yeah, TSM definitely on the back foot here. Team Liquid, they can be the ones to actually take the dragon and contest.
That's twice now. Team Solo Mid hasn't shown that they want to go for it. Definitely giving respect over, as well as knowing to play it smart. This bottom turret, however, does actually fall due to that fact. We're just going to wait for it to clear some off.
There's all that gold. Let's talk about just standing on the map. Team Liquid finally come to collect, putting themselves up. But again, TSM, they've had to do this before. Come from behind with a huge team fight victory. And they've been able to execute so many times. A lot of pressure on them to do that, though. If they lose the first team fight, it would be disastrous for them.
So you're saying, Kobe, okay to draw that game, get the late game team fights where they might have control. Lantern back quickly gets anybody out of danger. It looks like Team Solo Mid's just going to answer with a turret of their own. This, however, was, or I should say previously, allowed Team Liquid to get forward wards into TSM's jungle. It's the first of the forward wards we've really seen this game.
Yeah.
Going to give them a lot of information here. They may be able to work off of a pick or so in just a few minutes. Very low kill score still. Both teams playing to not lose, obviously, and it's very apparent.
Yeah, I think one interesting thing about these teams in the regular season, as they had two very close and competitive games, is ultimately at the end it was a 5v5 team fight where the Azir made a big play and won the game.
True.
So this might be one of the reasons you're seeing TSM at least have confidence in some of their CS discrepancies. There's really also not many other ways they can play around this because they're losing if they set the lane straight up. So they're really just trying to scramble and make plays. It's actually on Team Liquid to keep the game passive since they are winning all the lane matchups, and they just need to kind of contain TSM and allow TSM to keep taking these risks to stay even.
We'll have to see if TSM can adapt. Even Reggie himself said between games, TSM is better at adapting, but who's better at adapting in the game? We've actually seen TSM falter at that a few times and Dominate, be able to pull out a 5-man Sej ult or a moment. If you had to look at kind of crazy moments, I'd say Team Liquid has pulled off a few more of those under pressure than Team Solo Mid has. See if they can do a few more here as TSM puts on the pressure.
Yeah, TSM getting a little deep here. Very dangerous because this is that split push pressure that you were talking about, where Quas has been able to push all the way up to Dyrus turret. So if a fight just broke out there in Team Liquid's jungle, there would be an immediate teleport from Quas and a giant wave left at Dyrus turret. So he would have to choose between joining the fight, trying to save the team, and giving up a big wave at his turret. The fight didn't break out, though, which is good for TSM because they didn't have to make that choice. Dyrus was able to get those minions.
And now since Dyrus has gone first item Frozen Heart and Quas has already completed his Black Cleaver, that matchup isn't getting any easier for Dyrus. As long as Quas has presence in a lane, the home guard teleport or even an effective teleport is going to be, it's going to come at an incredible cost. Because if he teleports down, it's almost certainly a turret.
Yeah, I just really want to highlight how dangerous that invade from TSM was. They were not punished, though. And they're able to just hold on. Again, they're just holding on to this last outer turret. Last one in the game at mid here. Bjergsen defending it till the end. That's something to be said. TSM have had control over the mid lane throughout this, even though the lane swap went so Team Liquid favor.
Yeah. Especially with Team Liquid switching back and forth so much with their AD carry. Surprised they weren't able to get Dragon. But I guess Piglet and Xpecial just kind of stayed up top during all of that anyway. So the pressure just wasn't there. It's created a very slow early game to start for Team Solo Mid. Knows they're behind probably a few thousand gold, but not in a bad spot. Definitely still anybody's game here as we reach 20 minutes in and first Dragon has not even been taken. item spikes somewhat being hit. That needlessly large rod now onto Phoenix after his Athenes. And then Asher's tooth from Bjergsen. Now going into different items he's trying to recipe into. That Infinity Edge finally finished up by Wild Turtle. I've been actually keeping an eye on that. Quite a late Infinity Edge, but lucky for them, they have not had to fight too much. This Piglet's Triforce was finished some time ago.
Look at that CS and gold difference on Piglet and Wild Turtle. It's 1,100 gold and about 70 CS. Quas is something similar, 1,000 gold on his side as well. And now with the split push pressure on one side of Quas, with him being Mega Nard right now, Team Liquid just turns for Dragon. Easy.
Uh-oh. Santorin gets flayed in. Doesn't get caught, though.
He dives in, still has the chrono break. He can be tricky if he needs to. Dyrus gets pulled in with the lantern that he went on to Piglet with. Dyrus a little too far in. Nobody wants to approach the soldiers, really, but they're able to get past them now. Quas a little too far in. Team Solo Mid's going to be able to pin him into the pit. He jumps over. The rocket finds him, and Turtle picks up the first kill of that fight. The third kill of the game, 22 minutes in.
Even though Team Liquid got the Dragon, TSM do go for that team fight, and it's after Quas is exhausted. He just turned back into Mini, so even though he teleported, came in with very little presence, and TSM turned on him quickly to get an important kill for Turtle, as they want him to get the Phantom Dancer to accompany his Infinity Edge as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I mean, that was somewhat of a dream scenario if you're thinking about it from TSM perspective. They managed to get a teleporting team fight without Quas split pushing and taking a turret.
That's true.
The split push pressure from Team Liquid is continuing to be big, and when you have CS discrepancies but a stronger team fighting composition, you're really hoping that you can find 5v5 team fights without losing objectives. The only thing they lost is the Dragon here, and they pick up one kill for it. It's really a scramble for TSM to stay in this.
Getting those kills onto Turtle as well, the guy that's been down, is just the best situation at the end.
23 minutes into the game, though, Dragon #1 is already significant. With the 6% already returning
very early
value. There's the take.
Yeah. Dyrus cheated inside the lane a little bit, so he wasn't necessarily in vision of the Quas when he teleported in, and he gets pretty good positioning for how tanky he is. No Black Cleaver in the fight yet to go, and Quas had been Mega in the top lane, so when he came in as Mini-Gnar, he can't have that big of an impact. Also, picking the ward inside the Dragon Pit may not have been the best call. Unless he's Mega, he can't make a flank initiation, and there was no pinch from Team Liquid. They ended up getting cornered inside the pit.
Yeah. Plus, you know, that's the 2 kills for TSM, both going to Turtle. So they're happy to funnel some more money into him since he's been down. Bjergsen's been doing fine for himself, so Zera's very well off. Bjergsen actually does have that lead in gold over Phoenix. So
making it work. Team Solo Mid also starting to upgrade those sweepers and trinkets, making sure the vision's pushed forward, and now roaming in numbers. Does not look like Liquid's going to be able to get here before this turret takes a bit of damage. We'll see if they can recoup, make something work. TSM may actually not want to try. They're back and forth. They're looking for a lot of picks as well when they're doing this. They want to get the advantage right now and keep pushing it.
Well, there's now a window where neither top laner has the teleport, so if you're roaming as 5, it's much harder to split up that squad unless Team Liquid can prep it with some type of pick from I Will Dominate's Cocoon on a priority target. As of now, though, it's really TSM putting a lot of the map pressure onto Team Liquid and making them run around.
Solo Mid, always a different team as they come out in playoffs. Very measured, very calculated in their plays here. Not overextending back and forth. There you can see a rise on the turret as well. When he brings up the soldiers, that can be right onto the turret, and it just completely crushes it.
That red buff on Kog'Maw, though.
Yeah,
oh, he's got Bjerg!
May actually pull him into range here. This could be nice. That's not going to be able to work enough. Slides out into safety, and TSM is on the back foot here. They're going to go straight for Baron. They're not even going to worry about that turret in the mid lane. Set up some vision here and get going.
Ooh, they don't have the completed Blade of the Ruin King on Piglet, so it'll take a bit longer than usual. TSM going to collapse, and Bjergsen got home guards for this, so he's on the way as well.
Yeah, this is a really dangerous play. Mega Nard, just the right time for Quas. Baron at about half health. Can they peel for a fight to get Dyrus?
4,500 health on Baron. It gets peeled off of the Gnar ult into the wall. Lustboy can't peel on the backside, but nobody's on Turtle either. Everybody has a chance to shoot Quas. Nice positioning by Team Solo Mid. The rocket. It goes over its special. A pie to the face. A triple kill coming in for Turtle. And a fantastic play and positioning by Team Solo Mid on the Baron attempt by Team Liquid.
Oh, they're going to re-engage it. We still have a full health Phoenix. And
Dyrus
dominate.
Somebody's going down to that Baron damage.
One good glitter lance.
One
good glitter lance.
This is going to hit. Bjergsen goes in. Can they get the kill down? It is 1 for Phoenix, but they pull out another 2 kills on the side. Very nice. Wild Turtle able to get some good damage in there.
After that fight, Wild Turtle is now 6-0 on Jinx. There were so many critical things about that moment. Blade of the Ruin King not being on Piglet, taking the Baron Tread to not be very fast, gives enough time for Bjergsen to get home guards, which was a perfect buy at the moment, and approach that fight. I don't think Team Liquid was expecting a 5v5 when they peeled that Baron, because in the way it went down, they opted into a very disadvantaged fight.
And it's the second time this has happened. Team Liquid, right after the... Okay, well, let's take a look at the replay first here.
Dominates half health by the time they initiate, and they're both scattered. Team Liquid is in the backline while Bjergsen arrives. It's a full 5v5. It's exactly what TSM wants.
And both Azir and Jinx able to free fire this fight. Once again, Turtle spot on with the Super Mega Death Rocket.
Yeah, it was a funneled choke point that they ended up moving into when the Super Mega Death Rocket was shot. xSpecial tried to move up, but could, and then Bjergsen just sacrifices himself for the big play. Ends up trading 1 for 2 on the backside. Beautiful heal timing by Turtle, and that's 6-0 Jinx.
Touch and go there for Dyrus as well. TSM are able to get themselves the gold lead through, who guessed it, back-to-back team fights.
TSM pride themselves on that fight prowess. Bjergsen said it over and over again. He had a lead in the lane, and the rest of the team was able to control the deficits they were getting in their lanes, and TSM has now been able to put their foot down and start taking the lead.
Now, both times off of Team Liquid starting up the neutral objectives. Now they're going to pressure in. They erect the Azir a turret, and look to try and get global gold here.
Great plays all around. Like you're saying, Kobe, a bit of focus for Wild Turtle here, or getting some priority onto him.
Almost got all of them.
100% kill participation, though. He's definitely being a good guy. Getting him fed is going to mean good things. His positioning has been a lot better lately after receiving quite a bit of criticism. It seemed to temper his play too much, but he found a good middle ground.
Yeah, and they drafted a great front line for the really high DPS combo of Bjergsen and Turtle here.
Yeah, I feel like Team Liquid is taking too many team fights and playing a little bit too much.
They got Piglet.
Games.
This is huge. There's the shield. Is it going to be enough from Phoenix? There's the wild growth as well. They're using not that much to take down Piglet. It was the chrono break from Santorin, but it leaves the rest of the team pretty strong.
They just snuck around on the outside, and now they're going to start off Dragon here.
That's huge. I mean, that's another thing. Quas also lost his TP advantage right there. He ended up canceling his teleport. So being able to dodge this incredibly specific teamfight composition from TSM, losing the bottom lane and the top lane, and then still being able to find teamfights. Team Liquid needed to do a better job of forcing split pushing this game, and they have been caught in too many teamfights.
Interesting itemization choice here for the supports. We got the early Ruby Crystal upgrade for the Sightstone on Lustboy, actually, just so he doesn't have to go back to base as often to refill it. And it delays his Zeke's Harbinger completion as well. Turtle does have his own crit already built, but interesting choice there because xSpecial has gone straight into the magic resist aura to try and defend against not only all the magic damage of the Azir, but also a lot of TSM's front line, even though they are tank, have that slow burn.
Yeah, Turtle's had a dream game. Infinity Edge in 20 minutes, Last Whisper, Phantom Dancer in 9 minutes.
The gold that he's gotten with the accuracy of his Super Mega Death Rocket.
Yep. Nice prediction on the Lantern take. It always feels bad as a support to kind of bring your AD carry to his own death, but sometimes it happens. Sometimes it happens. Team Solo mid, setting down wards, playing it safe, and really letting Team Liquid kind of get themselves into a sore position here. That's kind of the idea. TSM not really pushing themselves into a fight until Liquid engaging. 320 to 287 in CS in the mid lane. Bjergsen doesn't have kills, but he is supporting these fights very well with 6 assists. Seems like Liquid is trying to get themselves back in some way. You can see they can't find it. They're waiting for TSM to do the same thing. Make a mistake.
No home guards on the top laners for teleport initiation, so it'd have to be kind of brute force to walk in here. And it's incredibly difficult to walk into a Lulu Kog'Maw team. We know Piglet, even though he just has 2 items, because of the death cap Lulu also powering him up. That's huge. Dyrus separated.
They find their pick, and they're going to be able to kill him.
There's one. They're Team Solo Mid not expecting that, and now they're going around. This should be mid-turret.
Yeah, at the very least, they should be able to clear out vision around Baron Pit. Take the global gold from the last outer turret here, and there are plenty of pink wards and green wards that they could clean out and relieve a lot of the pressure that TSM would get. Perfect timing here as well, as there's a giant wave bottom that Team Liquid really want to be able to clean up.
Huge mistake by Dyrus right there, splitting up from the rest of the team. Really, TSM had abandoned the mid lane turret. Dyrus stuck around trying to save it, but you have to be on the same page against a team that has the Elise right there and is really only looking for a pick. There's no way Team Liquid was opting into a 5v5 team fight unless they got a pick.
All right, they weren't able to clear out the true side, so TSM going to take advantage here. Everybody out, though.
They know that TP is down for Quas in the bot lane, so they go ahead and start pressuring. He gets to keep pushing the bot lane as Liquid puts on their own pressure over at Baron. Little touch and go. It looks like Team Solo Mid's able to not lose too much off of losing Dyrus in the mid lane. See how big Quas can get in this game. Trying to build up a Randuin's now 244 to Dyrus's 171, and we haven't really seen a good Gnar fight for these guys come out just yet. TSM has been able to avoid that Gnar bar pretty well.
That is the drawback. Maokai so much more reliable than Gnar. On-demand teleport initiations, whereas Quas is gonna, and the rest of Team Liquid's are going to have to prep it.
Ooh. Quicksilver Sash for Piglet as well. That soon in. Delay a bit of damage for him. Team Liquid is going to have to play these fights pretty safe with the amount of damage they are facing in these fights. Team Solo Mid, when they start to get a lead, they do not let it go. Or very rarely do, I should say. Scuttle control already for Wild Turtle. No contest there. Team Solo Mid to get just about everything they want without being able to move into the jungle and steal Team Liquid resources.
Yeah, I actually do like the early QSS from Piglet because they've made the choice to have Dyrus build pure power for the Gnar, and the magic resist aura duties went to X special. He has to build his own cleanse. There's going to be a long wait if they wanted to wait for the Mikhails. Phoenix, though, looks like he might need
Dyrus is again sectioned off.
The wrong choice. He cannot Shurima slide over the wall. It's going to lock in Dyrus. This should be all right. Kill there. Santorin's actually going to go in as well. Hopefully the Chrono Break can get him into a good spot. Back and forth, Quas is the focus. They finally get a Gnar bar fight, but it doesn't even look like it's enough for them to control it. Bjergsen's been fighting from over the wall without taking any damage and has the blue buff to keep bringing up soldiers. Just great positioning by Team Solo Mid once again.
Yeah, strange fight. Dyrus on one side of the wall, but TSM still able to lend some support from over the wall, so it ends up just being a trade of top laners left.
Top laners down.
It started as a mistake by TSM, but the vast superiority of their team fighting comp allows them to trade 1-for-1 and actually force Team Liquid into retreat in fear of Jinx resets.
The bonus of playing a full tank, even if you make a positional error.
He's not fast.
Not that bad.
But he gets to stay in the same place for a long time.
Doing what he can as he goes down valiantly. So, wards are actually going to see the movements in Team Solo Mid here. Oh, okay. Pulls it up. They are perfectly fine. There's the upgraded sweeper from Lustboy, able to find the ward out. They're going to go ahead and move out. See what Team Liquid can get off of this. Forward wards would give them a chance to maybe disengage the Baron at the right time, knowing there's 5 members of Team Solo Mid. But right now, they don't have too many more chances to make a mistake. 9-5. The gold lead is not that much, but Team Solo Mid's fight is just a lot better right now.
Yeah, it has felt like Team Liquid's been slowly sneaking back in gold, however. Even though TSM has held a bit of the pressure advantage. Obviously, though, having to avoid the straight-up team fights without getting picks is huge. And if they actually do want to 5v5, they need Piglet to have much more shredding capabilities. While I do like the QSS to kind of get out of the potential dive, it diminishes his team fight potential and the vast amount of damage he actually needs to do for Team Liquid to win a team fight.
Yeah, maybe they should have opted to have Dominate build the Aegis. Yeah, so
in this situation, Dominate Aegis, and then a Mikhail's on X special or something.
Yeah, because we have pretty much gotten to the point where Elise doesn't bring a lot unless she's able to pick somebody off with the Cocoon.
I was actually just thinking about that as well. We haven't seen too many Cocoon ganks, even from Dominate, as he was just trying to keep the lanes going. They had a good lead in the lanes, so that's all they were pushing. They were not getting the kills as they were there.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on the other side, Santorin, not only does Echo have... Not only does Echo have more teamfight presence, way more teamfight presence than Elise, but he's also been the one to build the Aegis for his team.
Yeah. Another interesting note about the 80 carry powers is obviously with the 8 kills from Wild Turtle, he's hit his item spikes much faster. But if Lustboy completes that Zeke's Harbinger...
8 kills to do that.
Yeah, but with the Zeke's Harbinger as well, even though Team Liquid has somewhat of a Kog'Maw enabling team composition with the Lulu, the window of time where Wild Turtle is dishing out nothing but crits thanks to the Harbinger may actually make him more powerful than Piglet and just the biggest threat.
Oh yeah, I think even now, just heads up, you know, he's got a full item on Piglet, basically a full offensive item on Piglet. So Turtle's already bringing the pain. Oh, pretty good little move.
They keep whimsying Piglet, try to get that Void Ooze and land some living artilleries. Might just be the poke game until TSM engages here for Liquid, it seems.
They're trying to pressure, as they saw Turtle off up to the top side, but TSM hold on the secondary turrets here. And Team Liquid, even though the gold is even, there's a lot of pressure on them right now to make a pick with the Thresh or with the Elise. A lot of pressure on these skill shots to land for both Dominate and Xpecial to create a good opportunity for Team Liquid. The other win that they could get would be coming from a giant Quas play. He does have teleport available. You would have to work around that Gnar Rage Bar.
Yeah, I mean, it's been so long since the last team fight that every summoner spell, except for Quas's Flash, is up right now. So we could have a very explosive team fight shortly. Obviously, with the amount of wave clear that Team Liquid has had, the split pushing of Quas, it is making it very difficult for TSM to try and close this out in any fashion. Also, in fact, they don't have a real gold lead. And because the first dragon wasn't taken until extremely late into the game, there's very little accelerating this game towards a conclusion.
Yeah, plus Team Liquid have not been able to get up much vision support for Quas. So Quas, even though he has this big advantage, hasn't been able to really punish Dyrus. Dyrus has been fine just soaking up the wave on his side of the map. Team Liquid have been able to get that deep vision down even earlier in the game when they had a bigger advantage. And TSM have been just fine soaking up as many minions as possible. Now, they're even the ones pushing the areas of control with the Azir turret mid. Turtle, though, off on the side once again. Speaking of vision, they just cleared it out.
Jeez. If Team Liquid would have just gone straight for it and trusted their instincts, they also
now
have complete
the ones
vision.
actually to try and
now
close
they're
the
the
loop.
ones that are trapped off. Double teleports maybe coming in.
Second guessing the situation might be bad for Team Liquid here. Turtle coming around the backside as well. Chomper's out. He's trying to defend himself, but it's going to be Dominate on him. Back to the left side in lane now. No kills just yet in the fight. Dyrus over the wall into Quas. There's the rocket once again from Turtle to start things off. They take down the tank, and they're going for more. That's going to be Xpecial. No more Peel really for Piglet with that low mana. I guess he has Phoenix behind him, but he's trying to get kills as well. There's a nice kill from Piglet coming in. They finally get a living artillery to hit. Phoenix gets the ignite down. It's not going to be a no! He got absolutely close. He gets it with another living artillery.
Picks the MVP.
Oh,
sticks around
goodness.
even if you go back through time.
Very nicely done.
So
it was a Pix. Good call.
Yeah, they were able to get
Saw the living artillery come down, and my brain was like, "You heard that Pix."
They were able to even that up actually and get 2 kills back as TSM try and leave.
Yeah, I mean, the start of this fight was very chaotic because initially Team Liquid had extended it, now it's a collapse with double teleports in, and it gets sectioned off. Basically, Bjergsen is peeling for himself, but he pushes the opponent into Wild Turtle, so the damage from both sides is actually split up in a very strange fashion. Really, another greatly aimed Super Mega Death Rocket coordinating with Dyrus for his Twisted Advance, and it's actually on the back side that Team Liquid is able to pick up the chase with their increased movement ability from both Piglet and Phoenix being that dynamic duo.
Yeah. There's the first
And then this
kill.
one, Santorin.
All right. So Pix is on.
Over the wall early.
He tries to go back in time. Pix doesn't care
and
stays there.
Pix gets to cast Borderlands.
Nicely done.
Man, right now.
Oh my goodness, the vision is off of Baron. And Team Solomid also sent Dyrus with no teleport bottom. This is an easy Baron for Team Liquid.
This is the rule.
Oh my Turtle!
You gotta be kidding me. No way. Turtle's done it on Dragon. Now he does it onto Baron. And Team Solomid has the lead this game. The fight ensues. Bjergsen Soldiers in right now. You can see Turtle still calling shots in the fight, but cool, calm, and collected. They know they had the fight. A double kill for Bjergsen.
Turtle is a monster!
Again? Stealing an objective with the Jinx ultimate? Oh my god. One of these games swung off a Piglet using a Corki missile to steal Baron.
Can you win MVP for an entire series off of one game?
Off of one skill. Jeez. What a huge swing. That was, don't let this cover up, a catastrophic positional mistake by Team Solomid.
Yes.
Having a giant 2-for-2 team fight where, yes, they were the ones that died later, so they would have been slow to the Baron, but to have your top lane tank not come down with the team to check that space with you, and then they get bailed out because Wild Turtle shot a blind rocket.
Turtle's got
the Baron pit. Unreal.
Second time that he's done that. A blind one to steal it. All right, well, because he was able to do that though, it looks like if you just tuned in right now, you'd say, oh, everything's going according to plan for TSM.
Absolutely.
They're
so
crushing.
They had the scrying orb to catch the health at 3,000 right before he shot it in. So he scryed it, he knew it was low, then he shot it. So it was somewhat informed. And Team Liquid also did move to the wall to block it. So you can also blame Team Liquid for that a little bit. When the fight does eventually ensue though, how do you recover from that happening in the first place?
How much
especially since
heal
they're
they
a
have for
team
Turtle as well. The Azir and then Lustboy made sure he was there, and then Dyrus was there. Nobody's touching Turtle. It shows 9-0-3. The Zeke's Harbinger now finished up, so it's going to be even harder to kill him before your life gets zeroed out.
Yep, the inhibitor being down as well. TSM will now have supers marching in. They have so much pressure on the map. They can just march up. Uh-oh, Bjergsen. Whoa. He's on an exploratory mission there, and he finds the entire Liquid team.
Pseudo Baron.
Whoops.
Curiosity killed Bjergsen.
Yeah, that's a big mistake.
Not even quite sure what he was going for.
Well, if you think about it, walking down or up, you're walking through wards. So you don't expect to go through the pit and see an entire team. But yeah, don't know what he was thinking either.
What is the point?
Maybe it was that.
Be careful about drifting around the Baron pit. If you fall off the...
Yeah.
It's dangerous.
There was literally no reason to go in there. Unless he was just trying to get vision around the side of the Baron pit when we have no flash.
Yeah.
Unless he was trying to, dash in, ward, and drift out.
Well, there's no sandbox mode. He wanted to practice some drifts.
Damn. Too soon, Kobe.
Too soon, my bad.
So he'll be up in 15 seconds. He'll be able to play, get back into the game, do some more drifting. Hopefully not into the enemy team. He'll be able to avoid that. They had great peel, as I said before, but Team Solomid can't do that if Bjergsen is down. Luckily for them, Team Liquid was not able to engage any fights around the map. They were still kind of recouping from that Baron attempt that has now really put them on the back foot. Team Solomid coming out strong. Playoff TSM always seems to be stronger.
Bjergsen's approaching max items. Phoenix is approaching max items. I mean, even with those Baron steals, just the one inhibitor is cracked. It's not an easy win for TSM by any sense, especially since they have made a few positional mistakes here that are extending this game longer than it needs to be. Obviously, Team Liquid has the move speed advantage, so they are able to force some of these things. And really, it's going to be a question of whether Team Liquid can keep extending this game, whether or not they can get Piglet up to his Infinity Edge. They've also built the Harbinger on X Special, so he's going to be ripping a bunch of crits once he gets that Infinity Edge completed. This is still a very winnable game for Team Liquid.
Pressure by TSM, getting the low-hanging fruit. All these outer tier turrets that Team Liquid cannot guard, just too dangerous because they could be hit up and swiped from the backside. So things going according to plan here. TSM looking to go around the horn. They still have that first inhibitor taken down in the mid lane, but don't really have their side lanes pushed right now. So just meandering about, looking for a pick, stealing resources. They know the game is theirs, so they're playing it safe. 18. Looking at who is under leveled here. Quas still needs another level. Not too bad. The support's obviously not yet Dominate is level 16 right now over Dominate's 15, and these objectives still in the favor of TSM through Smite there.
Yeah.
All right, power and numbers. Liquid pushing up the mid lane here, walking through wards, however. This could be dangerous. Dyrus is going to come back, and he might actually have a flank. Looks like he's going to take the safe route home.
Still no home guards on Dyrus. I think this would be the point in the game where he definitely wants them. He's tanky enough. He should be trying to get the flank initiations on this Team Liquid team that is trying to run TSM around. TSM needs a reliable way of initiating if they want to accelerate this game to be finished. Obviously, TSM plays the slowest games of any team in North America during the regular season, so this 46-minute opener isn't much of a surprise. But with their team fight superiority at the time, they need to be forcing.
Well, they've got the deep vision down in Team Liquid's side, and they also have side waves pushing on both side lanes. So TSM going to head straight up mid and try and take this exposed inhibitor. Team Liquid will probably let that go and defend at a turret.
See how they do it.
Ah, there we go. The inhibitor's this way.
Nothing to get. Just making sure all the wards are placed that they need if they have to exit themselves. Stage left. This should be a downed inhibitor. Like you said, Kobe, should just go uncontested here, but it looks like TL definitely going to flex their muscles on this one. 41 seconds on to Baron, and they're going to have full vision to Team Liquid here on the path there. Teleport is up for Cross. He can make himself present when he needs to. Looking at the Gnar bar, he actually just used it, so they're not going to be able to do much with that.
Yeah. Again, because of the incredibly late timing on the first Dragon of this game, it doesn't actually seem like TSM is willing to take risks to push forward in this game. They're hoping with this extended stay in the mid lane that all the wards time out, basically, for Team Liquid around the Baron pit. They do have 2 upgraded sweepers, but if they do keep Team Liquid contained for 3 minutes, then all the normal wards will just time out. So they're positioning here, trying to set up a pick, and hoping Team Liquid falls for it. Hard, though, when you have a Kog'Maw and a Scrying.
Oh, there's the face check. The game gets longer. Those type of things happen when you think you have the upper hand. Phoenix absolutely crushed. That's the safety that Piglet needs right there. Special's the only one that can really peel out for him. Quas is usually deep in the fight, so it looks like Liquid's going to try something else, go to the beat of their own drum while TSM goes for Baron.
Yeah, they should be able to get it. Team Liquid just going to try and push up mid and get something for themselves. Secondary turret would be all that they could manage.
Be quite a flank as well. They know Piglet is not with the team, so they may be ready to even fight this one here. Definitely pushing Team Liquid back out of the jungle. Nice steal onto the blue, though. That is definitely going to help keep Bjergsen down a bit in damage, but he's already very strong.
They're going for a flank right here. They know they're down a Lulu, so the protection for Team Liquid wouldn't be great.
Rust Boy with the long run on the mobility boots, getting himself into position for the kill. Dominate's not going to have a target to go to here on the rappel. Hopefully the team gets closer to him so he doesn't have an escape. The minion wave's going to be there. He flashes out of the range of the rocket. The first one that hasn't hit for Wild Turtle. And they're going to chase Dominate off on this one. This gets TSM on the other half of the map. Control, Dominate's going to have to back. That's 8 seconds of freedom without him on this turret as well.
Yeah, kind of a great escape for Team Liquid at the end of this one, but it's still probably the inhibitor down for TSM, maybe 2.
Mid turret could go down here as well, just around the horn for Team Solo Mid. They've lost top wave pressure, but it's not even going to matter as they brute force more damage onto the inhibitor. Still, however, respecting Team Liquid, looking for the engage onto Piglet, very close. Cleanses off that crowd control. It looks like he'll be moving back just very tense here. Team Solo Mid not leaving until they get what they want. There's a hook onto Lust Boy. Don't know if that's a follow-through for Team Liquid. It is not the target they wanted. Turtle very low. This could be a chase. That is going to be a level 18 Kog'Maw. Long-range living artilleries here if they can keep finalizing these shots. Keeping vision onto Santorin. There's the Blade of the Rune King. Santorin dashes forward with a phase dive, and they are out of range for now. The Time Winder as well to give him some space.
2 auto attacks is what forced Wild Turtle back there, and that made him burn his heal once they started spamming living artillery on him. So you can definitely see the late game potential of this Kog'Maw right now. Team Liquid does sacrifice 2 inhibitors though, so they are really on their back foot.
So both supports with that Zeke's Harbinger now. It's going to be some dangerous damage from the AD carries if they're in the right spot with that activation. Another dragon for Team Liquid. So 5 dragons is pretty much being phased out of the picture here for either team by the time this one ends. We'll just see what else they can get out of the fights that occur because of this.
Really long series of events right there. Honestly, going all the way back, both teams have made some stressed mistakes in this game, specifically positioning-wise.
Being tested.
When Phoenix got caught out of the Baron pit, even though it was kind of off screen, I went back and watched it. There was almost no reason for him to try that flank there. Bjergsen punished him very well for it. But after that, you can just definitely tell Team Liquid's playing their heart out. They are undermanned here from a team fight perspective, but Phoenix and Piglet are doing work.
Yeah.
And this is the testing moment. TSM with a Baron buff and 2 inhibitors down. It's almost impossible for Team Liquid to have an extended defense here without losing a Nexus turret or the game.
They already know they have TL on the back foot. Wild Growth now down. Safety on Piglet for his flash and summoner heal as well. That's a very, very scary Kog'Maw to be right now with no escapes. Hopefully, Special's in the right spot for a Thresh Lantern because Team Solo Mid is not giving up, and Piglet's trying to stay on the front line to trade back the damage and stave off this turret attack.
TSM just going to wait around, wait for those supers to get in.
They haven't been able to get damage onto the turret yet, but damage onto the champions of Team Liquid. I don't know, that might be better here. Once this actually goes down, they may be able to keep pushing through. They're working on minions in the bot and the mid lane right now that Team Liquid's going to have to start spreading themselves thin on. This is only going to get harder for them.
Yeah, when Team Liquid is spreading themselves for those super minions, I actually feel like TSM should be tanking a little bit with Dyrus as they can. And getting some pot shots in, because as it is now, they haven't really touched this. Team Liquid's been able to clear quite well.
Whoa.
They are. That's a sacrifice. They knew they had to give that one up if they wanted to maintain presence on this.
A big sacrifice. Let's see if it pays off here. Not many things looking good. It is a best of 5 though. Sometimes you almost write one off and think of the next series, but like you said, Jet, Team Liquid giving it all here in game 1. And looks like they're going to leave everything on the Rift for every game. If that's possible, they're going to try to do it.
The Baron is now gone, so the minion wave won't have much time, but also Quas is kind of a full-time defender right now, so it is a bit of a 4v5.
Right. Oh, they got a hook, but don't commit to it.
Yeah.
Dyrus took so much damage there.
When that hook was down, they felt very comfortable going in. The rocket missing just over the shoulder of Phoenix. The turret's down, the inhibitor now to follow. The
Where's
soldiers
Piglet?
are in. Santorin makes his way into the fight as well. He's on to Quas. Especially and Piglet on the back line, and Piglet has no mana and no range on the fight. There's a Blade of the Rune King, though. They're able to take down Lust Boy. Bjergsen comes in. There's the shuffle. There's the triple. Could that be the quadra? And Bjergsen picks up a beautiful play. Like you were saying, Jack, it comes down to that last big Azir ult in the end of the game. And it did right there. 53 minutes, 19-11. Game 1 of the quarterfinals goes to Team Solo Mid over Team Liquid.
Late game Azir, greater than all, I think, is one thing that ends up happening there.
Over and over.
Just when it looked like Piglet was going to be able to hold the defense and push them out of the base, Bjergsen had been sitting on his Azir cooldowns, and he just drifted right into Piglet's face right there and blew him up, including 2 other people. So, yeah, that was the game right there. Team Solo Mid, they had accumulated a lot of advantages up until that point. 53-minute win.
Really nicely played, especially for what happened in Team Solo Mid's rotations in the early game. I think for Turtle to kind of pick up those kills, it like re-ramped up any of the mistakes that they made to good. And 0 deaths all the way 10:05.
Yeah.
Got him.
Turtle was great this game.
Absolutely crazy. Piglet doing what he could on the other side with Kog'Maw, but too many times summoners were down, too easy to get to him. Everybody was in his face.
Yeah, all things considered, it was a very action-packed kind of strategic rotation early game with a fair number of mid-game mistakes. So some definite nerves showing on both sides, which is a little bit unexpected considering these teams have so much experience at this point, and TSM has made every finals of the LCS ever, whereas Team Liquid has been a bit more of a clutch team lately. Still, though, a lot of positional mistakes with one person getting caught out that ended up stretching this game.
Yeah. Fortunately, those happen in Team Solo Mid's favor, right? You lose the top tank, everything's semi-okay. You lose the AP mid laner, things are going to go bad, and that's what happened when Phoenix went down. That was rough for Team Liquid. Right now, we are going to send it over to the analyst desk to get their take on TSM's first win here.
Thank you, gentlemen. A very solid win there for TSM. They're going to be happy coming out of the gate with that victory. I think first things first, though, we got to look at the fact that Azir is still undefeated between these 2 players here, and quite obviously a very strong pick still might be contested for the entire series.
I think might be contested.
Will be contested.
I think it will be contested
for the entire series.
Contested or banned, he's definitely going to show up somewhere in Champions League for both sides. But it just adds so much power. And you saw there, even though there's a late game scaling comp on the other side, you have so much siege, you have a lot of disengage, you have ways to play out fights, and you also have ways to stop fights from even happening in the first place. So this is a very strong champion. Even though people are saying he's gotten nerfed, his level 1 is better, right, by about like 12% attack speed, maybe even a little bit more. But also, his late game's better too. When you hit max rank, it's more attack speed from the W.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's weird because like his mid-game burst is lower because you're not ranking E anymore. His mid-game teamfight DPS is obviously up because you're maxing W. So
you don't have the knockup, but honestly, the knockup wasn't a huge part of it. It was gratuitous power.
It's actually even screwed people up before. You've knocked him up through your ulti. So honestly, I don't want to get bogged down in his ear too much. He's obviously still very good, and hey, Bjergsen's good at the champion. Yeah, I would have liked to see that more heavily prioritized by Team Liquid. Very clearly, TSM were holding that one back and saying, yeah, we don't care about this champion anymore, playing different strats in the quarterfinal. Smart of TSM. I don't think Gravity were in shape, really. So, the long con was good for TSM. I actually do have a bone to pick with TSM's comp, though, in that I don't think it was going to be very good if they weren't ahead. Jinx is weaker than Kog'Maw in equal gold until 4 items. Just at no point is she ever the stronger champion. Okay, your ult's cool, but like just in a general teamfight case, that's kind of situation. Gnar also is routinely going to be able to do a lot more than Maokai through a lot of the game, and TSM have no reliable engage that's not a home guard TP. If you watch like the first 4 teamfights of this game, they were all Team Liquid being at an objective, and the TSM showing up saying, well, now you can't run away because there's a Baron hitting you, so they get to capitalize. And that to me was actually, it looked like a big failing of Team Liquid, where they weren't playing out the comp very well. They had a big advantage in Gnar, and they could have abused that much more. I wanted to see Dom just set up a tent for Quas and crush that matchup.
And I feel like Turtle picking up some of those early kills with Rockets, the one with Quas, the Baron one as well, were actually really crucial to him getting ahead because he was at a deficit in CS.
50.
And then, it was a lot of CS at that point. But, oh man. I forgot what it was.
You lost it.
Darn,
No worries.
Darn.
TSM picking up gold.
That's what it was. That's what it was. The proactivity, though.
Love it.
Love it. Because what they're doing is, even though they have kind of a reactionary composition that has counter engage, TSM are still being active on the map. They're showing up. They're rotating the turrets first. If they're prepping the objectives, so they know when Baron's up, they know when Dragon's up. There was that one where Baron, that was actually a big flub by them when the Baron was up and they didn't have it warded, but they did have the lucky play there. So I like that they're being proactive. It is a different style from TSM, that they're actually the ones playing the majority of the game on the other side of the map from the team, instead of waiting for them to come to them. So I really like that.
Now, given that we're going to see these two teams obviously play again in a best-of-5 series, I want to look at the fact that Team Liquid established such early CS leads in both the top lane and the AD carry position. We had very quickly a 40 CS lead in the top lane and a 50 CS lead, as you mentioned, between Piglet and Wild Turtle. So this is what put TSM behind to begin with. Granted, they did play proactively even from behind, which was good to see. It's a side of TSM we haven't seen before. But when looking at future games to come, how does TSM avoid getting this far down to begin with?
I think they had a losing matchup, and also TL had a really good start, right? The way that Dom was camping on Dyrus, the way that they gave him a long lane, and then they started playing that out. I feel like the CS advantage just manifested from these winning lanes, but the pushing of it, I think, was the bad part there for Team Liquid. But TSM, in terms of not getting behind, Santorin, he's playing the Echo. It's good in team fights. But the early pressure of that champion, I want to see him use it more and enter more lanes more frequently in the early game. He had some good uptime and good pressure, but that's how they avoid those types of deficits, is Santorin pressure.
That's what's tricky is TSM, I think in the early game, is still very risk-averse. They're proactive in team-wide moves, but Santorin's not the guy to go for a gank where if Elise is there, he loses, right? Elise vastly outfights Echo, right? You can't be in a 2-on-2 and win. And when Kog'Maw's going to be better at fighting than Jinx, and Gnar's going to be better at fighting than Maokai in the first 12 levels. Right. Your 2-on-1s are okay without any hard CC, really. Okay, there's setups, right? But yeah, Santorin's style is pretty risk-averse, and honestly, like a single kill gank is probably not worth the risk of getting 2-0'd for that. So I think you kind of have to let that happen based on the matchups, I feel like, in general. So it's hard to want more from him. But if you get good wards, you see at least in the side, absolutely, then go for it. And I think I would have liked to see more if those situations arose.
We'll have some time to talk a bit more about what we want to see in the next game after the break. We do have to take that quick break, but when we return, it's back into the action with Game 2 between TSM and Team Liquid. Don't go anywhere.
Wait, is it actually comfortable?
Yeah, you want to try and sit in it? I'm not even joking.
I'm jealous,
It's comfortable. I'm serious. Just come and sit in my chair.
No,
It's-
that sounds so
it's
wrong.
comfortable.
It sounds so wrong.
Was a little too far in. Team Solomid's going to be able to pin him into the pin. He jumps over the rocket.
I'm backing out.
No flash, no flash. Nice. Nice. Big do bear.
Oh my God! You've got to be kidding me. No way. Turtle's done it on Dragon. Now he does it onto Baron. Bjergsen comes in. There's the shuffle. There's the triple. Could that be the quadra? Game 1 of the quarterfinals goes to Team Solomid over Team Liquid.
Welcome back, everyone, to our continuing coverage of the semifinals. A quick note, if you can't make it to Madison Square Garden to catch the North American LCS Finals, don't worry, our friends at Coke have got you covered. On August 23rd, they'll be hosting viewing parties in theaters in over 25 select cities across the United States. Come out and see the playoff finals on the big screen and cheer on your favorite teams with a slew of your fellow league fans. To find out more information, head to lolesports.com and click on the viewing parties link. Now, turning back to today's action between Team Liquid and TSM. You're getting a quick look here at Team Liquid regrouping after that Game 1 loss. Gentlemen, with that loss, they've now picked up some new information. Wild Turtle stepping up big for TSM here. An impressive scoreline, 10-0-5, plus that Baron steal. TSM showing multiple threats.
Exactly, and that's a big thing for TSM because everybody's saying it's a Bjergsen-centric team. It is, but also every time that TSM has come into playoffs and been very successful, it's because they always develop a second threat, whether it's Dyrus in the top lane or Wild Turtle in the bot lane. Turtle is seeming to be one of the threats that they're going to try to focus on in this set, especially with the O-off ban coming out towards Dyrus. So Turtle picked up some really great kills with the Rockets, and it really accelerated their game. But I want to see if he can continue that performance without picking up those kills.
Now the question, Freak, is with this information, what does Team Liquid do? How do they react to the different strategies that TSM are now bringing out?
Yeah, I honestly just want to see a bit more out of Dominate. On two fronts, actually. On one front, I really want to see him gank winning lanes more. Like, you're Elise. You're the queen of early game ganking and screwing people up, and you have 2 lanes winning by a lot. You have turrets going down early, which means long range, which means easier ganks. This should be possible for you on Elise, as I will dominate with winning side lanes. So that I want to see more of. Secondarily, he got outshot called by TSM. The choice to go for Baron was good. Okay, I missed Smite's too bad, but like that was good. But other than that, it was TSM reacting to Dragons, reacting to Barons, proactively pushing turrets down. And the best way to deal with this is just, instead of defending the turret that you're too late to, just trade a turret at the very least, right? Keep the things going equal. When you're up 100 CS and you're just trading turrets back and forth, you're still ahead at the end of it all. But TSM were growing back into the game because Dom was slower than Bjergsen at finding objectives.
And Dom has this reputation for kind of tilting, right? And so far lately, we've been seeing him be more and more level-headed. But when that smite doesn't go your way and you end up giving up a Baron, which could have gotten you back into the game and head in the game, and then it just is completely the opposite direction. I want to see him be able to shake that off and continue to shot call and then still up his shot call game on top of that. That's a big challenge in this series.
Yep, there's going to be a lot that falls onto his shoulders when it comes to directing the team, getting their mentality straight after a tough loss there. That was a long game, game 1, very close one to be sure.
It at least makes you feel like you know you're in it. Right? Like, okay, shit, if we didn't make those really rough calls and, like, Turtle didn't fortunately get a quadra kill at, 22 minutes into the game, there's a lot you can just point at, like, okay, if that didn't happen, we'd have won. And that's probably true. Like, maybe being a bit harsh on Team Liquid, they definitely have a really good shot coming into the next game.
Oh, I don't think anyone would disagree with you in that. As we send it over to our casters, Qua says playoff TSM is usually a tougher opponent than the regular season TSM.
I think we can be a stronger team TSM, and we've proved it a few times this split. The thing is that they always get stronger by playoffs. I think they have really good preparation as a team and as an organization. They really push their players to just be at the top. So I do want to say that we're better right now, but we also have to prove it on stage.
A lot of respect to the players have for each other, but obviously still want to beat the crap out of you when they get on stage. There's no change there. Quas has already said that he wants to play in Madison Square Garden and take the victory there. It would mean so much, and then for the team to just go on.
Yeah, in order to do that, they're going to have to prove that they can be a clutch team. TSM have already proven this multiple times, that they can come back from series deficits, and they are a clutch team. Now Team Liquid are the #1 seed in North America, and it's their turn to prove it.
Well, we'll have to see what happens as we get into picks and bans again. It is going to be a switch of sides, so Team Solo Mid's now going to be on the blue side. We'll see how that affects their phase of going through here and what ideas they have now to change up. Do they go back with a first pick, strong top lane, or do they go with what they went last game and just make a tank?
Yeah, the thing is, very early on in the draft phase for last game, it seemed like Team Liquid was trying to deny what worked for TSM in the quarterfinals, because maybe we were wondering how many cards did TSM show in the quarterfinals and what did they have left. In doing so, though, it felt like Team Liquid abandoned Phoenix's best champion in Azir. Then Bjergsen got the quadra kill on that very Azir. If anything changes, I would expect a higher priority on that champion in this matchup.
I mean, I know we're not the only ones. While Azir is powerful himself, if you look at the players that play him, it's kind of like Azir at the top. Then there's a bigger gap than any other champions as you go down the list in how well they're going to carry and the skill that they can put out on that champion. And Phoenix and Bjergsen both kind of have that space between their next second-tier champion. We'll see if Azir gets through again here. Maybe Bjergsen first picks it up. It'd be kind of scary, though. Lulu Echo really banned out. All right, so no safety craziness coming from the jungle here. Team Liquid changing up their bans just a little bit.
Yeah, Nidalee and Elise both still possible. A lot less top lane focus as far as the bans this time around.
Wow.
no top lane focus this time around.
Not at all. The Olaf, the Alistar can still get through. The Nidalee can still get through. There's a lot of different bans here that allow the top tier picks the teams have been using.
Yeah, well, we're definitely going to see some adjustments. Team Liquid, known as one of the most versatile teams
There's the Olaf.
in the North American regular season. Team Solo Mid also prides themselves on their ability to adapt mid-series, so not that big of a surprise that we see some departures here in the ban phase.
Yeah, everyone always talks about Phoenix Azir, and rightfully so. He's very good on it. He is also undefeated on Twisted Fate, even though it's only 2 games. He did have great games and earned himself a 21 KDA for the champion.
Pretty good.
It's decent.
So just
doing all right.
Yeah, just Echo as a jungler, banned out. Who and what is going to happen? I guess he'll flex that as Olaf as well. Easy top, easy jungle. 20 seconds for the first pick. The Nidalee does go through to Santorin, something he's been able to control the game on very nicely lately.
Yeah. So both the Alistar and Braum go through as well.
Pick a support besides John.
Yeah, one thing that happens with the Nidalee is does have weaknesses. It's weak to hard CC, burst damage, and tanks. So those are all things Team Liquid can still build into, but obviously Santorin played the Nidalee 3 times in the quarterfinals. The surprising thing here actually is the fact that because Nidalee's on TSM side, that X Special opts for Alistar instead of Braum. I feel like Braum is a pick that is better in that aspect, but the Alistar has his own strengths, like early game turret diving.
Yeah, plus the Alistar combo is very threatening for Nidalee as well. You don't have to block the spear if you just charge and kill her.
Yeah. Well, you will block it while charging and killing her, but it's not going to do much.
Just eat it for breakfast on the way in. Waiting for the picks up here from Team Solo Mid. These 2 picks were actually Liquid last time, going for a blind mid. See if TSM uses any more safety here as they go through. And it is just going to be the top and support. The Braum gets picked up on the side of Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, top laners swapping hats this game if that Gnar is actually locked in here. Quas and Dyrus played the opposite champion in the past game. As far as the actual inbuilt synergies here, Braum is always good with the more ranged auto attackers you can build into a team. TSM so far 2 for 2 with the things they're comboing with Braum.
Able to lock it down. I liked it with the Azir last time as well. Getting all your auto attacks in. Piglet, gonna be hovering. Saw Imp playing some Twitch recently. Not more than that, really. Wasn't able to get a victory out of that game. Lucian not having too good of a year in the LCS. Actually, haven't seen Sivir in this composition or in this series as well either. No bans or picks yet as we come into our second game. Team Liquid taking their time. A lot of options here.
Look at all the notes Peter has. So many different things to go through with picks and bans, but he's not looking at any of them right now. He's just communicating with Phoenix and Piglet. What comp are they going to go for? Piglet has always favored Vayne. Fnatic earlier in the day was favoring Sivir. Also, Lucian is coming back in LCK type regions. There's a lot of different options they have to go for here. I think Sivir is the choice here for Team Liquid if they want to go for a team fight comp. There we go.
Elise through all the way. Piglet loving just flashing a few champions before he always locks in. Little Twitch love showed on the side from Lustboy as well as they put that over the hover. Elise was also locked in for dominate this game, so we'll have another game on Elise. Maybe more aggressive this time. Seemed pretty relaxed last game. Not too many ganks from him.
Yeah, I really do like Elise into Nidalee because she can put out a lot of early game pressure. Also, if Nidalee goes for those invades and tries to get into your jungle, Elise with the Fog of War advantage, combos her really, really well. Plus, if Elise has to be the one running away, Spiderlings can block spears. A lot of little things for her.
Another Azir pickup from Bjergsen. Everyone knows what that means. We just saw the quadra kill last game. It wasn't a heavy priority again for Team Liquid. They feel like they can get around it or play the style they already had in mind.
Yeah,
That's dangerous,
They're
though.
really putting value on Phoenix's counter-picking mid lane here because they easily could have had it themselves. They didn't need to pick Elise since the opponent had already taken a jungler. And I really want to see what type of value they get out of this last pick from Team Liquid because Azir is Phoenix's best champion. He has been first picked in the past, but not in this series.
Yeah, this time around, TSM do have one less frontline member with Santorin going with Nidalee instead, and Team Liquid have the speed boost of Sivir to get the reliable engage of Alistar and Maokai to that back line. So Team Liquid do have a better chance of getting back there to kill the Jinx this time around.
Been a while if that is the lock-in. I was expecting a Victor to come through. Usually it whittles down to him so far in the mid lane. He can do a pretty good job at controlling it, controlling those waves. We'll see how now Victor versus Azir goes. It was Lulu versus Azir last time. We're going to keep an eye on that mid lane here. A lot of lane swaps coming in from TSM last time. It was kind of that loss that they gained in the lane swaps, or the deficit, I should say, kind of counteracted by Turtle's 10 kills in the end. So I don't know if they don't get that going again, will it work as well? Because they could have just as easily fallen behind there without Turtle getting 6 kills right away.
Yeah, they got caught in some team fights right here, and Team Liquid did draft a better team fighting composition this time. If there would be a split-pushing pick-type team, maybe it's a little bit more on TSM side here with the Gnar and the Nidalee, so maybe they're just going for a more team-fighty team. A little perplexed that they didn't go with the Azir early on, but Victor is an answer to Azir as far as being a similar type of dumping damage in a team fight mage.
Victor's no slouch. Also brings them plenty of wave clear. Team Liquid have both Victor and Sivir. They should be able to control all 3 waves fairly easily. Another hug.
/r. So as we move in now, both teams have again locked in. Update your votes on Twitter. Send hashtag TSM win or hashtag TL win. So we know how you at home are calling this series. Right now, TSM hoping it falls in their favor. Once again, Team Liquid looking to keep Team Solo Mid off of game point here. We're going into game 2, our second quarterfinals here for the North American LCS. We're about to be on the Rift with Team Solo Mid versus Team Liquid.
Have to remember the winner of this series goes on to face CLG in the NALCS final. CLG qualified yesterday. TSM was the 5th seed coming into the playoffs. Team Liquid the #1 seed. But TSM has made every single finals in LCS history, so they are not your average 5 seed. That's for sure.
A little bit better of a record there. TL has made all playoffs, just not the best results in their playoffs when they were able to reach them from 2013 on. Here, they're trying to change that. They're trying to rewrite new history for themselves. They broke the curse. Now they get the chance to try to do that from first place in the regular season. See where the early wards once again get placed. You see the pings, where their trajectory is. They'll be getting those down quite safely. A little back and forth in the mid lane as they trade some HP, but no potions used. What a song. Song of the Summoner people.
It's really interesting, actually. Team Liquid going for the same wards that TSM did in the start of last game. So pretty much mirrored lane swap styles early on in this match.
Piglet is already down in the bottom lane. We're calling right now, though, to swap.
Yeah, maybe TSM tries to disrupt a sapling prep. It's actually pretty rare nowadays that a Maokai can prep a camp fully and get away with it. Teams are on the lookout for Maokais to do the early level 1 camp with the sapling preparation, but because TSM doesn't have vision, this would actually be a very dangerous stop.
Here comes the late invade on red.
Yeah.
Phoenix will be able to get the small Raptors, but TSM going to steal this away.
What is going to happen up top? All right, they split off. Easy peasy there. No danger for what looks like dominating quads.
We got a
from
crowd up
side.
here.
Yeah. Could be a party here if they see each other. They know the small Bramblebacks are attacking, so they understand that TSM's still there.
Yep. There's an experience advantage right here for Team Liquid, a pretty hefty one actually. TSM got combined about half a level, which is how much the actual red buff gives you, not counting the small monsters. But Team Liquid killed both Krugs and the small monsters, so a cumulative level of experience ahead.
Yeah.
On that side.
Don't forget that. So interested about the buff, and you got to get out. Even that experience picked up by Liquid.
Plus, it's just the red buff, too. So unless you really see Santorin ganking early and making use of some auto attacks on champions, they get very little out of that invade.
Yeah.
And Team Liquid just happily take the experience advantage and continue their jungling.
Something I always thought about in the beginning when kind of wasn't 2v2 all the time was, what are they doing with that buff? Are they backing? That's like 20 wasted seconds. Is it going to be useful? Now it just seems they use it to farm, like you said, Kobe. Not too many of those early ganks. See, 2v2 in the top lane. You're not going to get too many swaps this game. Right now, the mid laners, Phoenix very low, but Bjergsen also low on mana, so he's going to have to wait to do that again. A lot more aggression than we usually see, that's for sure. Ooh. So back and forth, even trade for now. Bjergsen calling to the team, saying there may be somebody giving me a little bit of love in the mid lane, and warding the top side might actually, no, Quas pulls off. Unfortunate.
Someone else noticed the aggression in the mid lane, and it was Quas, so he was hoping to catch Bjergsen on an aggressive harassment pattern, but he also didn't want to waste too much time because they have to continue these lane swaps to keep up with each other.
Yep, so they do swap.
One interesting thing that happened is Quas went down to the bottom lane to catch the farm early since he had a small experience advantage, and immediately went to shoving the lane, and he actually ended up forcing Dyrus into a teleport before he shopped with any of his jungle experience or gold, and he was also low health. If Team Liquid wouldn't have gone for the roam mid, they actually would have had an opportunity to kill Dyrus bottom lane. Either way, though, it puts Quas at quite an advantage that Dyrus had to teleport without shopping there, and was only able to pick up the remnants of a wave that crashed into the turret.
See how he controls the rest of that wave in the top side. So focused on mid. Looks like Santorin's going to come flying through with a bit of that passive movement speed, looking to at least push Phoenix out of lane. And he almost gets a nice spear, but great dodge by Phoenix. He knows how to play the lane very safe. And should probably expect a bit more of that harassment to come into the mid lane. I don't feel like Santorin's going to give him a very easy game. When he's on his Nidalee, he's farming hard and making an appearance whenever he can.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Dominate had the first return base, so he's back out on the map with the extra wards earlier. He's sitting up on top side, though. And Dyrus does have his defensive trinket ward up, at least. Waiting for it to die. They actually had a really good timing on that defensive trinket ward up top. Dominate moved in right when the ward died and put this pink ward down. But counter gank is ready here for TSM. This could end very poorly for Team Liquid.
Yeah, they're going to opt into the minion wave right now. I think Santorin, yeah, he showed. It's a dangerous game there. Dyrus could have tried to bait it in a little bit more, but then he would risk getting bursted out. The level 4 damage from release is immense.
Yeah. Team Liquid really wanted to set that one right when the ward died. Quas tipped Dominate off as to when Dyrus went down to place it. But both junglers heading topside, non-action.
Definitely more pressure from Dominate's jungle, though, this time. A little bit more, I should say, definitely. We'll see if he goes back for another attempt, and it does look like he's hovering. With that pink ward coverage, they for sure have something. See if he can get the hop off the head. He does. Should have waited for the hop with the CC down, but they still go for the kill. No twisted advance to follow. Is it on cooldown? Yeah, unfortunate. Kind of almost excited to get that one there. But Dyrus using a jump to get out nice and easy, and he'll have no trouble. Teleport still looking to come up for him on the top side, so he's going to have to weather a bit of the storm now as he lost that health before he can go back. Bottom lane 48 to 50, pretty much even there, as like you said, Jat, both teams swapping in that early game, trying to get an advantage or just throw the other team off a little bit.
Yeah, the interesting thing here, still small advantages from the Team Liquid side lanes. I mean, TSM lost the top lane battle, the AD carry CS battle, so badly in game 1, but still pulled together with some nice team fighting and teamwork. This game, it's the start of a similar story. Quas really with that CS advantage just based off of the experience in the teleport game that was played early on, not to mention the return ganks from out of Dominate. It'll be interesting to see how Team Liquid can push this and if they can create similar advantages that they had in the previous game, despite not having as powerful laners in those lanes.
Bjergsen's still having the time of his life here, getting the auto attacks in whenever he needs his soldiers, so they don't have to worry about that lane. But we'll have to see if Santorin puts any more pressure on these outside lanes. Like you said, a little bit of a lead. And with Team Liquid now on Sivir for Piglet, going to be a lot more engaged from them to be able to get into these fights. See where they go from here. Santorin still clearing out the jungle. He's going to maybe head towards the top side here. Blue buff's up. Looks like he's actually going to turn around and grab that one for himself. So Team Solo mid, again, very slow early game, letting Bjergsen charge up, letting the rest of the teams have the safe lane.
Dominate has been so active on the map early in the game here, but he's yet to land a successful gank. Even so, Team Liquid is still getting a pressure advantage out of this. This is one of those early games where there's one jungler dedicated to farming, which is Santorin on Nidalee, somewhat common for a Nidalee if they just want to get to Runglade very quickly. And the other jungler is spending most of his time arriving in lanes. Definitely has a key part of Team Liquid getting that first turret.
Yeah, the first turret and a big CS lead for Piglet, so set up for success on this Sivir. First turret does translate into first dragon as well. For Team Liquid here, this should be no response from Team TSM as they're already sending the duo up top for that lane swap.
Interesting. Usually the team solo mid getting Wild Turtle to those turrets first, but the lane swap played nicely by Team Liquid. Now, hopefully netting them this dragon without any problems. Dominate's going to go back on that. Timer for everybody. About 15 on the clock as they go back for that. See if we get a push on top lane here. Squash back to the turret.
Yeah, and this is something that TSM actually did last game also. They swapped their duo first, and they actually left Dyrus in the lane until Turtle and Lesboy got there. Last time, they were able to chase down a kill, but not this time. Dyrus will go back down bottom lane. Bringing in the Nidalee range champion for extra pressure on the turret. Quas initiates on the 3 versus 3.
Glacial Fissure goes out. Quas's Vengeful Maelstrom trying to mitigate a bit of the damage coming in. It looks like a clean disengage for both teams. A few ultimates used. Not too many summoner spells, it looks like, across the board. Just Turtle Splash.
Yeah, strong peel.
Special as well.
From Lesboy to get off in that one. And mainly just a strong turret defense by Team Liquid. They are doing a much better job than last game of keeping up with the TSM rotations and not letting Jinx get some free time on other turrets. The fact that TSM has Jinx and Azir yet again means they do kill turrets very quickly if they can get their mitts on them. But Team Liquid doing a better wave clearing job and making sure they have even numbers everywhere TSM goes.
Liquid still looking to hold that lead in the top lane. Much better season for him. A lot of deaths in the previous split, only about 22 in the games this season, so definitely a change.
Least killed, 80 carry in the LCS, who's played the games.
Some of the most deaths last split and the least amount of games, so kind of a very stark difference between his play style. The communication with the team has been a lot better. Him and Piglet, or I should say him and Xpecial, have been having much better lanes. You can see him here pressuring. Nice spell shield by Piglet there to keep that turret under fire in the top lane. Might have to pull a little bit of responsibility here from Santorin to the top, as also Dominate might make an appearance.
Yep, he's been spotted though, so TSM very well aware of the pressure that Team Liquid are trying to rotate up. Look at this, Phoenix also shoving his lane and moving in, while Bjergsen's actually doing the Raptor camp, so TSM have to back off. No pressure there from TSM from their mid lane. And Team Liquid claim another outer turret, 2-0 here.
Yeah. I mean, even the ward coverage is really lackluster for TSM, so that's one of the big reasons they're having to forfeit these turrets is because they're not having good advanced warning of where Team Liquid is going to be coming from, and they also can't prep plays of their own because they don't know how to outmaneuver Team Liquid. Definitely going to have to get some ward coverage down if they want to.
Switch of last game.
Yeah,
Team Liquid is doing what TSM did, take top, take bottom, control the game a little bit. No kills just yet, however. Those definitely coming in slower as everybody plays with a bit of caution here. Forward wards placed by Team Liquid. The options are there to get a move if they find somebody they can pick off. But it looks like with that, the hard hats on, everybody's going to keep in a safe distance. Roaming in numbers as they get Scuttle Crab control here. Dragon still about 3 minutes off, so no chance to have that just yet.
But the control is so heavily on the side of Team Liquid, you would imagine that they can try and go for this next dragon. I mean, especially the fact that Wild Turtle's still up farming in that top lane. Basically got a BF sword and Arrows Blade on Piglet, but just a pickaxe on Wild Turtle, so Piglet is ahead in the farm game as well, getting a gold generation item as well as the big ticket first item. By the time the dragon comes, Wild Turtle should have his BF sword. But it's still just, it's actually been a very dominating first 12 minutes for Team Liquid as far as passive rotational games can go. 2 turrets to 0 was a big edge.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it going into game 1. Team Liquid, during the normal season, had the biggest gold advantages in the early game. In back-to-back games here, got gold advantages in the early game. Dominate, able to land a cocoon in his own jungle, but headbutted to safety. Which just would have been a little bit of extra harass. It's not a big deal there.
Yeah. No taking down Braum that quick, especially at these levels. Still, 6 has been hit across the board. Obviously, we're getting towards level 11, but we haven't seen too many ultimate fights just yet. Just a scuffle in the top lane. But when that level 11 hits, definitely going to get powered up pretty well for these mid laners. Bjergsen gets blue. Let's see actually where he is. And it looks like he's a minion wave off of that 11, so might be able to use that here. Bottom lane gets pushed. Looks like we're going to have Dyrus pushing that out. The ping came as well from Wild Turtle and Mustboy, so they may try to make something work here.
Yeah, especially with 2 turrets down. Notice the big difference in the way Quas plays Maokai this game versus Dyrus last game. Home guard's already on his Mercury treads. Team Liquid has a lead in turrets, and they're going to want to push it probably as a prep for the Dragon fight. I'm really expecting Team Liquid to do some type of home guard teleport play and really take control of this game in about a minute when Dragon comes up.
And they already have deep wards in TSM's red side jungle to do it. So Quas already prepped, shoving the wave in top as well. Will TSM be able to clean all of these wards out in time? Trying to make it work now.
No, they found a pink one. Good little return on investment there for their effort. And they're going to get a good sweep there. So a little bit of control given back to them. Like you said, though, Special plays some good wards, allowing Piglet to farm a little bit farther up, stay safe. It looks like Team Liquid's going to just grab resources right now. They're not worried about what TSM is really doing on the other side of the jungle. Very calm game here in the quarterfinal playoff match. Both teams really want to be able to get that top spot. And with Liquid's first year being this far up, I feel like that's more for them to lose. This is the chance they have to really make a mark for that brand, for that team.
So Quas actually is not sitting on Fountain to prep a teleport while the Dragon is being started. Instead, he's running up to the top wave. A lot of that does have to do with TSM not being anywhere near. They have wards within their own jungle, so they know TSM at best could hope for a steal. Not today. Well, it was today, not this game. That
it was only
Wild Turtle gets
less than an hour ago, Jack.
The Wild Turtle can steal an objective. Very controlled by Team Liquid. But it is successfully traded for a turret.
For one in that aspect. See how much damage Dyrus can do. It doesn't look like too much. Quas obviously doesn't want to take the harass, but could start to engage if somebody else comes to give him a hand. And they're just going to go back and forth on that top side. Turtle easy farm in the bot. He's still behind quite a bit. Has not been able to find the 4 or 5 kills he immediately got last game to really get TSM catapulted into the lead. This time, as I said, it seems a little bit harder as they can't find those fights. Less errors from Team Liquid, making the game harder for TSM here as it would.
Just much better vision and wave control for Team Liquid this game. Game 1, even though they had good CS advantages, they were getting out-rotated by TSM. This time, though, early double Sightstone coming out. Also, just tremendous wave clear. When you consider Sivir and Victor, those are, for their position, 2 of the best wave clearers, especially in the early game.
Definitely first in class.
Yeah, once Victor gets level 7, he can clear the back wave with 1 death ray. One of the few champions that can full clear a minion wave with a spell at level 7. So very hard for TSM to get wave advantages in order to get the deep wards, but they've managed it now, thanks to sacrificing a dragon.
And you look at that on the other side as well. TSM doesn't have excellent wave clear, or hardly any. Azir can throw out some soldiers and rockets from Wild Turtle, but I don't know about this fight. Wow, nice dodge by Piglet. The flash and the spell shield out. Are they going to be able to save him here? Piglet stays alive with just a sliver of health, and they take down Dyrus in a deep dive.
He actually survives there. Special, the bodyguard, comes in on Alistar to save the day.
Crazy.
Piglet also fainting down, out, and then flashing back above the turret.
Yeah.
What a great juke right there.
Held his summoner spell, or I'm sorry, heal summoner as well, even though he was super low for that extra engage knowledge that he had. He knew he could go back in.
Great mechanics.
Really knowing the barriers of his champion.
Yeah, he was, I mean, Dyrus thought he was going to get the finishing blow after he crunched him into the wall right there. And just heals. Oh my god.
This auto attack was in progress. He had just started the animation,
and the next
special
special
interrupts him.
Crazy, crazy stuff. Pushing the mid turret, Team Liquid get a lot of nice map control off of that. They're easily able to drop this one down. A little bit of time to think about what they want to do next. So the lead goes in their favor. Once they've got it, they can hold on to it. Let's see this one more time here, what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, impromptu 5v5. TSM is there first, so they're the ones that are orchestrating the play. Everyone just goes into full peel mode. Piglet is so fast, and
he took the house too?
Because that was a house in transit.
Yeah, he took the house and
what happened to the house?
And comboed the auto attack. Special knockdown the house.
Great play. Definitely needed a replay, and we see how Piglet really got himself out with the help of his support. Again, that communication between those two much better coming out through the split.
Communication is help, help me,
come over. Hey, it still works. It's the simple words, right? Simple ones. Let's see if TSM can work something now. They still want to go bottom. They still want this turret. And I don't know if they're actually going to be able to get it here. Lust Boy figures he can get a little bit of damage onto Piglet and finish that turret, but he takes a turret shot of his own. And they are once again forced off for their efforts. Now not coming up with a turret in the bottom lane, they're going to have to figure out something else to do.
It's real dangerous for them to be pushed up there too because they have no turret behind them. So that was kind of their window in order to get that turret early. Lust Boy's getting as many deep wards as possible. But he is in a...
He was very dangerous. There was no movement from Team Liquid. He could have been pinched by 3 members, but...
Oh, they stopped his recall.
Got the slow on him, too.
Nice. Can the Winter's Bite connect? It does. Spell Shield was on for something else to hit him. That follows through. The crowd controls there. A Javelin to take down Piglet. Their efforts very nicely done. They knew his flash and heal was why not.
Lust Boy's risky ward journey allowed that to be a safe dive as
That's
well.
True.
Because he had all of the possible deep vision and they knew the teleport was down, so they could just go all in on Piglet. One risk gives a nice payoff there, gets the kill in the turret.
TSM always able to inch themselves back with something. Somehow they find it. Team Liquid thought they had a pretty good lead and control of their own jungle, but that is never the case against TSM. Spikes being hit across the board and items. You have your Infinity Edges being built up. Piglet should actually have quite a bit of money to spend himself. Actually, he does not. He finished up his boots after that average blade, so that's where his money went to Azil on the other side for Wild Turtle. Looks like Santorin's getting himself pretty big as well. The Abyssal Scepter to be finished up next. He's already at 300 gold on that completion. He'll start to be doing a lot of damage. Santorin's Nidalee has just come up so strong, and I remember interviewing back and saying, you know, why the Nidalee again? He's like, I always played Nidalee. I don't know why everybody else does it. I was always on this champion. Now I get to play it because it's in it.
It's kind of crazy that he didn't play it at all during the summer split regular season, despite having so much success with it in the spring. But that was along the greater lines of TSM restructuring the way they consider win conditions and being more of a team-oriented damage source. And actually being okay to bring damage from the jungle and tank threats and support threats from elsewhere. Re-enables him to play Nidalee again.
Also, wanting to be a team that creates their own advantages rather than having him farm the jungle, having him be there on a tank just for the team fights. Enabling Santorin with Nidalee and with Elise is part of the step number 1 in that thought process.
Yeah, and as far as your own plays go, Team Liquid is already up 2 dragons to 0, so this 3rd dragon is actually very critical. Unlike Game 1, 5 dragons would be a potential win condition for Team Liquid. TSM, though, with some ward coverage, Quas this time is sitting on the fountain for a teleport. This is maybe Team Liquid looking for the play.
What does he have? They have a nice Tri-Brush ward that could be used here, but Dominate's taking
Phoenix is so far
damage.
away, though.
Quas is patient. He's just sitting on the fountain. He wants to find the home guard play. Basically, in order to pull off this home guard play, TSM would start the dragon, and then the home guard TP will come
Phoenix
in.
is still split. There it is.
He's so far away. It's the Tri-Brush. It's going to be a long fight.
Home guards in. He's going to be in there. Shurima tries to divide him out. I don't think this one's going to work for Team Solo Mid to get any more engages on. A bit of a scuffle back and forth in the beginning, but even trying to assess that one, Team Liquid was saying, wait, the wall keeps pushing us out. Team Solo Mid is still able to come up with that one, though.
All of TSM's wards inside the blue quadrant of Team Liquid's jungle see Phoenix. Every move that Phoenix is trying to make from the mid lane to come down and join them. And they take these small windows of opportunity where they know that he won't be there immediately to get a lot of harass down onto Dominate and poke out TSM, or poke out Team Liquid.
Yeah. For all the time investment of that home guard teleport, Quas isn't able to make much of a play. They did have the flank attack primed, but it looked like Bjergsen's Emperor's Divide just kind of smoothly disengaged the fight.
Also, Team Solo Mid kind of forcing the fact that, oh, Dominate's out. Let's get damage onto him. He was a quarter health before they even started that fight.
That was huge.
Really working things in their favor, setting them up as they need to be for TSM to continue trying to grab a lead here. They're only down 500 gold, still anybody's game. Turrets in favor of Team Liquid right now means they've dropped the outer 3, but TSM's been doing a good job at keeping Team Liquid out of their side of the jungle. 24 minutes in, Lustboy walking around, making sure he's clearing wards with that upgraded trinket. Uh-oh. May not find what he wants here. TSM got caught quite a few times here by Gravity in their games when they played in the quarterfinals. Or semifinals, I should say. There's a kill, though. Dominate's able to rappel into position. Get that onto Lustboy. 2-1 now. TL picks up another one.
Yeah, there was so much time prepping wards on the other side of the map that on their home turf, it was Team Liquid who was able to sneak in, and now they extend the play.
Whoa, onto Turtle as well. That's the danger of trying to guard a second-tier turret. You could just be routed through the backside, and Team Liquid get a nice hit onto Turtle there. We'll see what they can do after this. Mid-wave is centered, nothing to push in the bottom, so they may just leave.
Yep, all the talking about Lustboy's wards ends up being outplayed there by Team Liquid. They go exactly where they can't be seen, and they surprise TSM on 2 accounts. The first one was a surprise on Lustboy. The second one, Wild Turtle probably should have been back because that was an easy-to-prep dive by the rest of Team Liquid, and it was successful.
Looking a lot stronger this game. Looks like they had the right talk necessary in the downtime between games here. Team Solo Mid really didn't have to adapt to anything. Pretty much trying to play the same game, and Team Liquid gets to figure that out this time. They're the ones who really had the kind of chance to change up their game here, and they did.
Again, Team Liquid, all of their gold advantage, though, is pretty much in the turrets that they've taken. So there's still standing gold on the map for TSM if they get that team fight victory. You know, if they're able to rely upon the Azir and Jinx of being safe towards one of these mid-game team fights, then they will be able to make it up if they are able to get control of the map. And Liquid do not want to let them have it.
And we really haven't gotten to see the big explosive team fights. We've seen team fights that have been disengaged. A lot of move speed coming in from Sivir, a lot of good disengage that we have from TSM.
I was talking about moments last game and how I thought TL kind of had more, right? The Azir play, Dominate Sej ults, the Piglet steal, but Wild Turtle's moments last game still can happen just as much this game. He's back on the Jinx. Like you said, we haven't seen a big explosive fight yet, and that could really start to pull things in their favor.
Big difference this game. He's not 6-0 at the 20-minute mark because Team Liquid has been able to dodge these team fights. And if we're looking at which team has a better team fight composition, it is definitely Team Liquid this time. They have much more crowd control, reliable damage dealers, strong front line. So they also even have the better flank potential with the home guard Maokai. They're going for Turtle again. He has both summoners.
Oh, there's a flash. Oh, he was trying to time it, but Xpecial waited it out.
So smart there from Xpecial. Most people would immediately go for the good-looking headbutt into the wall for the headbutt stun and then followed up with the pulverize, but he waits out the flash and gets it. Really, really well played there by Xpecial.
You know, things feel good when you have that much time to make a play and continue to assess it as you're doing it. It means that TSM really spreading themselves thin here to continue keeping themselves in the game, or at least stay constant. Turtle farming alone has been picked off twice now by Team Liquid in the same spot. And that time he did not have a second-tier turret to hide behind, so it was that much easier. Liquid's in the right spot at the right times right now because of all of these wards. Great vision control so far.
Also good wave clear. They're really using this later Sivir pick to much success. Even the Victor pick, he has been able to out-pressure Bjergsen in this mid lane. Bjergsen has been kind of taking his Raptors while he waits for the wave to arrive, meaning Phoenix is giving his team a little bit of a buffer to go in and place deep wards.
Look at the pink ward on the left side of the map. They know that Turtle again is out of lane. They're not going to go for it this time, but that pink ward has been there quite some time here, allowing them to know Turtle's not here, Turtle's somewhere else.
It's actually interesting. There's been a couple of those deep lane pink wards in both of these games. Game 1, Lustboy placed one in the bottom lane that lasted about 10 minutes. This game, again, looks like the support placed it on the opposite side of the map. This could be a new ward that is emerging in North America from scrims, potentially.
Think about that teleport as well.
They should also be checking it.
How often do you run in that brush when you're not, or just trying to not dive away from somebody? Just walk by it, like this one. It's only become recent that people check this brush, the pixel brush now. That was walked by for millions of years previously. These changes, the evolution just coming through. Coming up on 30 minutes here. Nicer lead for Phoenix in that mid lane. Keeping Bjergsen down a bit. No roam really from the mid laners here have caused too much trouble for anybody, if any. Looks like it's going to come up to the next dragon for the next fight.
Again, Quas is prepped on the fountain. This means the Team Liquid is looking for a fight if the dragon contest comes in.
Dyrus is building up his Rage Bar on Gnar.
There's the TP top side. One's to mid lane. Quas is quite far away, but he has the flank. That's going to be onto Turtle. A lot of crowd control there. Turtle is trying to get himself out with hardly any peel right now. And 3 members are on to Quas. He is controlling this fight for the team. But can the team kill Dyrus? No, they can as he Gnars out. He's just too big.
It looked like Dyrus just zoned out the world in that fight. Team Liquid did not follow Quas through after their dragon. It is a dragon advantage, but a lost fight because of Quas getting not the follow from his team thanks to the Gnar zoning. Let's see if TSM can take any type of turrets off this one.
And it was so close. Turtle was on 100 HP just from the special and Quas combo to dive. But Bjergsen and crew were all able to huddle around him, keep him safe, and the heal from Santorin comes in.
Yeah, that type of huddling can be so devastating if it's not for the peel of the team, though, because when they all group up like that, imagine a world where Phoenix actually makes it through. One death rate gets 3 kills. This was such a close fight.
So there it is. Special starts it off going straight for the back line. They immediately get the cleanse and flash out of Bjergsen, and Quas follows onto Turtle.
That's the damage.
But
Piglet and Phoenix in a double stun.
Dyrus there just massive.
Yeah, that's the change in the fight. It was tank for tank, but he was able to shut down both damage sources.
And save his hop to escape, so.
That's a good call.
Huge frontline play there.
Dyrus.
One-man frontline from Dyrus.
He's been stepping up his game. He said he wanted to play League of Legends, and he took it into his own hands, that's for sure. Quas only going to take a bit of side damage here from Dyrus. That harass is going to end soon. Actually might cause Dyrus a bit of trouble. Phoenix making sure they're not going to get flanked out. They have the wards to tell him that. But it seems like they're going to go for it anyways. Just a wet noodle fight for that bot lane.
Rather risky right there. As we see Phoenix uncharacteristically walk through the jungle without farming, I do want to kind of point out an interesting stat we found while we were preparing for this one. Never mind, fight in the mid lane, Severall.
Going to be on to Lust Boy. Glacial Fissure is up. He can try to put the defense in. He jumps over to Santorin, trying to dodge out the skill shots, and it looks like they get to safety. So Severall down. They can kind of think about things and go put some wards out without being hunted down.
We're going to use that to try and get vision control around the Baron pit. Neither top laner with teleport right now as well. It's a bit of a dicey game.
Well, they're having fun in the bot lane. Back and forth there. Had TSM had wards, when Quas and Dyrus were fighting and they saw Phoenix, they might have grabbed Baron there. So interesting plays here. Team Liquid kind of putting themselves in a dangerous situation. Team Liquid or Team TSM, however, is now starting to get that Baron control. Possibly control onto Piglet. He gets himself out. Glacial Fissure is missed.
So quick on his feet right there, flashing and juking pretty much everything. That he was caught out of position for the most part, instead of following back towards the shield of his turret. But he ends up burning a Braum ultimate for his flash and still makes a clean escape, which is pretty impressive. This Baron pressure and area control from TSM, they're definitely trying to set up a big fight.
It's like both mid laners have popped that elixir of sorcery, so a little extra damage out of them. They're looking for a finalizing fight here. Hopefully an ace.
That one ward inside the Baron pit, making it so Team Liquid did not have to go face check there. Santorin does eventually see it expire.
With the push around here, they're walking parallel to each other right down towards the mid lane. This is the dance, the Baron dance. They're not even there yet, but they're still back and forth. Control of vision, denial of vision. The ward game begins. Looks like we're gonna go back here from Piglet. He needs a little bit of mana. I don't know if that's gonna give TSM any time.
Also gets the completion on his Bloodthirster, so pretty important amount of defensive statistics he has right now, especially if he's getting dove on by a Gnar or Azir. Doesn't want to get blown up like he did at the last game by an Azir. Overshield will be beneficial.
Frontline for Team Liquid becoming more threatening now too, as the Righteous Glory is completed Onyx Special. allowing more people to follow up, so they can actually try and get some damage there. I mean, they've got Sivir plus Righteous Glory actives. This Team Liquid team can move very, very quickly. TSM do have to be very careful, keep up their defensive warding, and watch the positioning on their two endgame carries here with Bjergsen and Turtle.
Looks like teams are recalling to start prepping the next dragon. This 5 dragons is very important for Team Liquid to try and reach. And we were talking about Piglet not fitting in with the team earlier on in the split. So much of that had to do with disputes between Dominate and the rest of the team about who would be the carry. And they've actually been able to solve these, but it's in kind of an interesting way. So for post 15-minute jungle CS, Dominate is actually the lowest of all junglers in NA, because Piglet is actually the highest of all 80 carries for taking his own team's jungle after 15 minutes. Basically, Dominate is deferring the jungle farm to the 2 Koreans on his team. Quas doesn't farm the jungle either, so they're really, it's interesting too, because that's a very Korean style of jungle farming as well. The jungler is more of a support, whereas the carries get to take that jungle. What I like about Team Liquid is Dominate farms hard enough in the early game that he hasn't necessarily been relegated to a full supportive role, and it's worked nicely for Team Liquid.
You can see the same thing almost happening last split, but they were both trying to go for that jungle CS. Piglet would still be in the jungle. Dominate would still be in the jungle. You're not going to get much out of that when everybody's trying to farm. You get a lot more out of everybody being together and ready for dragon number 5 of the game. It will equal 4 or 2 for Team Solo Mid here. 4 for Team Liquid. That would put a big timer on the game for TSM to have to stop Aspect. Liquid
Dyrus charging up.
Really get an upper hand here. Dyrus charging. You're going to see Quas actually running off the base already.
Team Liquid just wants to withstand the Mega Gnar right here. They might lose their mid lane turret. We've seen this song and dance a few times before. Neither of the team fights have resulted in many kills.
Good play.
Great play for them rotating, but that cost the Mega Gnar. So now Team Liquid they've actually foregone their teleport home guard. This is a non-home guard teleport.
Where's the attack going to come from? It should just be dragon number 4. That was taken by Piglet. Big Special taking a lot of damage on the front line, even with that unbreakable will on, but they're still throwing DPS into him. Surprise, Team Liquid has not been able to find a target to fight back on. Everything is in retreat right now. TSM's able to just fight from outside their range.
Yep, Team Liquid get the dragon at the cost of Quas's life there, and TSM are able to pressure after it to grab another kill. 2 members down. The front line for Team Liquid non-existent, and TSM rotate up to Baron.
Great block of the laser there by Lustboy. Phoenix is getting pretty low. They don't want to give up this Baron, but they give up so much in the dragon
laser.
fight.
And ulti
Ult
combo.
over the wall. Look at that Victor damage.
Bjergsen, Lustboy very low. Small heals can come in from Santorin, but he can't save everybody. Phoenix just dodging. Nice guy blocked by Dominate to save Phoenix life there, and TSM is now pushed off of the Baron, giving TL a little time to breathe here. 4-4, 36 minutes in. Piglet's going to try to answer with what Bjergsen just did on the mid push, but doesn't feel safe enough to stay.
This game just keeps building and building with the dragon stacking up. Every dragon comes at a cost for Team Liquid. This cost was Quas and a Baron attempt from TSM. This was probably his worst TP yet, going straight into TSM on top of Flame Chompers without the rest of his team being able to follow or flank. It really is just a perfect setup for an Azir and a Jinx in a fight. Since they didn't have to fend for themselves, they got to do all of the forward damage on the Quas. But that teleport was basically used to zone Team Liquid's free time towards the dragon.
Yep, it was a sacrifice. And because of Phoenix play at Baron Pit, did not end up costing them anything extra.
Oh. Dyrus sleeps out. He'll be safe for now. We did have Bjergsen just on the top side, ready to clear this. If TSM, if they back up into the jungle, TL still has vision. I don't know if they're going to fully want this. Still, Team Liquid, their engages look very back and forth. Maybe miscommunication. They do want this one, though. Dyrus might be able to save himself as he nars 3 people against the wall, but there's still too much damage from Team Liquid. That's 1 pickup, but they're still quite afraid of just filing right into Team Solo Mid. So it's down the mid lane towards the inhibitor.
I think that was some miscommunication there. Dyrus actually defensively flashing out, but then re-engaging, and none of TSM following up. That means Team Liquid went straight for the inhibitor.
Yeah, the Azir ultimate is down as well, so there's no peel there. That's the fight for Team Liquid based off of a TSM miscommunication and a mistake. There were a few of those in the first game. They extended that one for TSM, but this time, the timer for Team Liquid's 5 Dragons is much closer, and opening the door to the TSM base is huge.
The positioning that Team Liquid has also set themselves in made that so easy to capitalize on. We saw the same thing last game. Dyrus was Maokai, they took him down in mid-turret. They basically got nothing off of that, except for the outer turret though. This time it's an inhibitor because the game was already put in position that they could get that.
Yeah.
Definitely thinking about the next steps before they do something and engage.
I'm really fascinated by this game as it approaches the 5th Dragon, because this game actually fulfills a lot of the requirements needed for a team to get 5 Dragons and still lose the game, because the gold is very close. Also, the first Dragon by TSM will still give them that 6% of gold statistics leading up to it, and also the fact that every Dragon that Team Liquid has gotten has come at a cost. So they are selling themselves out to get those 5 Dragons. If they sell themselves out for the 5th Dragon, maybe that fight goes even more poorly. Dragon doesn't give you any defensive statistics, so if they're putting themselves in vulnerable situations, they could get zeroed out by a very high damage late game Azir. Obviously, it's still a big advantage to be stacking up towards 5 Dragons, but it is by no means an auto win in this situation.
Especially if what you're sacrificing is your front line to do it.
It even factors into somewhat of that against a poke team as well. If you can't get your engages, if you're always disengaged with 5 Dragons, what good is it? You might just get an Azir wall and some javelins to the face while you have it. Team Liquid trying to avoid that, get 5th Dragon, and run down the rest of the lanes here. Team Solo Mid out in mid, feeling comfortable. A few forward wards, just setting things up, waiting for a mistake or waiting for a play that they can make here. 40 minutes on the clock, long drawn-out game again. Bjergsen on Azir towards the late game.
Teleport from Dyrus way inside the jungle. They're going for the flank.
Going to be a hit onto Phoenix. He may be too far. Perfect Narbar adjustment for the fight. He's going to be able to stand there toe-to-toe with 4 members of Team Liquid, 5 members of Team Liquid, but one has already gone down and Dyrus walks out, so the team can now go in and finish the rest of the damage. A nice ultimate in. It divides the entire team of Liquid, and they get taken down surgically by Team Solo Mid without even being able to re-engage the fight on their own terms.
One teleport to decide it for TSM. Dyrus comes in. It was a great combination. Turtle's Super Mega Death Rocket landing at the right time to get the AoE explosion, and Bjergsen one more auto attack. Piglet trying to be a hero.
Not this time.
Nope. Not this time, though.
Yeah. That fight, Dyrus manages Rage so well coming into that one.
Crazy.
And you could tell it really caught Team Liquid off guard, because you wait 40 minutes and suddenly you have this fast Gnar coming into you. Also that deep ward, I'll have to see how that got there because it's a brilliant ward. Gets the Gnar. That tiny little wall is what Phoenix ends up walking into. He probably should have flashed away to preempt that. Because Phoenix got zeroed out before that, it allowed Team Solo Mid, a somewhat inferior team fighting team, to get the team fight positioning. When you have Mega Gnar and an Azir in that window, they can have the strength, and they did it to take out the victor. What a massive swing in this game. And it also synchronizes with this Dragon that they now are contesting.
Oh, Dyrus goes mini and gets chunks, but so does Piglet.
That ward you were questioning, chat, was just a solo mission deep ward by Lustboy. Just rolling by himself through the jungle. Pays off, setting the pieces in motion. So with that teleport down, Dyrus now sticks with the team. This Dragon is on the table. They want to make sure they can get that same amount of damage they've been getting on to dominate the rest of the teams before they can start it. Dragon number 5 has staved off once more. The second one over to Team Solo Mid here, and the game will continue with that option on the table for Team Liquid. But again, Team Solo Mid in the late game is getting very, very strong. 304 for both Santorin and Bjergsen.
I mean, it all extends back to the play from the teleport, which was all set up by a deep ward from Lustboy a few minutes prior.
No reason, just a solo mission. Felt like going in. Nicely done by Team Solo Mid, picking up a little bit more, getting the minion waves pushed up here. They don't want to spread themselves out thin, so playing it very, very safe. Walk out together, just placing a few more wards. I guess that's not really adaptation between games. Team Solo Mid kind of playing.
Gotta catch them all.
We're stronger with this composition, so we're gonna run it again.
Putting up the shield there for the extra speed boost.
Helps.
Something you don't note all the time.
Yeah.
I think it's crazy how these 45-minute and 50-minute games can come down to seconds or fractions of a second. The ward that Dyrus teleported in on had about 10 seconds left before it expired. So the window for that play was ever shrinking. And even now, they still don't have the game completely in hand. The 5th Dragon is still a threat. Team Liquid still has a huge amount of crowd control. They also can pull off a home guard initiation.
You're absolutely right. These games have been so close, neck and neck with Team Liquid and TSM. This one definitely going the distance as well. Already past 43 minutes into the game.
Well, the history only says it's going to be 1-1 in both the spring and the summer split. These guys equal out games all the time, and it usually comes down to some 5-man crazy team fight ultimate 50 minutes into the game.
Literally the last 3 games have been a spectacular play by the Azir in the last team fight. We are kind of set up for that to happen again.
He did one already.
That's the third. Yeah.
Oh! I felt that. It hurts a little bit. Dominate down to half HP. Not that he's going to be a super help at guarding the turret here. If they start to get a bit of damage on, he'll go back heal and be able to home guard out. So he'll be right as Rain. Looks like boards are going to be cleared out. Pinks even being pushed forward here by Team Solo Mid. Definitely shows that they feel like they can guard him and just kind of camp out here on this side of Team Liquid. Top side of the map. There's the ultimate from Sivir. Piglet gonna go in, but still stay on the back. Try to help the team. Ross in a very good spot. Turtle goes down. Bjergsen's ultimate completely to disengage the fight. They flash over the wall. They want the chase here. I don't think Phoenix is gonna be able to catch on this one. They're gonna go back towards the back down to try and grab Dyrus. Only 1 kill there.
Man. Quas got hosed right there. Like, I understand why the interaction happened. I need to explain this because it looked really strange. When the Azir uses his ultimate, the soldiers follow the terrain. So it's potential to have 2 soldiers directly behind each other. And unless your entire model is over top of the soldiers when you flash in, you get bounced back. So basically, there was the front of the wall that Quas tried to go in on.
Here.
We'll see it as it gets to the play. The rest of this replay, slightly missed initiation by Team Liquid, but they still close on a Wild Turtle, which gets them the kill. And then watch the way this Azir wall goes into the terrain. There's 2 Sand Soldiers right behind it, so Quas flashes into the second one, and it knocks him all the way over.
Phoenix does it right.
If that hadn't been placed just like that, Quas would have probably picked up Bjergsen, and that would be both carries down on TSM.
And the other big thing that's terrible for Team Liquid after that is TSM. They already took the teleport play first, and they already took all the objectives off the map. So even after that big win for Team Liquid, getting to the backline carries, getting the correct home guard teleport, and taking down Turtle, there's nothing for them to gain afterwards.
Yeah, Solo Mid always setting themselves up to do something. That time, like you said, not able to get much. Team Liquid forcing a few things, but after we saw that top turret go down, that was after the inhibitor already. It's like they're getting less and less now as Team Solo Mid figures out how that composition is trying to work around them. And right now, it's just to press R on Piglet and hope they are in range to get these fights. Team Solo Mid spent quite a bit of time on the side of Liquid there for that top turret without getting it. Doesn't mean they cannot go back. It doesn't look like Team Liquid has really any way of stopping Team Solo Mid from approaching these turrets right now. 1 minute on to Dragon. That's obviously going to be a big option here.
They're just going to run around the wall.
Yep, not going to do much. They're on to Lustboy, however. Glacial Fisher comes out. The teleport from Dyrus is just going to be behind the team. Does not look like they'll be able to get much out of it. Oh, doggy!
That's
Take
2
it down the
deaths
cow.
now. 60-second death timers with objectives coming up in 50 and 45. I wonder how much TSM gets out of this. Bjergsen barely being able to run away. I thought Team Liquid was just going to follow him into the brush, but they got distracted by a giant Braum or something, and they ended up losing the fight.
Yeah, they ran right for Lustboy.
Really strange change of direction there by Team Liquid. It's going to cost them a lot of their base.
Especially the farther lane from Baron. That bot lane now gonna have to be hit up by Dyrus. Hopefully his teleport is, Quas, and hopefully his teleport is going to be up for that situation because Baron very much on the plate now for TSM.
Yeah, that is so big to get a bottom inhibitor right before the spawn of Baron, and the minion wave is already pushed up into Team Liquid's base. Yeah, TSM can set up and gain vision control around Baron really easily. So there's the wall. They do get slowed. Lustboy is able to land the Winter's Bite, and they close them off. So
and there's a perpetual slow from that Braum ultimate if you're trying to run over it as well. But Team they're trying to preempt the Baron, but they can't quite get it down.
Yeah,
that could have been a genius play, but now they're caught out a bit.
Yeah. Ooh. That zone control from TSM in that last fight, though, we keep talking about the area that Braum can control, and they really combined it so well with Azir there for that kiting.
Centaur popped his on, he's in the brush.
Happens. Just want to look good. Bjergsen soloing the Dargon.
He's got his soldiers to aid him.
4-3. We're going to go all the way up to 9 dragons on this one. See who gets number 5 first. If the game goes that far, we're coming up on to 50 minutes once again. These teams' average times reach around that 40-minute mark. Already going to push it a little farther this time as they did last game. TSM kind of on their side, not really worried about too much. Get ready, prep themselves, move up as a team. They're waiting for Bjergsen to get back after just taking that dragon. 71,000 to 76. One of the bigger gold leads we've actually seen is it just tears between a few thousand here of Team Liquid and Team Solo Mid. Still, I could say anybody's game here. A good fight, a good Chaos Storm from Phoenix, something we have not seen here yet with crowd control of Quas and Xpecial on priority targets. Many times, Dyrus has been able to wall both Phoenix and Piglet or be on the back line and keep the DPS out. Team Liquid's not getting the fights they want for sure.
No, which is somewhat surprising considering they have so much initiation.
Yeah.
Sivir, Alistair, Elise, Maokai with
Right.
Homeguard. But the peeling has been proper for TSM. The limited tank line they have with Dyrus and Lustboy has been able to peel away. Even so, we saw the danger if they can get on Wild Turtle and not get completely destroyed by Bjergsen Vizier. I mean, these are 2 mega threats that they have to deal with on TSM's side. It's a Zeke's Harbinger 4-item Jinx and a max item Vizier. They kind of have to get both of them if they're going to be diving in completely.
And Turtle is looking to go defensive after this too. The Banshee's Veil under construction.
Yep. Trying to stay safe. Not too much damage that's going to pretty much front end him out of a fight. He'll take a laser and not like it, but very good buy there to keep himself safe. Santorin, a little bit of a solo mission on the top side with a few spears to take down that turret, and another forward ward place, just about the same one Dyrus was able to teleport to, giving TSM enough vision to slightly engage.
Yeah.
Still, Dominate keeps coming out of these with like half HP. Not his day.
That inhibitor has given TSM so much control. They melt the Baron. Whoa.
I blinked. What?
Pick it up almost instantly here, and now they're on the chase.
Second time that Dominate's had to flash from Turtle. Those rockets are on point if they're missing. Get summoner spells out of the enemy team otherwise. So we have reached the 50-minute mark. Things are getting tighter for Team Liquid to be able to pull out of this rut right now, and Team Solo Mid's going to start forcing down the mid lane. Super minions in hand.
Big push. Jinx and Azir can take this turret super quick, and there's not the players in position to stop this. But TSM didn't know that. They could have actually taken that real easy. Looks like they should get it anyway. One more
Should I go in? Should you hit it? Ah, the siege minion has it. Nice baroned up minions to help from long range. Can't really do much about it. And they do have the finalizing hits. Dyrus again with the Narbar at the right time. Something that wasn't equaling or happening for Quas in the last game and affected the fights greatly.
Oh, so, well, his Mega Gnar was running out anyways. As soon as the Mega Gnar comes out, expect Team Liquid to fight.
Special, he can't get the target he wants. He's got stuck around Lustboy. They are able to drop Turtle one more time. There was a huge disengage from TSM last time, and again, they get to the spot they want. They didn't want that, though. A good hit from Piglet takes down Santorin. Piglet and Dominate are both very low, and that's pretty much the case for everybody on the side of Liquid. Bjergsen just able to fight with the soldiers on the outside.
Nobody from Team Liquid goes down yet, though, and they can send someone back for home guards. Quas is on the way with the speed boost. Bjergsen barely gets the inhibitor before Quas comes barreling down mid lane.
Whoa, that is such a close fight. You can see the damage that Bjergsen throws out, but now that's 3 people dead on TSM for 50 seconds, and even though there were 2 downed inhibitors, 1 just respawned, so there's no immediate threat right there, unless there's a super on it. There is a super minion on their inhibitor, so someone might have to go back for that one. Either way, this is Team Liquid trying to at least trade an inhibitor of some
Phoenix
kind.
going back already. Yeah,
they can't trade.
Probably do a lot more if Bjergsen had died at least once in this 2 series so far, but he has not. Or he died last series, I'm sorry. That was Wild Turtle. But this series, staying up, always able to defend, use that Emperor's Divide to clean up the fights. Still able to set up those inhibitor turrets with his Sun turret. So keeping things safe. Turtle, however, did die.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as the Mega Gnar runs out, you needed to expect Team Liquid to fight because they were getting sieged out immediately.
Get out of your base.
And they just flash pulverize Wild Turtle, hit him back in. That's the one, and then they were kind of in position to get funneled on by the Azir, and you can see how much damage Bjergsen does in that corridor, but they took out one of the mega threats, and that was enough.
Yeah, and Gnar using the ultimate just to throw Dominate through the gate, It doesn't even act as a wall, doesn't even get the stun on him. Single person just throws him out of his own base.
Walks right back in.
So without that threat, Dyrus transforming back into Mini, Team Liquid.
Yep.
And we'll get some kills for themselves and make sure that they don't have to deal with this double stacked supers. This is the most difficult. 40 seconds on that dragon.
A little bit of that farm game coming into play. 508 CS to 408 for Wild Turtle. And you can see that dominates less than Santorin. That trade-off of CS they play now on the side of Team Liquid. Hopefully getting Piglet big enough to stay alive in these fights and do what he needs to do.
And if you're going to have an inhibitor down while trying to contest Dragon, the mid inhibitor is the one you want. Because Team Liquid can make quick movements towards the mid lane to try and stop the super minions from crashing down on their base and still fight over this 5th dragon. However, this is the most dangerous dragon of the game since they now have a 6,000 gold deficit and have struggled in some of these fights before.
TP above. Gnar's not going to be built up this time, but Dominate did take a spear previously. They're still going to try to go into Dyrus. They know a small Gnar can be easy to kill. Quas on the other side of the wall. He tried to take the high road. He's going to go down. Team Liquid dodges out on the rocket. I was looking to see if Turtle could get that one to land. TSM's over the wall. They're on to Liquid now. That's Bjergsen trying to come up with a kill, but the repel comes out. Dominate lives for a second, but he's eventually going down in that one. 4 members down now for Team Liquid. They're going to clean up Xpecial, and they're going to be heading for the base. They leave the cow to live.
But Santorin goes back to try and get him, actually.
Santorin, the green boy, they can just go pushing in the game.
They want the Nexus, but Santorin wants an extra kill for his score.
The Dane trying to bring the pain. I don't know if he's going to get it. He's going to try to follow the cow and get the rest of his dinner. Finishes that one up, turns him into ground beef. 5, that's the ace. 15 to 11 this time. 55 minutes in, TSM take down Team Liquid for game 2.
And that was an incredibly close game, 55 minutes in its entirety. Ultimately, though, Quas was caught at the very end in a very pivotal team fight, and despite getting home guard so early on into the game, it just wasn't Team Liquid being able to find fights ever that were good.
Again, the late game clutch here for TSM, and they're able to take a 2-0 lead in this best of 3, looking to go meet up with CLG, who 3-0'd their quarterfinals.
Coming through again, Nidalee, Azir, CT solo mid coming through with a lot of the same picks. They did the same thing with Olaf and Nidalee as well in the Gravity series. If it's working for them, they stick with it and just try to let the other team work around it. It's working for them.
Yeah, the 2-0 puts tremendous amounts of pressure on Team Liquid, especially in a game like this where they had control for a lot of the game and just weren't able to ultimately execute their team composition. They were the ones with the home guard teleport Maokai and the Alistair to create hard initiation opportunities onto a Jinx, and so seldom were they able to get the right initiation.
That game-changing teleport on the war that's about to expire for Dyrus, and the TSM follow-up was just executed so well.
For all the small things like Piglet living in the early game, the small things came for TSM in the late game, and that's when we're really seeing things matter. Teams can get a few good kills in that early game, but still lose ground whenever that mid game happened. Bad objective, bad turret.
Yeah. Team Liquid, they have been the victims of a reverse sweep before, and so they've seen it pulled off
they know all about
from the opposite side. But yeah, with their backs against the walls, I'm very curious what their last team comp will be to pull this out, because this is where you pull out all the stops.
It's absolutely possible that this series turns around only because the first 2 games were so competitive. As long as they can stay mentally strong, they have the capability. If few things go differently, this is 2-0 in the other direction.
Yeah, TSM always expects to lose 1. Maybe 1 leads to more for Team Liquid. We'll see. For more on TSM's second win, let's throw it over to our guys on the analyst desk.
Thank you, gentlemen. TSM moving to 2-0 on the series, so very good for them. But I want to go all the way back to Champion Select Freak because we spoke about the importance of certain champions earlier in the broadcast. At the end of the first game, you had some bones to pick with Champion Select. Azir here going back over to TSM, and yet again another late game victory.
Yeah, so I'll start with the positives. I thought Dom did a much better job of snowballing the early mid game. 2 turrets to 0, minion lead for the AD carry matchup, really solid stuff, really solid ganking, really solid pressure. Props to Team Liquid, a lot of that got shaped up. But the problem is, what we're kind of seeing now in this series is very scrappy fights. And what I've been paying a lot of attention to, actually, is what the major carries of Team Liquid are doing. And Phoenix is his Victor is often not doing much. Like, even though like it should be working, right? And you Sivir ult in an Alistar and a Maokai, and then you just like everyone hits R and you group up and win. The Sivir comp's not working, and you know, Bjergsen's disengaging well. A lot of things are going really well for TSM, but essentially, you have a really low uptime Sivir, just like you had a low uptime Cog, right? If you don't kill them during Battle Arcane Barrage, and with 3 tanks you don't, then, well, Cog doesn't do anything at 500 range. Sivir, similarly, has to respect Azir at all times. Azir vastly outranges her, and it's really, really, really hard for Piglet to stay up in a team fight. Lo and behold, the big carries of Team Liquid aren't really contributing in team fights anymore, and it's so hard for them to work through this, whereas as long as you don't screw up on TSM, Phoenix and Jinx can just hit people from 800 range away and never care about anything.
Yeah, and now, Zyrene, let's look at the way that TSM played this composition that they had, because as Freak mentioned, there were leads in the lanes for Team Liquid, but we're still very much seeing this proactive TSM that's okay with giving away dragons, but still making moves elsewhere.
Yeah, they're realizing where their power is allocated, right? They're saying we can hold off for the Azir, we'll outrange them with the Jinx. If we don't have any kills now, that's fine. They got slowly and slowly behind. But I want to touch on actually the top laners and the contrast of their TP plays this game. Because Quas was not on his game. There were 2 dragons where after they got it, they didn't have to fight.
Yeah.
They really didn't have to fight. And Quas forced the fight both times where he ended up dying. And TSM, you can see Dyrus, they're regrouping on your screen right here. Dyrus, his TP that he had to the top side jungle netted them an advantage, and then I think that actually got them a Baron and a Dragon off of that play.
Yeah.
Like, the difference in how these top laners are performing right now was night and day in that game, and it made all the difference too.
And it's funny because I want to blame Quas for half of it, and I want to blame the team comps for half of it.
Yeah.
Because if Maokai, right, like pretend the Maokai and Gnar switch places, right, and Dyrus, or sorry, pretend the top laner switch teams, right, and Dyrus TP's in. Azir walls off the team, and they just kill off Dyrus, right? And Jinx does 1 million damage and all as well. When you TP onto the Victor and Sivir, and the Azir and Jinx can help, it's so much easier to be those top laners. And that could be the top laners not respected. The comps they're in or the comps they're against. But again, I still come back to the fact that Phoenix is a really good Azir, and he's not willing to play it at all. And unfortunately, Piglet does not have a high uptime AD carry. And, you know, I want to see a Tristana or a Caitlyn or a Jinx or something, someone that has guaranteed damage output in a team fight, because Mega Gnar is so scary and Azir is so scary that you can't really play a 500 range AD carry against these champions, against these players, because you just can't hit people anymore.
I want to jump into our replay, which is of the final fight of the game, if only to highlight more of what you're saying about these top laners, because for Team Liquid, as we get this up on your screen, for Team Liquid, Quas, not with the rest of the team. This wasn't a TP play, but a very odd choice by him to walk through the entirety of TSM to regroup with his team this late into the game.
This is the potential of 5th Dragon, and Piglet's down at the bottom of the screen, and then all of TSM is up on the left side, and Quas basically walks into them. So as we roll this replay out, you're going to see, I hope we get to see a little bit of Quas up in here, because everybody just jumps over on him, and it's Dyrus who's bait. Dyrus is throwing boomerangs to slow, make sure they can't get into the fight, and Dyrus practically staves off a 1v4.
Yeah, and this wasn't the first time we saw somebody on Team Liquid miss position. We saw earlier in the game Phoenix walking up through the Baron River, getting caught out occasionally. There's just, it seems to be a little bit of miscommunication from the team in the larger calls.
Yeah, there was that one Dragon fight which really stands out to me because it could have solidified even more of a lead for them, where Quas TP's in, and then everybody just ends up running at the flank, and then they all get zoned off by a Azir wall, they get zoned off by these ultimates, and they can't contribute. And also, Santorin threw a spear to attempt to steal the Dragon. It hit Dom, and it put Dom below half HP, and at that point, your shot caller should be like, this is a fight we don't take. We don't have to take this, we're fine. But Quas had already started it off.
And of course, the problem is that the team comp they put together has to team fight, right? Like, you can't outpoke Azir, you can't outwave clear the Jinx, you can't outpressure the Jinx. Maokai loses the matchup to Gnar. Like, at some point, Liquid have to either have immaculate dragon fight 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and if that works, then okay. So I can almost understand going for the fights because you almost have to, but passively you do just start giving up the map. Like, that's just how the compositions sort of interact. So it puts you in a really difficult situation. And again, that could come down to pick a different comp, or it comes down to really pray that you get those exact 5 threats of team fights.
Take us here.
Yep. Yeah. Well, both games going very late and very close. Team Liquid on the back foot, though, 0-2. When we come back, it is match point with TSM on the verge of securing their 6th consecutive appearance in the North American Playoff Finals. Don't go anywhere. Game 3 against Team Liquid is coming your way in just a few minutes.
Going into game 2, our second quarterfinals here for the North American LCS. Wow, nice dodge by Piglet. The flash and the spell shield out. Oh, are they going to be able to save him here? Piglet stays alive with just a sliver of health.
Nice.
Keep going.
I can go here.
Keep going.
Good Dom.
Kill dominate. Special. We can do Baron. Nice TP flank.
On Jake, come on, Jakes.
Jinx. Okay, Nar. I'm trying to get out.
TSM's over the wall. They're on to Liquid now. That's Bjergsen trying to come up with a kill, but the repel comes out. Dominate lives for a second, but he's eventually going down in that one. TSM take down Team Liquid for game 2.
Welcome back to the North American semifinals in Game 3 between Team Liquid and TSM. And gentlemen, as always, before we get into the game, I'm going to ask you what you want the teams to do. And Freak, coming to you first, I have a feeling I know what you're going to say on the side of Team Liquid.
Give me an A.
A.
Give me a Z.
Z.
Give me an I.
I.
Give me an R.
What? R. I got you.
Yeah. Where's the, like, please,
Azir,
please.
yeah.
You were telling me the stat, TSM are 6-0 this split on Azir. Team Liquid are 5-0 on Azir this split. Especially if you just look at the last game, like, it's a run-at-you engage comp, which is really easily disengaged by Azir's ultimate. Like, they're even counter-picking themselves now, which is amazing for Team Liquid here. So, yes, I want to see that champion come out or be banned, but it needs to show up on Team Liquid's side of champion select in one of those two boxes at some point here. I think it's a mandatory thing. Bjergsen's been highest damage dealt in the game in both games here. He is crushing it on Azir, and he's not even getting help. He's just straight up beating Phoenix and beating Team Liquid nearly single-handedly. So, I mean, it's big props to Bjergsen, but you really got to see him test on something else.
And I want to take like a step back and look at Azir in the context of this matchup in the entire split. Because when these guys have played each other, they played each other 4 times. Azir's been picked every time, and Azir's always been victorious. So Azir in this matchup is 4-0. And a large part of that is when you look at these two teams clash, they're so close in terms of map movements and how they're getting around. The game time has always been above 40 minutes. We've had 2 in the 40-minute range, and today we've had 2 that are over 50 minutes. Azir is definitely online and is an incredible hyper carry because of his range. So Azir in this matchup, I think, is just even more important because of how these teams are playing it out and their styles.
Yeah, I think beyond that, looking at Dominate, as mentioned before, to really keep the team together, he's telling his teammates, are you guys ready to play 5 games? Because that's what we're going to have to do. And it's all going to start with him being the leader of the team in the shot calls. You know, on the side of TSM, conventional wisdom says, don't change anything. You've won 2 games, you know, make Team Liquid make the change. And even then, you still have 2 games of safety on the backside.
Yeah, but if TL does make a change, do not be afraid to pivot and meet them or at least go around them. If they decide to pick the Azir, don't take their place and pick the other composition. Come at them with a different strategy that you think will actually work out. So don't just trade places.
Probably, like poke or heavy assassination are the 2 ways you typically play against Azir. I don't think you really just play other mid-range mages and get outplayed at your own game. I want like, you know, the AP Cog, the Varus, or just a straight up like Diana or Kassadin pick, like, you know, but find a heavy pivot. And in fact, you know, the Diana that got permaban against Bjergsen, you know, it's available now if you have that switch around on you.
All right, well, the players are ready to go as we send it over to the casters for the play-by-play. Dominate shares Team Liquid strategy for success.
I think we just need to focus on diversifying our playbook, really. Just having different things that we can pull out, because we did have like a couple strategies that we were using in LCS, but there's many other strategies out there that like China and Korea are using. And I think that if we're able to adapt to those styles and we can play different metas, then we'll be able to really abuse other teams in best of 5s, because no matter what they do, we'll have a counter.
That's what we were looking for. We have to see that diversity right now from Team Liquid.
Hey, hopefully it happens in these upcoming games, because seeing what they're picking is still the same thing they've been going with throughout the year. They're not switching to what he says in the other regions and their metas. And that's something I think maybe Fnatic is only doing. Random picks in the lanes that they know how to use. They're not even worrying about the meta. I think more teams need to just do that, guys. Just do that. Don't worry about it. Play what you want to play.
Let's do it.
See if Team Liquid can do it this time. It is game point coming in here for the semifinals. Going to be a very difficult game for Liquid. Now the pressure is on to Liquid. Statistically, Team Solo Mid has only 2 losses in playoff series. They have 11 wins, and those 2 losses were to Cloud9 at the peak of their game.
Yeah, TSM never lost a playoff series to a team not named Cloud9.
That's right.
They don't want to start that today, that's for sure. Team Liquid, though, backs against the wall, need 3 consecutive victories. And what will they actually change in the pick ban phase here?
A lot of focus on the jungle so far. There's all 3 of the main trio. Rek'Sai, of course, still also an early option for them.
Turns us into Rek'Sai, Gragas, Nunu, Evelynn, kind of the next tier of junglers.
Gragas picked the Santorin, loves to go back to, or did towards the end of the split we saw.
It's funny that there's so much focus on the jungle actually in the ban phase, since all these games have come down to this super late game team fight.
Janna once again. So Janna finds all 3 games on the ban list. Gragas is taken away from Santorin right there. Could have been taken away from Dominate as well. Works both ways.
Santorin wasn't hiding his poker face very well there. He's like, they took Gragas.
They got me.
Much of a secret.
Smiling ear to ear. The Alistar makes it through once again. Seems like Janna is the support to ban out through these games.
Yeah.
And the Maokai for Dyrus to keep it safe.
Yeah, so they ban out the Janna for her disengage. Yet Azir again going to second round here and could easily be picked up by Team Liquid. Again, the same initiation of the Maokai and Alistar here. Probably going to look for some speed boost for TSM. How much you want to bet?
Hey!
Well, okay. Well,
Zero
too late. I'm
fake dollars.
I'm too slow.
Finally,
all right.
picks
What
him
about
up.
this bet? That
One Azir pick.
That Rek'Sai will be the pickup for TSM's jungle.
It's likely, that's for sure.
Evelyn.
Okay.
But not that we've seen Santorin play that very much. I think you're right. Rek'Sai
If I
would
win,
probably
you
be
trim
like
your beard.
No!
Actually, I shave
I'd
an
rather
S
give you
into
money.
the side.
All right, what do we have? 30 seconds left. Team solo mid. This could be game point. This is game point for them. The choice is definitely trying to focus on that. They've had very controlling games, like Zyrene said, going past the 50-minute mark this time. Usually on average 40 minutes between these teams. So Team Solo Mid knows that's going to happen again. What can they use against Phoenix's Azir for that?
Well, man, it's just so again, it's not even just the Azir. Yes, there's a lot of focus on the
absolutely.
There's a lot of focus on the Azir because of all the great stats that they talked about on the desk. But on top of the Azir disengage, they also have Braum disengage. All right, fine. I'll shave my beard? I don't have one. So, all right, I'll grow one out and I'll let you shave an R into it. Anyways, it's the Azir disengage comboed with the Braum and Gragas. So even though it's a Sivir buffed up team, there's still so much that TSM would have to navigate around to get to the Vayne, who's going to be tumbling around, popping in and out of invisibility as well.
Yeah, Piglet goes back to an old favorite. Not something he's had success with during the summer split, though. He actually lost a couple of times on it. His least successful AD carry on the split. But
his favorite.
It's his favorite. This is like, do we pull something out? Do we try it? The whole team has to agree on this. So you know that Liquid is trying to get this through and have Piglet carry the game with Phoenix.
I really wonder what was going on with the team when they decided to let Azir fall so far in the draft in all of their first two games. But clearly, whatever strategy that was, they have kind of abandoned that. They are now taking a couple of TSM's most successful picks from the first two games and playing them against TSM. Braum and Azir, as Kobe was just mentioning, for all of their disengage potential, are now being picked into what TSM is pulling as an engage team. So this will be a real test of execution because TSM is going farther and farther in on the engage, whereas Team Liquid is now deciding for some disengage.
Yeah. Plus, I like that Team Liquid are putting their own twist on it with the Vayne for Piglet.
Yeah.
I'm very curious what they will do in the early lane swap scenarios to try and get Piglet ahead on the Vayne and get him to be a split pushing presence, get him to that level 6 and to his early Blade of the Ruin King. The other thing is, though, Dyrus had definitely much better teleports than Quas in the previous game. And he had a lot better coordination with the rest of his team. Now Quas is going to be on the point-and-click Nautilus.
See if they can get these ganks in, make them work, dominate, maybe a little more aggressive on the the Gragas in the early game.
See, I just say it, and I think that you think that I won.
It's just imprinted now. Team Solo Mid running a very similar comp besides the Elise in the jungle and the Gnar in the top lane. This was just like the comp they ran against Gravity in their last game victory. We'll see if it works for them once again, trying to keep things nice and consistent for themselves. The coaches possibly one last hug shake to get themselves to the back here. If Team Solo
Talk
Mid
about
get
consistency.
There you go.
It's the least consistent hug of the bunch. That was more just a back pat.
The hover hand? It's getting more awkward.
It's tense now because it's too...
Peter's like, yeah, we'll hug later. The champs are locked in, so head over to Twitter and update your series picks. Tweet hashtag TLWin or hashtag TSMWin. We'll update the fan vote in just a bit as we get onto the Rift. Our semi-final matchup, the second one of the week coming in here. Third game, and it's possibly game point if Team Solo Mid can take it. Liquid trying to keep themselves in this series. We're on the Rift. Team Liquid now on the blue side. TSM on the red. A lot of, say, endurance, not endurance, but a lot of what these guys had coming into the game. That mental prowess, the physical prowess now wearing down and who can continue to make the correct calls. If anybody falls silent, silence equals chaos amongst the team. Hopefully everybody stays a chatterbox and the calls are good. Clear calls.
You not only have to be a strong mechanical team, but a strong mental team to come back from a 2-0 series deficit. You have to outplay and also recover mentally from your previous 2 defeats. Being uncomfortable champions, though, is the start of that. Phoenix on Azir and Piglet on Vayne are 2 of their favorites. So that is a start. I do credit Peter for picking those champions in this situation just to give them the best chance of comfort as well as goodness.
Yeah, I hope that they stay in this 2 versus 2, bottom 2, because there's so much potential for great Piglet plays against Sivir and against Alistar. Vayne has so many tools that she can use to outplay these champions with well-timed condemns as well as tumbles. See if he can make it happen. Because Santorin on the Evelyn will be a constant threat, and it makes it more difficult to pressure a long lane.
He's already got 1 CS. Huge lead for Piglet. He's good.
He's a monster.
Ward out.
Looks like Bjergsen will this time be the one getting the... Oh! The Sand Soldier zone there from Phoenix. Clever. Not enough. He raises a new one.
Yeah.
The other one times out.
He was trying to get the basically benefit from Dyrus' saplings, but Bjergsen gets the very quick 3 small raptors. Therefore, Bjergsen will hit level 2 early on this lane. I wonder if there will be a little bit more farm denial in this matchup. It's been very farm heavy. Both Bjergsen and Phoenix averaging 90 or more CS at 10 in the first 2 games. Bjergsen also had 500 CS last game on Azir, so some tremendous farm matchup here.
It's okay.
Bjergsen missed 3 from the first wave.
He got those raptors though, so
yeah.
Haha, perfect CS.
Still counts.
Good to go. Teleports. Gonna be equally used here to the top lane. Perfect. Got him. 2.5 minutes in. We'll see how this matches up. A nice little walk to the side there. Almost telegraphed. Phoenix didn't have any minions in front of him. Bjergsen was able to kind of just curve it around. Start off that damage. Much more aggression than we've seen in the mid lane from these two. Maybe some kill potential as well.
I'm really looking at the junglers as well, because this is ideal for them. They're standard lanes. Both these lanes are going to fight quite a... Oh, here we go. There's jungle action already. Santorin does have the Wolf's Might. So the Spirit will see Dominate come in for this steal. And you do not want to commit to that in standard lane setups. Whoa, Bjergsen actually is recalling, faking a recall maybe. No, he actually completes it. Yeah. During an invade, he recalls. But, you know, Phoenix showing in lane, long ways away. Santorin will be just fine.
Interesting. Even on the strong side as well. Himself some defense there. They didn't decide to go in and get any kills. Dominates in, dominates out, and everything stays as normal here for the beginning of the game. Nobody has a really Quas. Doing a good job at pushing around Dyrus in the top lane. A little bit of an advantage.
I would have a heart attack if my mid laner was recalling while I'm getting invaded. But
it was fine.
Yeah, it was fine. Everything turned out fine. Phoenix was just sitting in mid lane. They didn't have vision of Bjergsen recalling is the key there.
Yeah.
No vision means they don't make a play on it.
You've heard the analyst Death say it. We mentioned it a few times. These two gentlemen are undefeated on Azir. Bjergsen just putting 2 more games in that record. And now Phoenix to try his hand, looking to not get his first loss. Definitely going to be a tough game as those two, as I said, already more aggressive than the previous 2. Down to the bot lane, TSM keeping the wave pushed up. Pretty much doing this consistently throughout the games, and even easier against Piglet's Vayne here in the game. Good little trade. Nope, not a good trade.
What a boomerang there. Uh-oh, he got the slow. What a Winter's Bite.
Fade in, concussive blows. Already still 2 shots off. That Ignite is down early. They know that's the aggression to get into the fight. That Ignite came down very early without Dominate being able to come around the side. Now to Quas in the top side. Very hard to ward against an Evelyn in this one. Also not going to pay off in a kill, but aggression from top to bottom.
I'm not sure why special attack.
All he had to do was wait another half a second.
Well, Turtle was still going to be able to flash away at the very last second of his spell shield, but I mean,
but there's literally no reason to do that auto attack.
I mean, you want to give an old friend some mana. Right?
Pat him on, give him a pat on the back as he leaves.
Here you go, bud.
Oh, okay, so there is a reason. Because you still get your auto attack damage.
True.
If he was at like 50 HP or something. Or if 50 HP would get the kill. Then there is a reason.
Looks like pink ward game from Santorin being pushed a bit farther into the side of Team Liquid's jungle. He can make sure he's got some easy in and outs as Eve. And clear any of the wards that may see him after taking down a camp. Sees this one. He's going to be able to take that down. So, bit of aggression, back and forth. Summoners blown in the bot lane, but still no kills. Everybody playing very safe with a little bit of aggression that they're putting into the game. Bjergsen very low now. Phoenix also taking a bit of damage here. Ignite on the side of Bjergsen for that kill pressure. And cleanse for Phoenix. He may be able to cleanse a charm here if he goes in. It's going to be the Orb of Deception that comes out. Dominate under the turret.
Woo! He hit the charm, I think, just as he got the second spear rush there.
Yeah. Ooh, risky game Bjergsen was playing there.
Yep.
He knew he was going to hit level 6 if he could clear the wave, which is the only reason I think he extended that far to clear that wave. Did get level 6 and was able to Spirit Rush away and didn't end up burning summoner spells either. So ultimately a measured risk there.
Yeah. It was a good look from Dominate, though, and a good idea to go for that gank. Just Bjergsen was able to outplay.
Probably would have been a kill if he still popped people up, you know. Those Azir changes. Coming into play a little bit there, but Dominate still trying to finalize the kill. Now Piglet and Xpecial have a little bit of time to get damage back on the turret. Lustboy has gone back and set up some defensive wards for the team. Not going to get too much out of it. 48-41, one of the closer lanes we've seen between the duos and the tops, actually, this game, all throughout.
And that was with Visit down bottom.
Yeah, that's true.
Dominate.
Get a Skirmisher Saber Santorin this game. Haven't really seen diversity too much in the jungle items lately. He feels that's going to be the right choice as they keep moving on. 6s are being hit across the board. Gonna have to watch for the ults.
Now, something that's consistently in favor of Team Liquid have been more pink wards out earlier in the game for Team Liquid than TSM. And it has given them that comfort and that defensive vision. This time around, TSM did get have gotten one up, but it's really deep, and Dominate finds it super early, so that's an offensive one. The big thing about the defensive ones is that they're so easy to defend, and you can collapse very quickly. But that one picked up quickly.
Yeah, with the pink wards that have been consistent, that's also one of the reasons the Team Liquid has won the early and mid game in both of these matchups. Both of the wins the Team Solomon has picked up thus far have been due to superior team fighting.
Yeah.
This one, though, with the Azir and a lot of crowd control on the side of Team Liquid, still bringing a decent team fight punch in this one.
The dive.
Hoping to change the story here.
Quite telegraphed, giving time for the TP here.
5 men, though?
This is going to be difficult if they want it. Dyrus takes first tank on this one. Xpecial and Dyrus go down at the same time. A quick trade for kills. Lustboy's the next target. Piglet can't get him. It's the heal coming in. That's going to be a big... Oh, he does get the kill in. I was going to see a big save if Xpecial is able to get out of that. Santorin's being chased down now. 2 for 2 in the overall fight. And Santorin's able to mission impossible this one and get himself to safety. They both choose different paths.
He's not out of it yet.
He's not recalling.
Oh, does he go over the wall? Oh my God! Dominate is God. Santorin not moving out. Couldn't really place the ward to do anything.
Process of elimination. He must be there. We walked everywhere else. But to body slam into a stealth target is pretty awesome.
Yeah, to go around that small wall by the turret, Santorin would give up the game. So very good tracking there by Dominate.
Yeah. Either way,
they corralled him.
TSM preempted that dive a little early. Alistair and Eve are both tremendous turret divers at level 6, but they both ended up diving at level 5 right there. The dive goes a little bit sideways. Team Liquid had a very slow collapse down from the mid lane, but decided to do so nonetheless, and they're the ones that come out with the edge again in the early game.
Nicely done. Did take TSM a bit of time to coordinate that one. You saw Lustboy walking in, walk through a few wards. That teleport really helping to stave off the worst of the situation. A little bit of a back and forth here in the top lane. Nobody's really going to come out the better, I'd say. Maybe on the monobar. Just back and forth.
I do have to touch on the mid lane matchup once again because we just crested the 10-minute mark, and the CS is much lower in this game than it was in the first two. So the tempo has definitely been picked up from a harassment standpoint. Couple early recalls by Bjergsen as well because they were trading so heavily. A lot of CS being forfeited in that lane to make other plays.
Yeah, you mentioned how good both those mid laners are at attaining CS for themselves. They've also been some of the best in the league at keeping the CS of their opponents down. Liquid with a rotation over to Dragon, though. Should be able to get this one scot-free.
Pretty easy. Yeah. Both mid laners usually 8 to 9 CS up on their opposing. When you guys are playing against, when these two play against each other, only one's going to have that lead. Bjergsen right now a little bit stronger this time, as Dyrus and Quas still at it in the top lane. No teleports there, so they're happy to just be taking swings at each other. They have the wards to do it.
Yeah. And once again, comes the rotation. TSM sending Turtle up top on the Sivir. They should be able to melt that wave really quickly. And we might see our first 2 turrets go down as they trade, with the Piglet and Specialist staying down bottom. Quas is sticking around. He's trying to clear the wave so that Turtle can't take it. Doing a pretty good job as well on that BP Nautilus.
Piglet having a CS advantage is also pretty critical, and he can get Blade of the Ruin King, especially from an AD carry dual perspective. Wild Turtle's been caught out already in a few games trying to get some sideway farm. That just becomes even more dangerous against a Vayne. Vayne can run down and duel pretty much any other AD carry.
Already to the Morello Namicon, and Team Solo mid looking like they can get themselves into the jungle here and try for some dangerous things. Lustboy just going to go for some forward wards, make sure they have an eye on wherever Dominate is.
First item Aegis for Dyrus on Malcolm.
Good eye.
No catalyst, no mana for the Frozen Heart. He can actually not hold his ultimate on for very long, but the aura will be massive for the heavily magic damage team that Team Liquid will be in the mid game. Team Solomon has to get a dragon team fight to make that item at all worth it, and it has to be soon. There's not even a dragon up.
That's very true. If Bjergsen or anyone else on TSM is able to pick off Piglet, then that will really turn the tides. Everyone already having that magic resist.
Hopefully, he can use that ultimate to keep himself alive longer than it looks right now with the items in his inventory. Quas just on the backside for any engage coming in. Bjergsen, however, playing it safe in that mid lane. We're going to see Piglet going down to the bottom. Keep that free farm to himself now.
Yeah.
Getting a little bit of a lead. That should be cleaned up by Wild Turtle soon. Turtle still can bring that Sivir ultimate to disengage TSM.
Special actually going up there to soak experience, even though they already had a decent amount of vision. Did that get him levels? No, he was already 7. All right, TSM once again though, all sending every single resource down to the bottom side of the map. They give up more free farm to Piglet, and he's gonna have alone time with the turret, but TSM looking to make a play in the red side jungle here of Team Liquid. Nobody comes to defend, so there will be no Team Liquid casualties, and they just trade once again.
They're just okay with having Piglet get these turrets and split push going on Vayne. Also, he's getting the solo XP for these turrets, so Piglet getting very, very farmed in comparison to others. Most gold in the game, nearing 5,000 at this point, just a hair ahead of Bjergsen.
He's gonna shove back towards Team Liquid territory as well.
Yep, and that Blade of the Ruin King's finished, so now he can come to the bot lane, start soaking up that, and a free early game for a Vayne. Quite nice. Piglet's very happy with the situation he's in right now. Same thing happened for Turtle. You're gonna get a good effect out of him. Bit of a fight in the mid lane. Ult for the slide on Phoenix. Phoenix low on mana though, so they can't afford to do too much more.
I think Bjergsen got mind gamed a little bit right there. Phoenix did not have enough mana. After that E, forces a recall because he burned his ultimate that quick.
Yeah, missed his 2 skill shots and then wanted to get off screen.
Just reminiscing about the power he did. He's like, well, I killed someone when I did this. I don't want to die. Still has his Ignite and Flash up, so if anything comes of an engage, he can still use those to get out safely or get a kill in himself. Turtle's going to start cleaning up the Scuttle Crab for the team. Looks like everybody takes a break after that quick engage. 1 minute and 50 on the Dragon. Nobody wants to use their ult all willy-nilly just now, so they're going to have to be parasoled. That's actually very nice. A minute and a half out gives Phoenix some time to go heal if they allow him. Looks like he is going to try to get back.
Yeah. Just going to call Dominate over to hold it, but it was a good exchange there for Bjergsen landing the charm and then getting out before the counterattack came in. Not much pressure that they can really, not much they can do with that pressure though. As you said, plenty of time for Phoenix to go back and heal. Doesn't cost him anything.
Team Solo Mid is taking it upon themselves to win the Ward War here towards the bottom now that Dragon's coming back up. See if these come in a little late for Team Liquid. The one they place is going to be a good one, but it might cost Xpecial his life. That pink ward for a regular vision is not going to be worth on that one.
Yep. Bjergsen first to level 11 and didn't even have to use his ultimate to grab that kill.
Yeah.
That is pretty huge.
So that's going to be turning the tides here for this Dragon fight as TSM set up the vision.
The catches begin. These are the small things that are shifting each of the 3 games so far. One small catch here and there.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
They see him cancel. They're going to wrap around right behind him.
They're on a mission.
This is a post-level 6 Alistar as well.
I feel like TSM might be a little suspicious after that one, even though it was total coincidence.
He's just
He was
hovering on
baiting
a
them
ward.
into a wraparound or something.
Well, he did not extend past the turret. The teleport is available, so definitely would be a dangerous move.
That's the teleport that got TSM a huge lead last time, just behind the red. And that ward is being placed very early by the team still. Doesn't look like they get to use it this time. Just the pressure for Dragon. They were looking to see if they could pick off Piglet, but no chance there. This, however, is Piglet's first time really with the team going for an engage. He's been in the lane by himself. See how big he got.
A couple things about this fight. The locket advantage could be critical for Darius, but because he doesn't have a mana item, he pretty much can only do one full rotation of spells. Maokai's a very mana-heavy champion. From there, both top laners have teleport. Team Liquid has some of the zone control because they are there first with Azir, but it's a very important priority for both of these teams. TSM doesn't want to have to walk into the Azir, so they're prepping back and forth with the turret and the Dragon.
This would be very tough. They're putting themselves in a choke point here. Emperor's Divide would clean TSM out of that area, but still give them the turret easily. Good movement by Quas, coming back around, and by Xpecial to make sure that turret doesn't go down. Now they've had to kind of give up position on Dragon. We'll see how this works.
Some more good poke landed by Phoenix. Trying to chip him down. Lesboya on duty with the heals though. They're just fine. I'm really curious about that mid lane minion wave because they're just trading off clearing it. Turtle's the one for TSM clearing it though, so Sivir would have to walk down if he wanted to join and the fight broke out.
Yeah, already positioning himself somewhat. Get these wards for a minion wave if it comes in. Really keep my eye on Dominate's ultimate here. Lustboy as well for a bit of an engage after on the hunt, but Dominate's explosive cast could really get a good separation on somebody like Santorin. Bjergsen out of the fight. Everybody playing super safe right now. Really no mistakes to be made. That's the only way this fight's going to start. I don't think anybody's engaging on their own accord here.
Well, it does look like Santorin's kind of positioned for a flank, but he has to quickly retreat because he walked over a pink ward.
Yeah, you really got to be careful about flanking on Vayne. She will be able to solo.
Piglet, he is hovering in that bottom brush, making sure that Santorin doesn't come back.
Yeah, that pink ward right there is the whole reason this happened and the whole reason TSM gave up that dragon. Lucky for Santorin, though, that he was able to leave instead of walking by that pink ward when Team Liquid were around to capitalize. If Quas had hooked him in, that would have been even worse for TSM.
Really nice back and forth there.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's not even that bad because they trade a turret for that dragon. And it's only number 2. Not that crucial. They'd like to have the 6%, but they can wait another round for it.
Really smart play back and forth, actually. The pink ward prep, also the attempted flank, also TSM's adaptation once their flank failed. All of it just quite well played.
Where do we go from here? All the wards are in the bot. Play looks like it's going to start hovering towards the top as the camps spawn. And that minion wave gets pushed up. So we'll see Lustboy, the rest of the team, actually double sightstone for both sides to get a plethora of wards wherever the action is going to happen. 28 seconds on to Baron. You can bet your butt they're going to start being placed around that area. Just core items for the AD carries. Turtle still got that Infinity Edge to Piglet's Blade of the Rune King. Still have not seen them get to go off yet in these fights.
Yeah, speaking of the items too.
QSS.
Moving that Santorin does go with a Rylai's Crystal Scepter on Evelynn because it works really well when trying to kill Vayne. He's going to have the Sivir speed boost already, and the Rylai's slow with Evelynn is constant. So, definitely very annoying for the Vayne player.
Piglet's trying to limit the annoyance as much as possible. Second item, QSS.
Yeah.
His damage is going to be minimal. This actually pushes, in my opinion, Team Liquid into a bit more of a farm-off here in the mid-game.
Yeah.
This is the smallest mid-game advantage Team Liquid has had so far in the series. So they're really banking on these late-game team fights coming through, I think.
Yeah, definitely Bjergsen would have to look at the inventory and check too. He has to be careful now because he's going to be looking for the picks on Piglet and should be expecting the cleanse from Quicksilver now on his Charm.
Let's see, I'm putting a timer on Phoenix, the 40-minute Phoenix fight, where he comes in with his ear, just makes a play as usual from Liquid's side. Doesn't look like TSM is positioning themselves in any sort for that to happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if Phoenix made it happen regardless. Back and forth, Lustboy tries to win the Ward War just under the turret in that choke point. Looks like that'd give them a pretty good engage if Team Liquid were able to walk up. Very safe play by both teams. TSM feeling good about this series already. They locked this in. That's enough championship points for Worlds. They have this game win on their mind. They're not really worried at this point.
Yeah, and so far in this game, Team Liquid has actually done a really good job preparing against the Evelynn. They have pink ward coverage on one side, and the only place where they had a gap of pink wards is where Santorin was going to approach from, so they pulled down towards that spot and made him fall back. They have incredibly high awareness of how Evelynn can attack them, and it's really making it difficult on Santorin to do anything productive.
Decide to go here. Still just camps for Santorin. Needs to get himself farmed up. Pretty tied with Dominate at this point. Both junglers pretty much banned out off that Nidalee this game. Banned from TSM on their side. And now forced on to Dominate. Gragas and Santorin's Eve. And we saw Santorin, little chuckle when the Gragas was taken away. He probably expected to be playing that this game. So having to pull out the Eve. Slowing him down a bit.
Yeah, I think that's both of their go-to.
Right? That Dominate has, I think it was like 7 and 7, Rek'Sai on Spring and on the summer play, so he always has that to fall back to as well. I guess everybody does. You junglers in your pools. Nobody even targets it anymore.
Jat's champ pool is Udyr.
Udyr.
Hey man.
Used to be Trundle.
If it's not broke, don't fix it. No one ever bans it.
It's a great reason.
Whenever we're discussing the merits of some junglers, Jat's like, yeah, but Udyr could do this.
Yeah, I'd rather just play Udyr at the end of the day, or a Mumu. This is why I'm not a professional player.
Those metas have changed.
And it's not even just the pink ward coverage here from Team Liquid, though. It's a very complete vision coverage that they have. Plenty of green wards inside the camps as well. So when either buff is taken, they get vision on them.
Yeah.
1 minute and 20 seconds, they might shift a lot of that vision because a lot of the wards are placed up on the top side right now. And they might begin shifting that down towards the dragon to prep for number 3. So this Krug was actually taken too early for the dragon fight. TSM will have control of it, but the speed shrine will expire by the time dragon comes up. So they won't get that extra team fight power of having the speed boost, which is extremely important during those mid-game team fights.
Especially if you're TSM, you can go even faster. Go super fast. No team has a chance to get away. They do have specials, Braum, Disengage. We've been seeing a lot from supports lately as Disengage, Janna on the ban list, all 3 games. These are the supports we've been getting. Coming up on 25 minutes, a very close game. Once again, 3-3. Team Liquid trying to get TSM to march to the beat of their drum of pushing down mid lane. We just saw this happen on the other side. TSM was pushing mid, they got the turret, Liquid got the dragon. We'll see if it can happen again, where Liquid gets the turret and TSM gets the dragon.
This time Liquid doesn't have pink ward coverage on the flank of Evelynn, so they have to be very careful about the way they position themselves. Dyrus as well with teleport up. No home guard though, so we can't get a great initiation. I'd like to see a home guard teleport Maokai with an Eve for a flank, but it's not very likely given the current situation.
There is still a really good ward for him to teleport in on, up behind on the ledge.
Or right in the middle of the pit, how about?
He dives through Santorin, making sure that he can't get ulted and then hit up by the rest of Team Solo mid. Piglet's in a good spot, cleanses off the exhaust, has only Dyrus to shoot now, Lustboy as well. just defense right now from Team Solo Mid. They have not given Piglet enough targets to hit. Dominate could get taken down here, and Team Liquid cannot finalize the kills. A flash away from Phoenix. There's the fight. It's not 40 minutes. It's not going to be enough for now. Class goes down. How is TSM still alive? The entire team on the Iron Lung right now. A long-range twisted advance caught on the flash of Piglet, and the ace for Team Solo Mid.
Clean ace. Whoa, the emphasis on team fighting there for TSM pays off yet again. Finally pull the trigger there. Yeah. Santorin goes straight for Piglet. He tumbles backwards, and while the rest of TSM just melt Special
right
there.
Yeah, that was such a crazy fight. I'll touch on the itemization after, because that was a huge thing about this fight. Phoenix and Piglet were not really optimizing at all for damage here. The start of the fight is all right. Very, very crowded in. Dyrus gets a good initiation in at the start with Maokai. And honestly, Piglet and Phoenix are getting a lot of DPS off, but their DPS isn't that high.
And then after they've already taken down Braum, the re-engage here onto Dominate. Bjergsen and Dyrus combining for that. Turtle flashes the initial move from Phoenix, and then when he goes in for the ultimate, you can see how much that flash meant. He survived on 100 HP.
He also dodged out on probably a Riptide that would have killed him. He almost ran into it. Just great piece of mind.
But he's been rooted already.
Dyrus still had his flash for that one. The items are still very similar to what they were before that last fight. I feel like Piglet lost his way in this game. The QSS didn't do much, and then he has a Vam Scepter and the component of what could be a Phantom Dancer or a Static Shift. He just does not have optimized items at all. He's got components of 3 different ones. Also, Phoenix had to itemize defensively to go against Bjergsen, so he was a Merc Treads, Nashor's Tooth with a Blasting Wand to Zir, not the guy who jumps in and crushes you with his ultimate. And those small moments of damage combined with the locket from Dyrus left everyone at a sliver.
Yeah, and it's not even just the locket. The Frozen Heart completed as well for Dyrus. He's bringing 2 auras to this team fight battle, plus his ultimate, another basically an aura, whereas Quas is building completely for selfish tank stats.
Yeah, the fights, it's only going to get worse from there. The Frozen Heart hadn't been completed at the time of that fight, but at least they had the locket. I mean, that's the type of game-changing fight that can cost you a series. There's been a couple of those moments for Team Liquid in this series. The Super Mega Death Rocket that stole Baron, the poor teleports in the last game, and then this last fight where everyone is at a sliver. They need to be so strong mentally to come back from those moments.
Also, Piglet was only able to get auto attacks off on all of the tanks. Santorin only had to take 1 before he flashed out, knowing that he was very vulnerable to Evelynn, having not built armor. That's why he initiated and then immediately flashed away as soon as he got the tumble out. From that point on, Piglet could only get a couple autos on Alistar with the ult up, and so a lot of that damage was negated.
It was definitely a weird fight. He condemned Alistar away, and that was still the closest target for him. Unfortunate situation there to have happen, especially for an AD carry. Seeing Dyrus now, Frozen Heart built, as you said, Jat, on top of that locket that helped out greatly in that fight, mitigate a bit of the damage. And now TSM looking at a 3,000 gold lead. Specials trying to get a bit of coverage onto Baron, clean up the fundamentals before they move on to the next step. TSM with that lead seems very confident about their moves. Good bit of trade of damage here coming in.
That was actually a very precarious situation for Dyrus. He walked right by that wall. If that condemn had tagged the end of the terrain there.
It's probably a good thing that it almost mind gamed Team Liquid into not knowing he was pretty much away from the team. Very dangerous moves. Things you may not think about are just D path here as Stamina wears the 3rd game of the series. Pretty much coming up on 3 hours practically, with the first one almost being an hour long. We're about 2.5 here overall, including the in-betweens. So it's going to be tough. Got to make the right moves all the time. No room for errors. And right now, Team Liquid is power in numbers. Trying to get it. Good push from Sivir on the top side. Turtle's going to rejoin with the team here. Might be a little scary, though. They don't have vision on him. He should be okay. Team Liquid putting their foot down in the mid lane. Not too much poke coming from Bjergsen on the Orb of Deception. Whoa, Lustboy decides to go in. The communication from the right side. Dyrus is on the bottom. It was Turtle rejoining with the team. Not very much mana onto him. Dyrus goes down, but so does Braum. Specials on the floor, and now Team Liquid are pushing forward. A nice double kill for Piglet as he finds his targets with the help of the rest of the team.
Huge pickup right there, and they're already heading towards Baron. TSM looking like they want to skirt around the outside, but for this, if TSM do try and poke, Bjergsen does not have his ultimate. This is a Blade of the Ruined King. Vayne here gonna melt through it.
In 18 seconds, Maokai could come up, but I don't think they're gonna have that much time. Team Liquid does peel off of the Baron, though. Stun!
Boom, right into the wall. Eve is down. Santorin had no chance to think about an exit situation. The rest of the team is hoping that they're not gonna go for Baron, and they win out on that.
They sacrifice Santorin to stop the Baron. Team Liquid find themselves another kill, though.
Yeah, series of events go well for Team Liquid right there. Piglet played great at the back of that team fight in the mid lane. The initiation was a little bit slow from TSM. They have Lustboy who goes in because they have the Maokai and the Eve attempting the flank, but it's just delayed. The Headbutt Pulverize doesn't actually combo into anything. By that point, Not Assault knocks up Bjergsen. He can't put off damage. Santorin never goes in with the rest of the team.
That's the key.
And the rest of Team Liquid can kind of death ball through.
Dyrus Twisted Advance went on to dominate rather than Piglet, who was tumbling right next to him. And without that snare, Santorin was not confident in engaging in that fight. So Lustboy and Dyrus go in, Santorin does not, and TSM crumble.
Piglet gets a bit more damages inventory, somehow squeaks by that kind of just zone of no damage he was in for those dragon fights, that middle part of the game. Now 4-1-1, kind of having the result that Turtle had the first game, getting everything in kills after the laning phase. TSM now going to try to assess the situation. Looks like they put everybody towards the top side. They definitely have the wards for it on the entry or escape. So they're going to spend some time here. Or not, just the blue. Making sure the blue is safe to get. Even with the minion wave coming up, it's not what they want. It's going to be all about Baron still. There it is. Turtle backs up to make sure On the Hunt is given to the rest of the team. Dominate could be going down first. The Emperor's Divide knocks them back, but that still looks it could be a follow here. Phoenix, great damage onto Bjergsen. Piglet is definitely still up, making his way into the fight with the rest of the team. Turtle gets grabbed on the anchor toss. Lustboy goes in valiantly to try to save the rest of the team, and I don't know if it's going to help Soldiers move forward. Phoenix doesn't take the slide, and they do get out alive, but great fight by Team Liquid.
This team fighting for Team Liquid is really trending them towards a game 4. That was a fight where they started completely out of position. TSM was grouped up and jumped right towards Team Liquid, but Phoenix and Piglet just wrecked with their favorite champions each under their control.
But they're just going to get a dragon out of it. They did use Quas Teleport as well. So TSM now have teleport advantage, and they've got plenty of deep wards leading up to Baron, which is the remaining neutral objective on the map. So Team Liquid definitely happy with their last two team fight victories, but need to be cautious still. Here's the full-on initiation onto Dominate, who gets blown up.
Nautilus had to teleport in, Braum arrived late, but the Nautilus Assault went onto Bjergsen, and Phoenix just locked in the crosshairs and took him down. I also have to note the double lifesteal build from Piglet, now that it's coming together, means you need to put supreme focus on the Vayne if you don't want him running through the rest of the team fight, which puts you in a tough situation since Azir is also on the team and you need to focus him as well.
Exactly. That Azir wall stopped TSM aggression from continuing past the mid lane. They got the dive on to Dominate, but they could only take down the tank. Piglet firing from the other side of the Azir wall.
Yeah. A lot of the cleanses not allowing TSM to follow up on the targets they're actually getting the crowd control on. Definitely a little miscoordination there as that happens and the team is in and out at the same time. Looks like the Sun turret put up in the mid lane gives TSM, or Team Liquid I should say, a bit of a base and safety out here, but it's about the top. A little bit of a misposition there. Team solo mid, maybe they'll take this out.
Yeah, there's also a monster wave down in the bottom lane and no teleport on Quas to go deal with it, so Team Liquid is getting really pressured in right now since Baron is still a viable objective. They're probably going to lose that bottom turret to that giant minion wave, and that minion wave may even continue on if they don't do something soon.
Dominate gets chunked again. Half life going into this fight. He does have plenty of regeneration though using his passive. Now Team Liquid are actually on the other side, and TSM get a bunch of damage on the top turret. Wow, the bottom one. A couple more hits from those ranged minions and it'll go down.
What
Quas is in.
Dance. Team Liquid definitely up against the ropes on this one. That's a choke point they would love Team Solo mid to be in, but TSM is in the lane, able to disengage. They might split up here. This could be dangerous. Piglet does get the chase. There was no reason to split up from the team. Dyrus goes down as well in the I think I can save Wild Turtle situation, and TSM lose 2 for no reason.
3 team fight victories in a row. Will this be the one that Team Liquid get Baron off, though? They're ready and primed for it. Everybody healthy this time.
Also a Bjergsen ultimate up. He goes right in right away.
In and out. The HP bar straight down on
That's
the side
a hero
of
play
Dominate.
right there.
Huge to stop the Baron once again. Only 2 members were able to do it at Team Solo Mid last time. It just took Bjergsen on this attempt.
Yeah, I overestimated the minion wave in the bot lane. Somehow that turret lived with a sliver, killed the rest of the minions. So TSM didn't even get turret gold for either of the turrets they were propositioning to kill. And Phoenix is just getting more and more powerful. We saw Piglet's chase down now, double lifesteal with the move speed. If it wasn't for that Bjergsen play at the Baron pit, this would be firmly in Team Liquid's hands right now.
Definitely good moments coming from Team Solo Mid as well to keep themselves in this game. The adrenaline is pumping on both sides. 11-11, the closest of this series so far. 35 minutes in. The Dragons mirror last games. 3 for Liquid, 1 for TSM until TSM allowed Liquid to get 4 and then took control of the game themselves. We still got a little time before that happens as Dragon is not up. Baron very much on the table though. We're going to get it back from Dyrus. His teleport is up. Level 16s are now being hit across the map by the mid laners. Good push by Liquid. A lot of confidence in the mid lane. They knew pretty much they would have that. No reason for TSM to put themselves in a bad
They're setting
spot.
up for a pincer moving here for TSM, though. They had Lustboy on top and Santorin on bottom for the double flank. Here comes the team. They're going to collapse inside, and they've got vision.
Yeah, Eve is actually in position this time for a flank, but
Special. Both of the supports are just getting torn apart right now. They're going to be the deaths in the beginning. Lustboy very close. Flashes to safety. That is huge to keep him up if he can get back into the fight after this. Santorin, however, puts himself too far forward with the HP of the rest of the team. A god hook from Quaz coming in at max range, and Liquid is pushing towards the base.
All right, forget about Baron. 3 times they tried to go after a teammate. Well, never mind. They're going to do it this time. All right, they don't push up mid. They head back towards it once again. They do have vision up on the top side, and they've got plenty of oracles to pop.
I think it's the right choice. Immense amount of wave clear still from Sivir. Baron will help. They'll be good after this. They hope, and so do the fans. What a game so far here in Game 3. Team Liquid looking to keep themselves alive for that first place chance in the NA regions.
they keep winning these team fights. The Piglet play has been awesome on Vayne this game. So much focus down onto X Special at the start of this fight.
Yeah.
When really the flank should have probably been going in for Phoenix or Piglet. They basically get to free hit. TSM has to run away straight off the bat.
Still can't believe Lustboy lived there. Then Santorin stuck around too long. He didn't have flash. Max range on the hook there from Quas.
That's a max range dredge line right there.
That definitely was. Bjergsen wasn't able to sidestep. But, man, yeah. Team Liquid are even able to focus an Alistar there as they get a pick because of the True Silver bolts from Piglet.
Yep.
But Lustboy lives anyway. Flashes out.
Very, very lucky. He has a bit of that Iron Solari shield as well. Everything needed to get out. Wouldn't say safely, but by the skin of his teeth. So Bjergsen towards the top. Going to start clearing out a few things. Maybe hit a core item for himself. Looks like he's trying to get that loot in his inventory right fast as he heads away from the team. Team now probably has the orders. Stay calm. Don't go crazy. I'll be right back. Team Liquid's going to try to power in numbers his dragon down. It should go down quick, and it should be number 4.
Yeah, second game here, getting up to 4 dragons. This one, though, they haven't had to trade lost team fights in order to get the dragon, making it much more likely that they can push their advantage in order to secure Dragon 5.
The best position Team Liquid have been in all series long for sure. Baron buff now. They can try and close the loop here on the bottom outer turret. Piglet doesn't even wait for the minions.
He knows he can lifesteal that up really quickly.
All these Banshee's Veils, Quicksilver Slashes, and Cleanses, just denying the fact that Team Solo Mid can lock you down once you try to engage. Team Liquid free to run around in these fights. It's definitely gotten them great positioning on Phoenix, great peel for Piglet as well. Now onto the inhibitor turrets.
It's up to Turtle to try and wave clear as quickly as possible. While it's dangerous for Vayne to go in there, he's up right at the front lines.
Not much
even
they
with
can
the
do.
Vayne, because of the Azir and the Baron minions, they siege down that turret really quickly. TSM just doesn't have the ability to clear that wave quick enough.
One and done on that. We have seen the bottom turret go down. TSM still able to come out victoriously in that situation. Sun turret goes down. A safe back here for Liquid as they look to push another lane. See what Team Solo Mid can do in this little bit of off time here they have for themselves. See those Zeke's Harbingers icons under Sivir right now. Lustboy has picked that up. Doesn't look like special is technically going that way, but he could with the armor.
Still a pretty new item. Just want to let everyone know, when they have that icon, it means once they attack or do damage for the next 6 seconds, you gain 50% crit.
Oh, they got the Sloan Turtle.
No, he used the shield at the right time, but still took a lot of damage from Phoenix's Azir. Lustboy should be able to make it out here. The crowd control was already broke from the ult activation, and the following CC is just too much from Team Liquid. They again get a pick for themselves.
And unless TSM has well-constructed, organized initiations that can lock down both Phoenix and Piglet at the same time, they're going to lose these fights. Now they're without their support. That's part of their initiation, but that's a charm.
Yeah, and even then, TSM pretty much have to get a pick to be able to come out ahead.
Boy. Oh my gosh. Flashes over the wall for a Riptide. Slow the crowd control. Anchor toss hits Bjergsen. It's not something they want though. They're just forcing him out of his own home. And Team Liquid is inside the base looking to keep this game alive.
Yeah, Phoenix got flashed on in the backside while he was super low by Darius, and I think Piglet saved him with the heal. So just great team fighting and teamwork coming from Team Liquid right now. 3 dead, they're looking for the win.
It's been a question if Liquid can go through these series with enough strength and mental fortitude. We've seen the reverse sweeps, and it looks like they do have what it takes to keep themselves mentally in the game and physically, pushing in now to the Nexus for a Game 3 victory. Will they be able to get it? Very low health bars in the final attempts of Team Solo Mid, and they may not be able to close out the game right now. We still got time.
They have so much control over this game, though.
Yep.
They just don't want to blow it on overextending. TSM, if they get back in this, it has to be some crazy Sivir speed boosted picks that they get.
Yeah.
Because Ahri is all about burst damage, and in a long team fight, Phoenix will far outdo him. Piglet as well has been dodging around very easily.
Looks like that will be a Zeke Sonic special. He's got the Glacial Shroud in, help him stay alive a little bit longer if Wild Turtle can get on him, but Team Liquid looking very good at this point. Top lane is what it seems like what they have on the plate. It might be scary here as they reach it together.
You could just go kill him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Piglet on the hunt.
Da-da-da.
Oh boy. Oh boy! Oh boy! Yes!
Oh boy, you got him!
Wow. Unfortunate you can't just kind of throw the cow in front of something and block it. Special would have been able to save him. That choice of champion. That's choice of champion. It's not the play of the champion. That's just you have a shield. So 43 minutes in, another pick. We just saw Lustboy go down. His counterpart falls now in the top lane, and it means only more for Team Liquid. 18-12 as they've started to spread that kill score, and the fight goes down. The turret's gone, so this is going to be an easier fight here for Team Liquid. Azir on the backside, soldiers right to Lustboy and Santorin on the back line, and now right over to Bjergsen. Every party target hit by the same member of Team Liquid at the same time, and they're onto the Nexus. We're going to a Game 4. Liquid keeps this semifinals alive, 20-12 as they take down TSM.
Team Liquid able to pull it out. Backs against the walls, facing the 2-0. They go to the Piglet vein, and Phoenix gets Azir.
Got that Azir.
Yeah, they went back to comfort when it mattered most. They played a great game as well. I also liked Quas's Nautilus really just making it impossible for Bjergsen to pull off any types of assassinations. Even if he could get in on the Azir, he was immediately CC'd and then killed. So Bjergsen could never get close in these games. And finally, Team Liquid is able to transition somewhat of their earlier game advantage into something bigger. That was after they got aced in a dragon fight, though, so this was a clear gut check by Team Liquid, and they passed.
Yeah, a huge gut check, especially mentally. Maybe Phoenix was throwing in some of those jokes, trying to get people laughing as the guy he is for the team, get those spirits up, because it did not look good. Especially, like you said, Quas in the top lane playing very well for the team. 2 plays on Nautilus this split and still able to bring out game-changing plays with a few hooks across the board. Team Solo Mid seemed to falter there at the end. 1 pick on Lustboy, 1 pick on Sivir. Those are on to Wild Turtle. Those are kind of the fundamentals. You say, well, we'll just squeak this out and then get back to the team. Team Liquid was looking for that.
there have been glimpses of some communication breakdowns for TSM in all 3 games.
Yeah.
This time they were definitively punished for it, though, because Team Liquid had the late game this time. This team composition had the late game for Team Liquid for the first time.
Yeah, I mean,
Didn't have that Azir.
both sides have kind of had those breakdowns. You know, it cost
Yeah.
Team Liquid game 2 where they had the disjointed Quas up on the other side and nobody else ready for the flank.
And Azir stays undefeated between these 2 guys. Yeah. So right now we're going to toss it over to our analyst to break down Team Liquid's first win of the series.
Thank you, guys. Liquid pulling it back, backs against the wall, now 1-2 in the series. We've got 2 replays to look at during this, so I want to hop right into it because, again, Team Liquid did find them, not again, rather, but Team Liquid did find themselves down early, particularly showcased in our first replay. Dragon River end up getting aced here for nothing. So we're going to pull this up on your screens. Irene, you can take it away.
So the big part in this is Piglet's positioning relative to the team and what he's able to do. I know he's coming in with a Vamp Scepter. Freak, you probably would wanted to see something else that had crit on it coming into
Ruin
this
King
fight.
Zeal QSS Vamp Scepter is his build.
Yeah, so the early QSS. He does get to QSS and exhaust here, but just count how much he gets to actually get a 3-stack off on people in this fight because he's swapping targets constantly, even though he doesn't have to. So right there, that's the first one. That's only one that he'll get in this fight.
2?
There's
3?
2.
Okay.
Boom, boom.
2?
Now he starts swapping. Goes Dyrus, Lust Boy.
Hiding.
Now he's not attacking.
Hiding.
That's your Azir there. Hits 1, 2, swaps. 1, 2, knocked back. And then he swaps target. He doesn't hit Wild Turtle on the final shot. And that would have been the kill right there, solidifying it. And then he walks back in.
Twice.
So his positioning relative to where the threat of Azir was actually way off in this fight. He was standing away from his Azir as if that was an enemy Azir. It was really kind of poor positioning there from Piglet throughout that fight. I really, as the game progresses, though, he does get much better about his positioning relative to where Azir is. And he actually, he blew my mind at one point where he's just standing on soldiers. So if you deal damage to Vayne as a melee champion, he's just going to be able to shoot you, and you're taking all the Azir damage, too. And then Azir has a chance to reposition them past. It's really just, as the game progressed, they got much better at playing them out.
Right, and so if we actually transition to our second replay, it actually shows the way this comp is supposed to work. And I really do like Team Liquid's comp, by the way. 3 very heavy frontliners. Ahri and Sivir cannot deal damage through Braum. It's basically impossible. You have to kill him first. And I realized in this game, I think Gragas is my favorite jungler as Vayne because he does exactly what you want your team to be able to do when you're Vayne. If we can pull that replay up, I actually want to show exactly what I mean because Vayne wants to kill the front line and she wants the back line to get the hell away from her. So if you roll this out, it's going to be a slow motion replay. Watch what Piglet's able to do. Okay, so Azir zones out Bjergsen for a while, right? Can't hit him very much. That's fine. The Evelynn eventually is going to come through. There's actually a bit of a long lead up into this one, but the Evelynn comes through on the flank and Piglet says, all right, I'm at the front line. Missed by the Lust Boy, that's unfortunate, whatever. But look at this, all through the front line, up on the front side. Maokai can't reach, Sivir can't reach, an isolated Evelynn. Okay, now it's an isolated Dyrus, that's fine. Explosive cast says, thank you very much. I have my own Dyrus to kill. I'm so happy as Piglet. Bjergsen's still in the air. Wild Turtle's running away. The front line buys enough time for Piglet to do whatever he wants to do. He never has to drop auto attacks, and that's the biggest DPS increase on this champion, is if you're threatening enough on the enemy team to make Vayne switch targets, to make her kite back, you drop about 1/4 to 1/3 of her overall damage output as a champion. As soon as she gets the ability to safely hit one guy, damage goes through the roof, she becomes one of the best champions in the game, and the best at killing tanks. And you're golden, because what's Sivir going to do to Braum? What's Ahri going to do to Braum compared to what Vayne does to Maokai?
Well, so you asked for it in the lead up to the game, was looking for them to do something different, to react to what TSM was doing. So 1, they take the Azir away. 2, they go with the top lane Nautilus, the Gragas in the jungle. So actually a lot of changes coming through here for Team Liquid, and more than just, and then the Vayne coming in as well. So across the board, Team Liquid here regrouping for Game 4 now because they are very much in this series. They made a lot of adjustments. Now the question is, do they have more in their back pocket that they can pull out?
I don't know if we're seeing different things here, but I think they're looking at the right elements here. Team Liquid's early game is actually quite good. Games 1 and 2, clear early game lead. Props to these guys. Next game, they pick a bunch of weak lanes, Azir not counted, and they pick a generally weaker early game jungler, right? Gragas instead of the Elise we're seeing. Vayne into Sivir is actually hard for the early landing phase overall, and they go equal. Team Liquid went equal in lanes they have no business winning. That's pretty damn solid by these guys. Lo and behold, team fights come around as long as they don't screw them up too badly. Team Liquid's golden. And it's like, okay, if these are what you're identifying, that you're out shot calling or out laning in the general sense TSM early on, and you just transition into team fights, you're great. I think you still have to keep Bjergsen off Azir. Azir, once again, to the most damaged champions in this game. Bjergsen to the most damage to champions on his team, even on Ahri. So this is still an important champion and an important player to lock out. But if TL sees these outputs, I think they're still on pace to just win the next two.
Yeah, and the games are just coming down to team fighting. And when you're running 2-threat comps, it's who's is scaling better because they're all reaching late game. Once again, another 40-plus minute game. I love the adaptation of Liquid to pick up 2 late game carries because TSM's early game is honestly not very punishing at all. I don't think they've had a really substantial gold lead early
which
yet.
is solid, but no, they have had no early gold leads. They're not getting the ganks in. That's Santorin. He plays for Vision. Props again to TSM for getting turrets, but that's it. That's all they're getting.
All right, well, Team Liquid are on the board and will look to build on that, winning Game 4 against TSM. The semifinal action continues after this.
You guys ready to play all 5 games?
I love playing 5 games.
We're gonna need to play all 5.
Reverse sweep.
We have to play all 5.
Special and Dyrus go down at the same time. A quick trade for kills. Lust Boys, the next target. Piglet can't get him. It's Azir coming in.
Look at Azir, look at Azir.
Phoenix. 4 on Azir. 3, 2 on.
Nice. Piglet, cross.
I have
Piglet,
W.
Charm in 5, Charm in 5.
W. I'm gonna W him soon. Ready?
I have Charm Flash.
Going now.
Yes. Nice.
LOL.
Nice.
Good job. Nice.
It's going on just me.
Yeah, friendly.
Okay, Maokai. I ulted him in.
Yep. Looking for a hook.
On Silver.
Nice.
So this is going to be an easier fight here for Team Liquid. Azir on the backside. Soldiers right to Lustboy and Santorin on the back line. We're going to a Game 4. Liquid keeps this semifinals alive.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Summer Split semifinals. We're headed back onto the Rift for Game 4 between TSM and Team Liquid. And gentlemen, we're going to head back to the mid lane here for some discussion around the Azir. Both of these players still undefeated on this champion.
Yeah, both them 6-0 for the split. No chant this time, please. All right.
No
Thank
cheerleading?
you. Yeah.
Give me
no. Give me a BAN. I want to see what happens when people ban this. What is the answer? What is each team's answer to having Azir banned? Because we've seen like Twisted Fate for Phoenix. We've seen Bjergsen go back to his champion pool, possibly AP Kog'Maw. But I want to see what happens when it's banned and who bans it. Because TSM is blue side, and if it's first pickable, I don't know, because there's so much that's being contested right now, and this seems to be the big champion in this series. It's kind of the overarching series meta is Azir seems to be victorious and gives you that long range because it's just so team fight based.
Yeah, and it's weird actually using a term like series meta. I actually agree with you, by the way. I think it's interesting. It feels like the general skill level of a player and the general play style of a player seems locked in on a given day, and again and again, Team Liquid just playing a little bit better in the early game, TSM generally rotating better, than the team fights end up being the thing that matters, and it seems to be happening every single game in the same formula. And I think the only adaptation you can really make is to actually change the strategy you go for and the champions you put your players on. I think that's actually the growth you have to put into your team as a coach, is change that facet, because you won't change the other parts. And yes, look for champions like Azir, look for big team fighters, look for late game scaling. I do think Team Liquid could go for like a hardcore early game comp that actually pushes the game in if they ban out wave clear, but that's of course tricky to go for. The safe one is to play team fights, but I do think that you have to react to exactly how these games have been playing and play to those strengths continually.
Now, ultimately, because we're seeing the game trend towards these late game team fights and hinging on one millisecond or split second decision within a team fight, if and when Azir is out of the picture, who do you go towards as a mid laner?
I was actually pretty okay with Phoenix's Victor. He was getting zoned out by like really good Flame Chompers and really good Azir soldiers, but largely I thought that champion was good. Yeah. I am less impressed by Bjergsen's Victor, so I'm curious to see what team fighter comes in next. Maybe he plays Orianna, maybe that comes in, but that still seems to be, you want a 5-on-5 mage.
Yeah. All right, well, you know what the analysts here at the desk are hoping for. No Azir this game. Without further ado, let's hand it off to the casters for the call.
Thank you very much, Dash, Cyrene, and Freak. We're going to be heading into our next game. Game number 4. This one is going to be a good one. Still game point for Team Solo Mid. Team Liquid looking to keep those hopes alive. TSM is still feeling in a pretty good spot. They have championship points to still move on. This win just solidifies it even more.
Yeah, and it's been such a tough road for Team Liquid. How many times have they been swept in the semifinals? To pull off a reverse sweep would be so sweet.
Everybody's got that famous LMQ match in their minds.
Yep.
Right now.
They're trying to repeat history, as it were, for themselves now. They don't want to repeat the loss. They'd love to be able to bring back what happened and turn it into their own victory. Olaf Nidalee back on the ban list. The games are even, so we're seeing swaps each time to blue and red side. Nobody has that more than once in a row.
TSM are definitely looking for an early Braum pick here with the Alistar and Janna bans.
Hey.
I almost expect a first pick on Braum, because we always talk about Alistar being the bodyguard of supports, but Braum is like the secret service. All right, well, never mind.
Yeah, there you go.
This is probably not a support, though, so it still could be an early pick, Braum.
It's just a hover. the Braum does seem so important for how much peeling has been happening in these fights, as well as just solidifying the front line in these late-game team fights. You'd imagine that's what they'd go for.
The Lulu, not the Braum, gets locked in on this one. I'm sorry, Kobe. So it is going to be something that acts as a flex pick here for Team Solo Mid. Not as much as you would probably think. It might just be going to Bjergsen, but the Braum, like you said, guys, that is high priority, and it is picked up by Liquid along with Gragas.
Yeah, 2 support bans, not willing to first pick it. Let's see how important this Lulu is, and that makes me think it's going to be again the Bjergsen Lulu. Darius on something like Gnar, and then Turtle hyper carry. But very flexible first pick. You could easily swap it to any of their 3 lanes.
Yeah. Tons of flexibility here. Elise is still up in the jungle, but there's no priority. It's just we're somewhat running out of power picks. Maokai and Gnar have traded hands back and forth a lot in the top lane. So there's not much priority here. Team Liquid also has to pick, Team Solo Mid also has to pick somewhat blind here, because Braum and Gragas don't really give away much.
We didn't see that Kale in Europe, gentlemen. Will we see a Kale over in NA? Not as much chancing by the teams in North America, really within their picks, always falling back to comfort. Whatever is on the first 5 fingers of their hands, they pick unless it's gone.
And there it is. It all becomes clear. It is the Dyrus on the Gnar. Bjergsen will take the Lulu. Turtle on the endgame carry.
Still a chance we get something else, only because Lustboy, he used to be a big Lulu player. It's highly unlikely, though, in the current meta, especially since he played Lulu twice. However, in the quarterfinals. However, that was with the Olaf. So that was more of a speed up a dude to go team composition.
True. Right now, this is safety and initiation, really, if Santorin is, or I should say Dyrus on Gnar is going to be big in that fight. Victor hovered here by Phoenix. Feels good in that sense that that would be the next one. We see the Ahri go back to Bjergsen in that case.
Yeah, a lot of intrigue in this champ select. Really, a lot of it will have to do with who has the better late game. That's very true to so much of the victories here. Really relying on Phoenix for a lot of damage, but not on as mobile of a champion here. Victor can't peel himself as well as Azir can.
Yeah, and with Azir banned, the Victor pick.
The Victor takes on a unique position in the game.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very powerful. I mean, that just makes me even more curious what Bjergsen had that they wanted to wait on it. Probably expecting the Victor. Victor also, no escapes of his own, so he is also vulnerable to assassins.
Very interesting to see as Elise left up in this game as well. Santorin has not decided to go for that pick at all throughout the series. And
carry Echo
it's going to be
instead
Echo
of Tanko.
No, it's...
Yeah. No, never mind. It's just Tank.
Echo.
What? So Bjergsen is... Okay.
Yeah.
Nah, I want it to be a carry Echo so it can kill...
He has the Lulu.
All right, just kidding.
Sorry, Kobe.
Letenko.
Will it be the Vayne once again? It worked out for the team, but as well, that Vayne's a bit of a surprise. Team solo mid may be able to play around that differently here as they see it coming into game number 2. Still a hell of a lot of appeal for Vayne and safety coming through this team. That depth charge, as well as a Glacial Fisher. And that is a top Nautilus locked in already, waiting for the last pick here to round out the 80 carry position.
Yeah, what is Piglet going to play here?
Wouldn't they, usually in Piglet and Spring, they almost rounded out the composition with him as well. I feel like I remember them doing this.
Whoa.
It's going to be the Twitch. So a Twitch Braum bottom lane coming in. I was just saying we hadn't seen too much Twitch in this region. Imp brought it out, but it looks like Piglet's going to give a little bit of love to the Twitch here as well in North America.
So Twitch shooting from behind a Braum shield can be pretty hard to close on. As far as trying to create things that need to immediately be shut down. With the mid lane Lulu, TSM doesn't necessarily have very good backline diving. They kind of have to kill frontline first.
The only thing that TSM could have to get back there, barring flanks where they could just walk up, would be Dyrus having to have Mega Gnar at the exact right time and finding Piglet with an ult.
Pretty clutch time to be pulling out Twitch as well. 1 game away from getting knocked into the 3rd, 4th place match, needing to win every game from here on out to make it to Madison Square Garden for the NLCS Finals. I like it. It's bold.
It's one of those that falls on the later fingers of the 5, but still not outside the 5. He doesn't have to go uncomfortable just yet.
It also puts more pressure, during that mid game when all of the outer turrets have gone down and they're constantly moving back and forth between lanes. Yep. Jinx does not have a good time if Piglet is able to open up. If Twitch is able to open up on her in a side lane.
Finds you all alone.
We've seen him farming side lanes before. You can't do that against Twitch.
No, you cannot. If you think TSM can close out the series here, tweet hashtag TSM. If you think we're going to get a game 5 and some scrapes, hashtag TL win. This is game 4 of the semifinal series. Team Solo Mid looking to put the final touches on the game. We're just about in the rift where Liquid still looks to keep themselves alive here with their semifinal hopes to move on. We are on to the rift. We are into game. Been very slow early games. Very cautious by both teams. We'll see if that changes here. I don't expect it to.
And Team Liquid has come out ahead every single time.
1 time to the win, but always finding a lead in these outside lanes to start. The middle lane going more even. Jungler's not really being able to find too much.
Yeah, really going to have to pay attention to the jungle start here. Well, because the very early laning phase of Twitch can be very weak if he starts getting punished. As soon as Twitch falls behind in the lane, he loses the ability to control any sort of zone because then his stealth no longer has threat. If you then open up with stealth and you're the weaker AD carry, you get crushed. So it is incredibly important the team would give Piglet a way of getting at least to his Blade of the Ruin King.
Really punish any of the stragglers as well in fights. We saw actually cost Lustboy and Turtle some instances towards the late game there. If you remember Twitch play, it's just a flask, half your HP, and then they have the upper hand wherever that happened.
Yeah. He'll have to be very cautious and give Lustboy, respect to Lustboy's zone, because if Flay walks up, if Lustboy ever walks up and gets the Flay, then it's hard for him to retreat. Even though Xpecial will be able to jump in front of him, it will take a lot of exit damage.
We'll see how this one starts off. It's going to be easy peasy. We will get a jungle camp start from the bottom this time. Saw that differently in a few of the past games. It looks like everybody's going to get the default lane swap start here. No pressure coming in.
Yeah, standard lanes, it looks like, for both
Oh, you're right. I'm
sides.
sorry. Yeah, I was
Standard
looking towards
lanes
the top side.
with also kind of the new enhanced way of leashing for your jungler,
Right.
since lane swap is so common. Top laners take a bunch of damage early on in the jungle, help the speed of the jungler. Jungler gets CS. Top laners then go back to basic heal and teleport into lane with wards. It's basically an evolution of when people would take one camp with a top laner to hit level 2. Now they just help with 2 camps, get level 2 anyway, get lane about the same time.
What it does is also equalize champions that would not be able to previously do a camp by themselves. Top lane champions allows them to go to lane with the same experience. This is extremely common even in solo queue now.
It's going to be even more common now that you mentioned it, Kobe.
Yeah.
Every game that I've been in, it happens. So,
Thanks for not getting mad anymore that we steal your jungle camps. We
Well,
as non-junglers appreciate it.
I'm not mad now because you tank all the damage for it.
Oh, okay.
And then also don't take the last hit.
Yeah. Well, plus I say that I'll give you the small babies in the camps, but then I don't. I accidentally take them.
Wow, toxic reported. That's going straight to the tribunal. Bjergsen has Phoenix back to his tower. Not too bad though. Actually looks like he's going to miss that siege, so that hurts a bit. A nice hook through the last minion, calculated there for a little extra damage from Lustboy and Wild Turtle. Try and get an advantage in this lane.
Yeah, damage on Braum is actually significant in this 2v2 matchup. If they can whittle him down enough, it makes Piglet pay even more passively. Right now, though, just trying to continue the shove, get him under turret, and try and force him to miss some CS.
Could have a bit of a jungle conflict right here.
This would be
both
great.
junglers arrive.
Very, very nice in this engage if they can get it. Lustboy very low. If they have the same target, they'll be able to take him down immediately. It is Lustboy.
The double
that's
buff,
actually back onto, you said it, the double buffs. And now that's Turtles. That's the slow. Santorin gets the flash out of Braum, but has to use his own as well to engage.
Key there for Xpecial, landing the Winter's Bite before he jumps out right there, slowing down Turtle, so there's no follow-up with Santorin flashing forward. They don't have the damage to get anything else. And they did get the first blood, so even though double buff's gone, first blood money does go in Dominate's favor.
And these are 2 of the 80 carry picks that are at least capable of escaping from ganks, so it's pretty awesome how both junglers were down to gank at the same time and they collide with each other right there. It's one of the only ways that the Twitch can actually get the upper hand in the lane is if they were to have gotten a kill out of that one. But honestly, the timing of Santorin to arrive right there, and then the clutchness of being able to kill the jungler with the double buffs, I think should be able to tilt that lane in TSM's favor now.
Yeah, it's a really interesting matchup because Gragas can create better ganks by himself, but Echo's amazing at counter ganking, and Santorin came just after, so they were able to land it and turn it around. Plus, if you're the team that is initiating the gank and initiating all of the action, you use a lot more. You use your gap closers, and even the exhaust was used there just for a slow to get in range. So they didn't really benefit from the damage reduction of it, and it was used more for just forcing the actual combat.
That leaves a flash up for both 80 carries at this point. Still a bit of escape in a world where they have a hard time doing that. Wild Turtle keeps it up with Lustboy, about 75% up the lane here, just in front of the turret. Nice spot for Santorin to come to the lane if he wants for a gank, but right now it's just farming for those guys. Keeping the CS very even this time. Really one of the only games we've seen this much early aggression, but the lanes matching up as well. We've had a lot of lane swaps in this series.
Finally, standard lanes. These are also two of the strongest teams in North America, and also thinking they can win the skill matchups. TSM used to just kind of grind people down, always just trying to play defensively. That's how they developed their overly passive style, because they had so much confidence in themselves to just win lanes and slowly build an advantage. But Team Liquid also has some tremendous players.
Yeah, and speaking of that, 1v1 grinding, up in the top lane, I think there was a missed opportunity there for Santorin to actually go for a gank on Quas and maybe try and burn his flash. Maybe even get something more, because Dyrus was pushed to his turret, plus he just turned into Mega Gnar. He had the bar in the right place, and if he's watching the movements of Quas, you can tell your jungler if the trinket ward has been placed, since that's all that Quas has to rely upon. They weren't quite sure if there was a counter gank from Gragas, so he gets a flash anyway, just at mid lane.
That was close. Parallel convergence almost just completely locking down Phoenix. Would have been transformed after that.
Looks like Dominate will step in and go for that top lane gank, though. Now it's Quas who's actually been pushed up, and it's level 6.
Gotta be careful about his positioning. May use Dominate to jump out of this one. Actually gets a hop down to Dominate.
Dyrus, that was beautiful.
Yep.
So slick. Nautilus, one of the best lanes to gank for, because his gank assistance is so immense.
Easily.
You'd think with the combination of a Nautilus ultimate, a root on your auto attack, and a hook, that they'd be able to line up and get him down, but Dyrus does one little sidestep on Dominate's body slam and then double hops out of there. Perfect play by Dyrus to escape that, and honestly a little bit of misplay on Team Liquid's side, because the CC they had at their disposal should not have allowed for an escape, especially without flash.
Absolutely. Really great play recently from Dyrus, and he's taken kind of upon himself to step up. The games we saw previously, he wasn't getting all that much help in the lanes while he was controlling it, and then being a huge effort to the team, or a huge boon to the team in team fights.
When you get ganked as much as he does.
He's retaliating for all those years. It's working out. Splendid for Team Sullivan in that top side. Being able to change that threat around, bring him back to what he usually used to play. Dyrus was that Jax guy, the Kennen, the Vlad, a lot of things that could also carry the game. It's still there, just had to dust it off and get it back to normal. Doing well in this game, not up that much in CS. Being able to dodge the ganks, though, is the big thing there. His teleport's up along with Quas. May see a play coming from them soon. Something both of those players have gotten very good at this year, so expect it to be in a big fight. Where is Santorin going on this roam? Maybe safety or deep vision plays here. A little late on the blue buff, so it's just looking for a bit of safety in that mid lane. Clear pink ward, clear scuttle.
Crab
Find it?
control.
Yeah, he got it.
Always check that brush.
Also, being able to clear that pink ward without much contest is pretty nice luxury for them.
Yeah, luckily for Team Liquid, they also had a green ward down there in the river, though. They see the movement, and nobody will be caught out here, so Team Liquid staying safe. Game still just dead even. Plus, it frees up Quas. He knows that Santorin is down on the bottom side. Dyrus already has control of the lane, though. So.
Yeah, just actually used his ultimate there as he gnarred out. Now he's in little form, but he was trying to just crush Quas out of lane. Worked for now. Like I said, though, that teleport is up. Quas decides to stay in the top. Get some wards down towards that dragon area for TSM's side now.
Yeah. Here's something, though. If you do see enemy jungler down on bottom side and you have control of the lane like Dyrus does, and you're forcing the other guy to back, just take a couple seconds and go check that tri-brush for pink wards. It looks like Quas's ward will stand. I don't think Dyrus is going to head over there. Just shove the lane in once again. Quas trying to hold on to his teleport, I guess. Yeah. Walking back the lane at the cost of one wave.
Especially with standard lanes and in a basically dead even game right now. Having the teleport is more important than getting back to lane for one wave, especially on a top laner like Nautilus, who doesn't really need that definitive advantage in lane. Here we go, though. That pink ward control is key.
We'll lock up the 2v2 here. We're going to get Phoenix now to start trailing down. There's the teleport coming in as well. Quas is going to be the first one there. Chrono break and a save to the Lantern. What a placement there from Lustboy as well in the shadow, the middle of the fight really. And a great click by the team. Dyrus hops over the wall, avoiding another death, and they take Dominate out in that scuffle.
Oh yeah, Dominate saved his flash. Dominate held onto his flash for a really long time, trying to get the best advantage for his team in that fight by fighting as long as he could and saving the flash to get out at the end, but holds onto it a bit too long. Goes down to...
Yeah, and that fight was mostly about the setup. The free ward that Santorin got to kill there earlier ended up being fought over. That particular place of vision at this 12-minute stage of the game with standard lanes is one of the most heavily contested positions on the map, since that is the entrance and gateway to Dragon, which both teams want to take here.
You see this again.
Dominate goes clear ward, and then they chain the stun behind, so there's really no retreat in here.
Yeah.
Mainly some clever plays by Santorin and Dyrus to escape these, because this could have very easily been a close fight. Both AD carries arrived about the same time.
Yeah, Santorin able to get off his ultimate just before leaving. Turtle also hit a long range rocket, but it was on a different target than Dominate.
Got a ward in that brush, but a little too late, unfortunately, for TSM, or for Team Liquid, I should say. 2-1 now, 12 minutes in, still waiting for a turret. The kills are a lot higher than the turrets are in the previous games. Let's see how it starts to pan out from here.
That exchange also really highlights the importance of jungle support duo roaming after you go to recall from your duo lane. If either of them had been on their own, they would have been dead without any answer. Here goes Piglet with his first ambush. Yeah. As soon as he gets his cutlass. Uh-oh, Phoenix caught out.
Phoenix may go down in the fire here. That's going to be a lot of hits. Dominate, able to get a body slam in. They didn't expect this much pressure quick from the bot lane without TSM being able to answer. Now they've approached the fight. Dominate getting hit up. Lustboy looking to hit the perfect hook here. He gets it onto Dominate. Good patience. Now they're on to Expecial. Bjergsen just throwing out glitter everywhere. They're able to pick up 3.
The river's running red here with Team Liquid Blood as TSM come up with a big victory once again. This time the only difference, no teleport, so it's only a 4-on-4. But the quickness with which both bottom lanes joined that.
Yeah, I mean, look at the ward coverage both inside the jungle and in the river for Team Solo Mid. Phoenix just caught meandering down towards that bottom lane, and he gets completely jumped. Santorin and Bjergsen staying together.
I mean, we're looking for things for TSM to change coming into this game, and we kept on mentioning how Team Liquid kept having the better opening vision control, but it's been all TSM this game.
Yep.
Game number 4, they're the ones to get the first ward line down, and that has changed very well for them in this early game. Their first early game lead as well because of it.
A lot of things stemming from that pink ward just under the or above the dragon side. And Dyrus, after a long-awaited lane, actually free time in the top, may be able to grab the turret as this in the bottom. They pushed up, Piglet gets taken down.
Once again, Santorin just camping this blue quadrant of Team Liquid territory, and it's littered with wards, so he's constantly going for these aggressive moves because he knows there's no backup on the way. He knows the positioning of the Team Liquid reinforcements, and it finally culminates in the blue steal.
Measured aggression, the best kind of aggression in League of Legends. He knew exactly where everyone was because of the wards, and they punished Piglet for being the Twitch. Even though the CS advantage didn't rise from the double buffs that Wild Turtle picked up early, the mid-game fights in the river have really put Piglet in a difficult situation.
0-1-1. We talked a little bit about how bad that would hurt Piglet and his engagements trying to sneak up on somebody, and that is getting harder and harder to do. The window closes every time he dies without getting kills. Santorin backs with the rest of the team easily and safely over the wall, and Team Solo Mid actually grabbed themselves really the first dragon of the game here, being in prep for a situation to do that for the first time.
Definitely the rewards of the success of their early game. And this will be Team Liquid's turn to try and wait for the mid-game team fight, try and pick someone off to get back into it. TSM did it 2 games.
Team Liquid does have Twitch. This is a pretty large deficit, though. 2 turrets of Dragon and 4,000 gold. But with that being said, if Piglet does get the right positioning and opener for a spray and pray, TSM doesn't have very many good answers for that. Outside of Santorin maybe trying to do a backline dive and get him in a parallel convergence stun.
Turtle could triple crit him when he tries to open on him.
This is that flask, half your HP if they're able to land it. There's the flash from Bjergsen. Down to half, still has wild growth and a lantern to bring him to safety. They do have to assess if they want this fight though. Looks like they're gonna back off with that low of HP on Bjergsen. Flash as well down to him.
Another ambush, another flash earned, but no kill, and not able to pressure the turret. Bjergsen moves right back in, only loses 1 CS off of it.
A little bit of a force here from Santorin and Lustboy, seeing that engage come out. We have time to run in, throw down the wards, get what we can. Looks like they're actually going to try to steal some resources here. They can pull Team Liquid into a bad situation. Just off the side of a hook there. It doesn't look like they wanted it. Lustboy probably would have thrown it already if they did. Just being a nuisance in the side of Team Liquid's jungle right now. 6-1, they know they have the lead, so why not make it hurt that much more on your way out?
Yeah, it was actually kind of a dangerous situation for them to just be 2 in the jungle, just because Piglet is on Twitch and Turtle was so far away. But now that Turtle's moved all the way up the lane, shoving the wave here, easy for Santorin.
They're definitely
and
making
Lustboy
these kind of an extended process, staying for more, a little bit more, but also doing it safely.
Well, that's exactly how you want to play the game. Once you get a foothold in enemy territory, you camp there.
Whoa! Oh boy, there's the cleanse coming out. Choppers go down. That was a nice try on the teleport lockdown immediately. Wouldn't have really done much, but good thought.
Yeah, TSM's really trying to crush Team Liquid with map pressure right here.
Yeah.
Team Liquid doesn't really have that many options either. Dyrus going for more of a split push, damage heavy Gnar build, make sure Quas is always pushed in constantly. That's a threat. Piglet, since he's behind on Twitch, doesn't have much stealth threat on any push that Wild Turtle is doing as of yet. If Piglet is able to get a really good open with Blade of the Ruined King and have vision control, then yes, he could get some pressure back that way. But as far as actually getting turrets back for Team Liquid's perspective, they can't without a couple kills, which are also hard to come by due to their lack of map control.
I love what they're doing for Turtle here. They just set up in the bottom. Lustboy was pretty much just over the wall with Santorin saying, if you need a lantern, we got it. We're kind of wall of defense here in the jungle. So Wild Turtle could be farming that bot lane safely. Good thoughts here by Team Solo Mid to keep everything going down the tracks in their favor. Mid turret falls. That's going to be the outer 3 now. TSM still has all of their turrets. Does mean that there is a surge in gold to be had by Team Liquid, but it doesn't look like at this clip they're going to be getting that anytime soon. It'll be 1 turret back, a lot of fighting, 1 turret back. Team Solo Mid has already done so much damage.
Yeah, I mean, even though they have Victor and he's able to upgrade the laser, he couldn't even be in range to laser at that turret because of the threat of diving with Echo. Completely zoned him off, all outers down, and TSM, the deep wards become even easier for them to keep up now.
Trying to see what can happen here for Piglet. He's falling behind in CS. Chat, you talked a little about how it's going to be difficult for him to get back in the game. What do Team Liquid's in general, what do their options even become if Piglet can't get going?
Yeah, they really just have to stall, honestly. I think they give up 2, 3, maybe even 4 dragons and hope that Piglet can start creating picks. He has Blade of the Ruined King now. He probably wants Ghost Blade as well, up until the point where he can actually get a good open.
Yeah.
But honestly, stalling against a team that knows how to close is very, very difficult.
You have to go deeper before you can get out.
Yeah, I think what he does, I think what he and the rest of Team Liquid do is try and set up at least defensive vision so that they can see TSM. When TSM keep going for these incursions into Team Liquid jungle, one of these times, maybe there will be an opening where TSM are separate and they get a little sloppy, and Team Liquid can try and capitalize on that. But basically, they just have to concentrate on that defensive vision now to try and find an opening.
One thing with the vision that we haven't really mentioned in these games is Bjergsen has upgraded to the pink ward dropper in all 3 games this series. And it's been allowing TSM to move their pink ward vision very easily. Normally, a lot of people will be unwilling to replace pink wards, but if you're getting a new pink ward every 120 seconds for free, it becomes much less punishing to just continually deny vision there. It's a nice thing. It's even better against the Twitch.
I don't think I've ever placed a pink ward when I already had one on the map. It just can't bring myself to do it.
Yeah, but if you have the dropper, you're like, and now I'm wasting.
Yeah,
not
even
dropping it.
if my ping ward is like on the other side of the map and it's useless, and we need to like dragon fight or something.
Yeah,
Can't do it.
It's gonna come in handy sometime, right?
You have too much of a connection with your pink wards. Just slam. Just throw it down. Get the kills. The return on investment's way better.
Well,
a lot better for Bjergsen though, chat. You gotta remember the seasons where it took him about 8, 9, 10 games to even buy a pink ward for the mid lane. Things have changed thanks to trinkets. 6-1, 21 minutes in. Team Solo Mid now making quick work of the second tier of turrets. Uncontested here even. There's no even vision onto Baron at this point. They're just kind of free running around the map.
Oh yeah, they don't even have to look at Baron probably the whole game if they don't want to. They could easily.
Dangerous instance for TF.
Yeah.
Dragon number 2, a very different game in that sense. A few of the games were 3-1 in favor of Team Liquid Dragons before TSM really started to take a hold of those. So Team Liquid very much so playing for the late game, as we were saying. Allow Piglet to get going. No real lead by either Bjergsen or Phoenix in the mid lane, with the Azir being fanned out this time. Definitely affecting their play styles.
Piglet's farm is just so slow in this game.
There's nowhere he can go.
Yeah. And the jungle pressure that has been put on him means he has very few safe lanes to farm. And he's in that bad spot that even now, if he tries to open up on a Jinx, Infinity Edge Static Shift, he might just get crit a couple times and lose the duel.
They are bringing the whole squad here. Looks like Phoenix actually now swinging back to mid lane, but they were bringing everybody from Team Liquid up here because they saw Turtle pushing out a wave. TSM, though, also bring reinforcements. And that is enough. All you need to know for Team Liquid is, hey, this could possibly even be an even-numbered fight. Okay, we can't take it.
Narn out in the bot lane. Dyrus is going to call Quas to respond to this push. Looks like they won't be going for anything with Mini Gnar coming out just about now, but a good kind of multitask. Give Team Liquid many more things to do. TSM can go and take another turret uncontested.
Yeah. The evolution of TSM's vision game throughout this series is also a testament to the strength that they were talking about, adapting between games. You know, learning and listening from the early ones. And they've got Team Liquid completely boxed in.
Definitely seem to have worked for them. Kind of having Reginald step in, have just a different sight on the game. Saying, you know, you're going over these speed bumps. Let's change it and go around. Even though the speed bump doesn't hurt you that bad, it could be better if we could change it. And those kind of things have been ironed out for Team Solo Mid, it seems. Much more controlled here, knowing the late game is going to be where they can take control, if not early. Really just methodical about the situation.
Yeah, it's a strange thing. So much of TSM's success in the past, back in 2014, was in playoffs, them just picking better late game team compositions and then just winning based on scaling. And at some point during this split, TSM decided that, you know, that wasn't good enough, and they wanted to change the way they play and win in a diverse number of ways.
Yeah.
And they struggled heavily with all of these things.
I think it was the point where they finished 5th place.
Yeah,
like,
there we go. That's the point. You're like, you know what? That wasn't good enough. But the most ironic thing about all this is even when they come back with a strategy that has a top lane focus or Bjergsen on support of mid laners, they're still displaying better late game team composition, and it's ultimately the strength of TSM.
With the small little twist here that they earned these advantages with their early game concentrating on the blue quadrant of Team Liquid jungle. They earned it through their Lustboy and Santorin double roam over there, and then the quick adjustments for the bottom lane to join all the skirmishes.
Yeah. And this would actually be the game where TSM doesn't have the better late game team composition, which if they win here would be the first time all series the better late game team comp didn't win. If they can push through this large advantage they've gained in the first 24 minutes.
The thing that's going to allow them to do that is these bushwhacks they're trying to set up. I feel like Team Liquid's going to walk into at least one here over the next couple minutes. This vision control is just on top right now. 2 wards simply cleared out as they were placed next to each other. Unfortunate for Team Liquid. And even more control, like I said, over this blue side of the map. Phoenix not going to be able to clear out waves as he wishes. Only a few lasers from him now. It's getting that much harder for Team Liquid here. Now they are definitely backs against the wall. They're going to have to keep themselves alive with a great fight. No Azir this game to change a 40-minute team fight around. It's going to be all up to some kind of sneak attack. Some engage that Team Solo Mid can't see, and right now they see everything.
Phoenix here.
Oh, the parallel convergence to lock him
man.
in. Flash gets him out, but there's so much lockup to follow here. Looks like Dominate body slams out of the choppers. Control. Quas on either side. They can't really get a priority target. It's going to take too much damage on the side of Team Solo Mid. TSM has everything they want right in front of them on a platter, though. 3 down on the side of Liquid, and Team Solo Mid head for Baron.
Yep, they just demolished Team Liquid there.
The tanks on the front line doing a perfect job, doing the right job. And Team Solo Mid should do this uncontested. Piglet not having enough damage at this point to turn the tide of the fight.
And Santorin's Echo has been huge. The setups onto Phoenix here, taking him out of the game. For the most part, Piglet also was zoned out by an impending Mega Gnar, couldn't get in great position. And also, by the time Piglet did open up with Spray and Pray, he just didn't have the items. One way to Rune King and a Brutalizer isn't enough.
Yeah, and this, not only is this a tank Echo, this is a tank Echo that's built for the team also. His tank item is an Aegis of the Legion on top of his Cinderhulk. Dyrus did so much work coming in from the side here on Gnar, zoning at first and then an easy ultimate there into the wallop, and no answer there from Team Liquid. Just a massacre.
Just one more ward over the wall. They had wards all the way up to River except for that brush. And Xpecial had actually just used his sweeper to try and go and clear it. Good positioning by Team Solo Mid. As I was saying, one of those bushwhacks is going to pay off. They get just a little bit more out of Team Liquid. Still trying to keep themselves in this one. 9-1, definitely the biggest swing we've had out of any of these games. And playoff TSM came to play again.
We have to bring up as well that if TSM wins here, they guarantee themselves a spot at Worlds. Obviously, the winner of the summer split gets the #1 seed, but TSM would have an insurmountable amount of championship points from their spring split victory and a guaranteed top 2 finish in this split. So a couple of things on the line here. Aside from TSM's streak of split finals reached, it's also a guaranteed spot at Worlds.
Plus, a grudge match with CLG waiting for them. Ooh.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, he didn't get one.
Piglet very low, though. This probably means the turret's going to take that much more damage. He has time to heal, actually. The minion wave is quite far behind in the positioning off of that clear. So TSM's going to kind of sit here, set up camp for a second, roast some hot dogs, maybe some s'mores, whoever likes which, and then back onto the turret.
Piglet went back to base. He's been able to heal up, so no harm, no foul there after that little bit of harass. Now it's up to Team Liquid, though. They need a great Gragas ultimate.
Lulu ult is also down, so if they can isolate one person, they have a higher chance of killing him. Easier said than done, with a 10,000 gold disadvantage.
Dyrus, complete focus on the turret, knowing he was not a priority target there on the front line. Dragon's alive, #3 if they want to leave and grab it. They don't really have any minion waves to continue pushing. They may not care. They may just push bottom lane and wait for it. Gonna set the wards out pink as well for any Lust Boy initiations over the wall, or if anybody tries to initiate from Team Liquid.
Yeah, TSM definitely wants to maximize the duration of this Baron buff to try and get the second inhibitor, and they have a good window right now because they know how weak Team Liquid is. The percentage gold difference is as high now as it's really ever going to get.
Bjergsen is 2 levels over Phoenix.
Another zoning parallel convergence there from Santorin, and they take a huge chunk out of the turret.
Every time a turret wave arrives.
Everybody is 2 levels over their opponent except for the junglers right now. Gonna start into this fight. The hook hits Dominate over the inhibitor, locks him up nicely. Dyrus able to pick up that kill. The Mega Gnar again at the right time for Team Solo Mid to go aggressive on a fight, and Team Liquid must back off once again. The second inhibitor falls. Team Solo Mid about to go around the horn. They just have top to push in now if they even need to go for it.
Not leaving very many windows for a comeback here. They have great pink ward coverage. Twitch cannot sneak up behind them. They can also move those pink wards thanks to their itemization and just the income they have to buy more if you don't have the pink ward dropper.
Yeah.
There's no way Team Liquid is getting out for the Dragon. They also are stuck in their base with players that are behind that are harder for them to clear super minions, and inhibitor #3 is on the way.
They were really unwilling to take a huge risk right there because any team fight that they took would be low percentage. But this is the last game in the series. They can't afford to lose it.
Yeah.
So they were unwilling to even go for one of those low percentage team fights at their turrets. And now 2 inhibitors down. They won't have many openings left to do it.
Maybe trying too much coming into the last game. A lot, still comfort on players around. Quas gets that Nautilus back. Dominate plays the Gragas. The Vayne worked, but I think the Twitch not falling in. Maybe even a Tristana in that composition if you didn't want to Vayne again.
It's tricky. This wasn't necessarily composition for Vayne either. TSM.
That's true.
First pick Lulu could have just polymorphed him the instant he gets into range. So hard life.
That makes it
no
difficult.
matter
Something we haven't seen all year. You're going to put that pressure on game number 4 and possibly a game point for Team Solo Mid. That's a lot of pressure on Piglet. Showed one game, but cannot get the team behind him this time, unfortunately. And Team Solo Mid is bearing down on that factor now and going for the last inhibitor turret here. 30 minutes in, the fastest game of the series possibly, as Team Solo Mid start to pressure the final portion.
Really, Team Liquid has to fight right now if they want a chance.
Gotta do it. Depth charge goes out.
They got
Not gonna
Bjergsen
get too many. Very nicely done. Actually does grab Bjergsen in that scuffle. Did not see his HP bar get deleted immediately. Santorin has to run, but they're still saying that we can push this, we can drop it before we leave.
2 waves of super minions crashing into their Nexus turrets right now. They only suffered 1 casualty, so they want to keep the pressure up. 1 Nexus turret falls.
Doing their best to try and clear them off, but oh, TSM actually recall here. Man, that gravity field from Phoenix pulling Bjergsen back in and allowing them a little bit of breathing room.
And it's just a little bit, because it's still 2 inhibs down. They still haven't picked up Dragons. They get 1 kill, but that's exactly what Team Liquid needed to stay barely in the game. First seed out of the regular season. The 1 split Team Liquid wanted to win the whole split. It could be over if they can't come back in this game.
Another dredge line hits.
Pretty much max range. Great gravity field stun to keep the damage out from TSM. And also a good Gragas ultimate to force Santorin's rewind as well.
Yeah, good setup there from Quas, and then good follow-up from Phoenix and the rest.
It's like another Zeke's Harbinger built up. Just a plethora of gold for TSM to be working with now. 11,000 gold lead in their favor. Fastest game possibly and biggest gold lead of this series. It's just the face of the mountain that Xpecial's been able to build up so far. Very, very hurt on resources as Team Liquid tries to possibly defend their base one more time here.
20 seconds on Baron. Will TSM continue the siege at top, or will they retreat and grab Baron? I feel like since they put so much vision down, they're going to retreat back and grab the Baron, but they could easily just continue the siege up top, wait for double supers to try and end it.
Last time the double supers bought them Nexus turret, and they still have some time with these inhibitors down.
The bait.
Door number 3, Jack.
Can we get somebody to walk out? Don't know if this is going to happen. Dyrus,
I actually feel like
just playing with them in the front of the base.
TSM would be very disincentivized from leaving their base at all.
Team Liquid?
Yeah, sorry, Team Liquid would not want to leave their base at all.
Right. Well, TSM doesn't want to leave Team Liquid's base either.
Fair enough.
It's going to be the Baron, like you said, Team Liquid at home, warm and comfortable in front of the fire here. That's their best place to fight at this point. Only a Nexus turret and a Kurt inhibitor turret to fight behind. Hopefully the choke point of their walls gives them some kind of wombo combo. Really, a laser's the only thing that's going to come flying through. That spray and pray, rat-a-tat-tat. It's going to be big.
Rat-a-tat-tat.
Gotta get it right.
Got his last whisper, like you said.
Yeah.
So good. Try and cut through the Thornmail Randwinds that Dyrus has put up right now. Even so, this TSM team, they get the zoning parallel convergence, and then they just kind of move in. It makes it really hard for Team Liquid to get the right type of initiation off. And with their pink ward coverage, it also means Piglet can't really get any good flanks. They do have their inhibitors up, though, so if they can fight right away before TSM can get in proper position, I think it's the only real chance they have.
Oh, Piglet with the Potion of Wrath on, trying to get some initial damage onto somebody. Xpecial with the Elixir of Iron, hasn't popped it yet. We have seen Lustboy use his.
On a Turtle!
Quas is in the middle of this fight. Dominate, very tanky as well up there. They get Turtle. That's going to be Santorin. Chrono breaks back. A little bit of damage onto Quas. The depth charge, yes, has been used, so that crowd control is not going to follow. Dominate on the front line, and the laser over his shoulder to put a bit of damage onto Dyrus, who is ready to gnaw out. And the fight disengages after Turtle goes down.
The complete opposite story for this whole series. It was Team TSM getting down in the early game and coming back through team fight victories. But here, Team Liquid, once again, they hold for a little bit longer, and they just keep trying to buy themselves another couple of minutes to live.
The longer they hold, the more likely a comeback becomes. Remember, TSM has the earlier game, really mid-game spiking team comp, and when Wild Turtle goes down in this team comp, they really don't have the damage. He is frontlining as a Jinx right there, and also Lust Boy's right next to him, so the Lantern can't save.
Also, he had flash, so he could have flashed that hook. Or should have.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda, but didn't.
Yep. Wild Growth as well was quickly depleted by the damage that Team Liquid's bringing to the table now. Phoenix is going to go ahead and get his Elixir of Sorcery so he can get that last bit of damage out of his abilities here in what could be a final attempt.
And it is important for TSM to be relentless right now. They want to get this advantage pushed with this Baron buff, at least get the inhibitors down so they can hope to cycle 3 inhibitors the next time. Because if we're counting the minutes right here to wait another 7 minutes without them gaining a real advantage, maybe Team Liquid would come back. They kind of catch Quas. Here we go.
Do they want Quas, though? Still a very big shield coming out for him.
Turtle again!
Taking it. Turtle's able to get himself to safety. Very scary situation for him. However, they take out Dominus. That's a bit of the disengage of the fight. This inhibitor goes down. Now they're able to pressure those minions again. If they even leave to use the minions, Phoenix, the dredge line just misses. If he's home guarded, he's ready to go, but he does not have home guards. TSM is moving in. TSM is going to be on the Nexus. Phoenix still healing up. The rest of the team tries to come out before getting a full heal. TSM may have to reconsider here. 36 minutes on the clock for possibly the fastest game of the series.
Turtle is fully shielded up right now. No Nexus turrets there. Phoenix goes down.
That's one. Turtle looking to go around the Nexus, but they say focus. Get it down on the priority target. 50 gold going into Wild Turtle as he takes it down. And Team Solo Mid take the semifinal series to face Counter Logic Gaming as they take out Team Liquid.
A little bit scary at the ending, but honestly, the majority of that game was dominated by Team Solomid, and a 3-1 series victory is nothing new for Team Solomid. That's their series score in all of their playoff series dating back to the spring, and they're in yet another finals.
Definitely a thing to look at. Any teams that are watching today is how much Azir had an impact for these two teams. Taking that away is absolutely huge, and we do see that there's kind of that level. There's Azir, and there's this big gap before everybody else's second mid laner.
Yeah, I think for Phoenix more than any other mid laner as well, that is true. He's so dominating on Azir, and there will be plenty of retrospection for this series, wondering why Phoenix wasn't trying to control Azir earlier, because even though this was 3-1, this was an incredibly close series.
And Team Liquid still do get to go to Madison Square Garden. They will be playing for more championship points. They can still try and get to Worlds. TSM, though, they are poised to go up against CLG, the 2 oldest League of Legends teams in the world, find themselves in the finals of the North American LCS this year. That will be epic.
I'm sure CLG has wanted that for quite some time. You can see Team Liquid thinking about the game, a lot of pressure on Phoenix as well with the Azir, a lot of pressure onto Piglet in the last 2 games. A Vayne into a Twitch, something we really haven't seen from him throughout the season. A little bit of the Vayne, but that was outside the box from what anybody was thinking.
Yeah, Piglet looks crushed in his chair right there. It's a tough loss for Team Liquid because they were the best team in the regular season, and they really did believe this was their split to win it all.
So many times coming through, they were a team that you would say, if they could just get the 1-star player kind of effect to happen to everybody in the same game. It was always one person turning on and not enough for the rest. Hopefully they can do it as they move on to Madison Square Garden because, like you said, they are looking very good still. Right now we've got Freak standing by on the red side for a word with 2 members of the victorious TSM.
Thank you very much, Raven. Great cast in the day to you and the rest of the guys up on the desk. I'm here with the very victorious Wild Turtle and Bjergsen. Awesome series, first of all. Turtle, I'll start with you. Coming into this matchup, okay, you got a really good quarterfinal win, but here's Team Liquid, who were the #1 team in the regular season. What were your expectations coming into this match?
We knew it was going to be pretty close, but we were practicing pretty hard coming into this. Like, we were getting pretty good stream results, and we knew what we had to do, and we had a clear objective. And I just think overall we were pretty confident going into this match.
So then after the first 2-0, of course, it looked pretty good for you guys. As these guys started firing back in Game 3, you know, TL have a big history of reverse sweeps in the playoffs, usually on the receiving end. Did it start to concern you that suddenly they were figuring you guys out and they had a plan coming in?
I think it's just because that third game we were going for more of a mid-game, like flank pig-based comp instead of just these like hard team fighting, really good scaling kind of comp. So that's what we went back to, and we were like, all right, guys, we tried something different. It didn't work out. We're going to revert to that other style, and we got that last one.
I should press you on that real quick because you were still playing support mid laner. Nara's sort of mid-tier damage up-wise was kind of all on Turtle. in the commentators were saying kind of that the TL would outscale you via the late game. Do you believe in that, or are you still like really happy with your team come late game?
Lulu and Jinx are just like really good late game combos. Like Twitch has like an ult which only lasts for like 8 seconds, and then once that's gone, like they lose like a lot of damage after that's gone because Victor can't kill me with the Lulu shield. So overall, we just had a lot of consistent damage for late game.
All right, of course, you guys did a great job here. So talk to me about this now. Coming into the finals for like the millionth time in a row now, TSM continue to be at least top 2. Were you ever concerned that it wasn't going to be that? You guys had a really lackluster sort of end of the regular split. Was this how worried were you that it was going to be a split? TSM failed to reach the finals.
I don't know. Like if I never like had that in the back of my mind that we wouldn't play like very well. I just always thought we would come back up in playoffs and start playing really well again. That's about it.
Bjergsen, anything to add on that one?
I think just in the regular season when we started playing worse, we were all a little worried, like, how are we going to pick ourselves back up? How are we going to do well? We all know that we have the potential to like beat Liquid, beat Gravity, and potentially beat CLG, but we just needed to find out what we needed to do. And after Andy coming in and helping us with coaching, we really found what we need to work on, how we're going to work on it, and what we need to do to win playoffs, essentially.
It looks like guys are doing really well in playoffs. So final question for you guys here. You mentioned it really briefly. TSM versus CLG in the North American final. It's like we're all the way back to 2012. I know you guys newer to the roster than that, but the biggest rivalry in North American League of Legends. Here it is, Madison Square Garden, TSM's hometown and away. How much does this match mean to you guys?
For me, I guess it means a lot. Like playing against CLG, and I really want to beat them because I don't know, because everyone else wants to beat them, and then yeah.
Turtle actually said backstage that double sucks.
Is that true?
I cannot confirm.
Will there be a trash talk video for you and CLG just like with Team Liquid?
Yeah, for sure.
I think if CLG wants to, we're challenging them.
All right, CLG called out for a trash talk video. You guys better live up to this one. I'm going to see if you guys can do it. We're going to send it back to the casting desk for now, though. Break it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Trash talk challenge.
I'm looking forward to the trash talk because Turtle's trash talk is usually
Trash talk challenge. I got it. TSM has to make the event because last time we had an event in New York, they lived in New York and we're still 2 hours late. There's my trash talk for it. But absolutely amazing game by them. They deserve no trash after this one. Madison Square Garden is going to be very big. It's pretty much been what teams have aspired for coming into this season. They're looking at Madison Square Garden and then pretty much Worlds because that's just how big it is to them.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the best finals ever for North American LCS. The first time CLG has ever been in a final, trying to stop TSM's 2 consecutive split titles as well, both fighting for that #1 seed in North America. That's going to be pretty high. Pretty good.
We'll see. I'll say. So once again, we're going to go ahead and set it down to Freak as he is ready for more on Team Liquid's Day on the Rift.
Thank you very much, Rivington. Yeah, I'm here with I Will Dominate, and I know it wasn't what you wanted coming into the series with a loss to TSM, but you have 2 chances now to make it to Worlds anyway. You win the 3rd place match, TSM wins the final, you have the most circuit points. Even if that doesn't happen, you're pretty much guaranteed to be in the final of the circuit itself, and you can win a best of 5 there at the very end. So what's it going to be like getting ready now to make sure you make that trip to Worlds?
I think mainly we just have to clean up our mid game a little bit. In all these games, I think we might have got first blood all the games. If we didn't, we had early advantages, especially in game 1 and game 2. And we were just not able to adapt to their rotations fast enough. They were rotating at times that sometimes were really good and sometimes they did poor rotations, but we weren't reacting appropriately, which made like each one of their rotations give them something. Like they would either be able to dodge the lane or they'd be able to like get out of situations that they didn't want to be in. So I think we just need to get better at that. Just be able to read the rotations faster and either be able to match it or just act on an objective even quicker. So I guess from this series, it just showed that our early game is still really strong. But if we just get a little bit quicker on realizing what's happening in the game and reading people's map movements, I think we can be really strong.
So talk to me about how you were adapting throughout the series then, because you had 4 games to try to do something else, pick different champions, play it differently. You identify stuff now, but how are you trying to grow between each game to try to adapt the TSM?
So first game we just came out with like a Juggernaut style comp. They banned Janna all the games, which we didn't exactly respect, but we didn't expect. But I don't think that really did too much against us. I think we were still able to like play the comp we wanted. In game 1 we were winning in I think all the lanes, but we got out rotated a couple times and they got a couple free kills. And what we realized was that Azir became super high priority over the series. Like we didn't think that Bjergsen would play that much Azir, and it ended up being really strong. So we had to adapt to that. we banned it, I think, or we took it early, game 3, and then game 4 we banned it. So I think it was adapting to the Azir a little bit earlier. After the nerfs, we didn't really think that Bjergsen would play. We thought they'd play like more of the Lulu type of stuff, but I think it's just getting better at realizing how the team's moving in game, because I think that our comps in game 1 and 2 were fine. I think we could win those games, and we were winning at points. And with those advantages, we just need to be able to just get on the map faster. Like, they were always beating us to Dragon. They were always setting up a minute before, and it would make it really tough for us to walk in. And it was really hard for us to just press our advantages because they were always so quick on setting up for things. So I think we'll rewatch these games. We'll learn exactly like what they did well, and then there were some rotations they made that were poor, and from those we'll learn how we're going to exploit that next time. So if a team is trying to dodge our lane phase by just making rotations and getting out of the lane, we can really punish it, because if they're doing something inefficient, that means that there has to be an objective on the other side of the map or a way that we can abuse it.
All right, so good luck to you on your next one then. And speaking of that match, it is going to be Team Impulse in 3rd place in New York. Tell me how you're going to get ready for that match and how you're going to crush these guys.
I think we're just going to try to play our normal game. I think so far we're 6-3 against Impulse in all the games we played, so we have normally a good record against them. I think we can learn from this series about how to play a more rotational-based game, kind of like CLG did to them and kind of how TSM beat us. And I think that we're a little bit faster on that than Impulse already, so if we're able to execute that, I think that we'll just end up taking the series.
All right, well, Dominic, good luck in that last series. Going to see you over in New York, and we'll probably see you at Worlds. Good luck on that one. Well, that's going to do it for us here. Going to send back to the guys in the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. Great interviews on the day. And Dom, thank you for chatting with us as well. Best of luck to both of the teams at Madison Square Garden. It's going to be an amazing event. And it was very interesting to hear there. Obviously, once you're out of the hot seat, once you're out of the game, you have like a bigger picture on it. And you can say, you know, we did this wrong, this wrong, this wrong. That's hard to adapt. But it was interesting to hear that they didn't think Azir was a priority pick all around because of the undefeatedness of both players.
I was actually really surprised with how quickly Dominate was able to articulate the takeaways from the losses in these games. Even in between games, you can tell they were deeply discussing what went wrong in their losses. Yep. And it sounds like they have a lot of stuff to look over, and it actually bodes well for them moving towards Madison Square Garden, I think, moving closer.
It's absolutely not the end of the road, and there's so much League of Legends still to be played. I mean, they carry in their 50 championship points from spring. They can still gain a lot from 3rd place in Madison Square Garden. Even if they don't auto-qualify based on points, they're going to be playing in the regional qualifier tournament the next week. So just crystallizing those takeaways and still going towards improvement can definitely go a long way in making this loss less devastating. Yes, their dream of winning the finals at Madison Square Garden is gone, but the larger dream of making and performing at Worlds is totally still alive.
They have 50 points going into it. They gain more points. It'll be nice for them. So 50 isn't too bad. Team Solo Mid locking themselves in already for that world spot. Definitely feels good to them due to the points of their finishes in the splits. So definitely going to get some good games still. TSM tries to go for another international stage. We'll see who is next. To close out our semifinal coverage, we're going to head over to the analyst desk.
Thank you, gentlemen. Guys, a 3-1 victory there for TSM. They're going to be very happy with that going into Madison Square Garden. But let's remember, I'd like to take a moment to remember the fact that those games were all very close. The first 2 that went in TSM's favor could have gone the other way. So I believe this series was a bit closer than it appears from the outside.
Yeah, people are going to see a 3-1 and they're going to be like, oh, did they get stomped or anything like that? Team Liquid, in all senses, did not get stomped in this series. 2 55-minute games, 53-minute games. Absolutely incredible play there where it came down to some late game things that happened. We saw Turtle pick up a really lucky Baron there. So these types of things, they didn't happen. It could have been a 3-1 the other way.
Absolutely, and especially, I mean, it could have been a 3-0, in fact. Game 1 and Game 2 were absolutely winnable. You saw something that I thought was really interesting. Dominic said in the interview, we didn't realize Azir was so good. Which surprised me so much because we knew coming into it, Azir was still very, very strong. The nerfs barely touched him. Bjerg was an amazing Azir player, and then in Game 2 they still didn't care. Like, that felt like a very slow adaptation and a very slow realization.
Well, so he said the analyst desk about an hour before the show.
Well, he said he didn't realize that it was going to be such a high priority in the series, not that it wasn't a good champion. I do agree, and I think he also noted that they needed to make that realization sooner, after Game 1, not after Game 2. At that point, they did make the pivot too little too late. You've already given away 2 games. You have less safety now.
Yeah, the thing with Azir is you see Azir locked in, you're like, okay, well, here's all the champions I can't play. and
Victor is left.
And
Kog'Maw,
maybe Kog'Maw. We got a couple of these. Oh well. Like that's what happens when Azir gets locked in. So it's not only just a very strong champion for a player to control the pace of the game, it also takes a lot off the table for what you can play against it.
And again, we have to remember what's still ahead of both of these teams. We've got a TSM CLG finals that's still ahead of us, and then we've got Team Liquid versus Team Impulse fighting for those championship points, either for the automatic qualifier from points or for better seeding in the Gauntlet. So still so much up for grabs here with just 2 series left. Well, the player that stepped up to have the biggest impact for his team this series, though, was Bjergsen. You can count on certain things in life. The sky is blue, rain is wet, and Bjergsen is going to be Bjergsen. Consistent under pressure, high-level mechanics, and a potential to carry always. All of that allowed him to lead his team to Madison Square Garden for a shot at defending their championship title.
And it's been 2 titles in a row already for TSM. They could get 3 in a row and be pretty much the most dominant LCS team since Fnatic as far as titles in a row goes. This guy was absolutely massive. His Azir in the first 2 games were the highest damage in the game. The Ahri was the highest damage on his team despite a loss. The Lulu was only 2nd place. That's just fine. He's certainly an absolutely amazing mid laner here and someone you've got to respect a lot on the other side of him.
Zyrene, you spoke to just his diversity, being one of the biggest differences between him and the other mid laners, because we talk about, well, Phoenix and Bjergsen both have great Azirs, but when you take that step down, that's where you start to see the separation.
Yeah, it's his versatility and his consistency. This is a player that I would love to have on any team that I ever made, because this guy brings a lot to the table, and even when he's shoring up other people's weaknesses, he has the ability to do that and play a lot of different things effectively.
And then leadership on top of all of that. Now we have the rest of our bracket filled in, but there's still a lot to be decided. As mentioned before, Counter Logic Gaming and TSM won their semifinals, which sets us up for a good old-fashioned El Clasico grudge match in the finals next week. Now this stuff just writes itself, folks. Meanwhile, TSM have banked enough championship points to guarantee themselves a spot at this year's World Championship, their 5th consecutive. TSM will play alongside previous champions Fnatic and SK Telecom, as well as the Flash Wolves, LGD Gaming, and AHQ Esports Club. That's going to do it for us today, but there's more league action coming down the pipeline starting on Wednesday with an all-new primetime league at its regular Wednesday time slot. Then the LCS playoffs return on Saturday starting in Stockholm with the battle for 3rd place between the Unicorns of Love and H2K. Following the conclusion of that match, we'll pick up the action from the historic Madison Square Garden in New York City, where Team Liquid and Impulse will face off. That coverage kicks off at 8 a.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Central European Summer Time.
All right, you put this off long enough. Let me have your pen.
Do I have to give this? I have to give this up.
You have
for
to
this?
give me your pen.
Oh, I feel so naked.
Yes, it's time to face the masses, Dash. We asked all of you at home to send in your questions for our host with the most. And by and large, we mostly got a ton of questions about your magnificent hair. Like this one from Matthew Weiner, 23. How is your hair always so perfect?
I was born this way.
With hair gel.
Yeah, just
with
it was. I can't even get it.
Sides.
I can't even make it do anything else.
It also only grows on like the top half, like you're doing a reverse my hairline kind of thing.
No, in all seriousness, every man should own a hair dryer. That's all it takes.
All right. And at Ben McDonald 52 says, if you were a champion in LoL, what would your passive and abilities be?
Holy crap. You're asking me to design
Yes,
a champion
now.
in like 5 seconds. Well, let's see. I love running, so it would probably have something to do with that.
So strut, misfortune so far.
Right, yeah. No, I want, some kind of
Like a
passive
distance runner,
where I would like the idea of building momentum. I know I'm a long distance runner.
Right.
So like
So
building
misfortune
momentum.
passive.
So like, or how about something like your passive is as you travel distance in the game, you gain stats. So it literally encourages you to always be moving and roaming. So I'm a jungler too. So this is what
nice.
As I'm moving, I'm gonna gain base stats. So for every X amount of distance I move, I gain 0.1 attack. Whatever.
Yeah.
My Q would be it would be a dash, where
Why would your dash be on Q? That's a horrible. Most people want it on W or E.
Yeah,
a couple.
I hate
Jax has it.
I hate that. No, that's a leap.
No, but I can't copy Lucian, who has a dash on his E, so I'm going to put my dash on my Q, and it's going to be something like I come out of the starting block. So it's going to be like out of the gate, or the gun, so I don't know what I would call it, something like that.
Well, we're not going to.
I don't know. There's a whole bunch of stuff, and then my ultimate would be creating a like a dust storm by running so quickly in a circle, and then it would like blind people and do some AOE damage. I think.
Where's the hair references in this kit?
No. The hair doesn't need a reference. It's just perfect.
It's by itself.
It's just perfect the whole time.
We still have more Twitter questions to answer here. So
VO.
at Pete Gill 18 says, would you rather fight a horse-sized Kobe or 12 duck-sized freaks?
Ooh, that's tough. a horse-sized Kobe would be a little intimidating. I would probably go with 12 duck-sized freaks, mostly because it would allow me to take out all of my frustrations with his punning by just beating the crap out of the 12 little ducks.
Well, also Kobe works out too, so a big horse-sized
A larger Kobe is probably not something I want to go after.
Yeah,
I think
all
the 12 duck-sized freaks.
Yeah, I think that's very intelligent. All right, let's move on to our final question here. At B. Boragi. This is Boragi. What's the best part of your job and why?
Ooh, there are so many elements to what make this job incredible. The fact that I get to... Freak's pointing at himself right now. This is ridiculous. No, the answer is not you, Freak. Now, the fact that I get to play and talk about a video game that I love and have played for quite some time is fabulous. But I have to say it's probably the people that I work with. Beyond just the broadcast team, everyone here is great. The people that you don't see, my director's in my ear telling me that I just had a good answer.
Job security.
Job security. No. The fact that I get to work with some amazing people who are all very passionate about what they do, both on the broadcast team and throughout the rest of Riot. Everybody here wants to make a fabulous game for us and for you, and I'm constantly challenged. That would have to be it.
Yeah.
Oh, well that's me. That's my line. It's back to me. Give it back. Enough of that. Reading my prompter. No. All right, now as we sign off, we want to apologize because some of you may have noticed we've been experiencing some glitching in our show today. Our production team is aware of the issue and are working hard to fix it. In the meantime, just bear with us, please. So on behalf of the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching and good night.
Crowd is ready. The teams are ready. Who's got the endurance here to go through this best of 5? Was a little too far in. Team Solo Mid's gonna be able to pin him into the pin. He just turn rocket. They're on it.
It's 3K. We should fight. Can we fight after? Fight after?
Nice. Keep going. What's his target? Don't go hard.
Game 1 of the quarterfinals goes to Team Solo Mid. Wow, nice dodge by Piglet. The flash and the spell shield out. Are they going to be able to save him here? Piglet stays alive with just a sliver of health. Nice.
Keep going.
I can go here.
Keep going.
Good dom. Go dominate.
Alice,
Special. We can do better.
Nice. TSM take down Team Liquid for game 2.
What about you? You want anything? We can go get Chipotle, anything.
Can I have like a watermelon?
What?
A watermelon.
Are you joking?
Yeah.
Are you serious? You want watermelon?
Yeah.
Special and Dyrus go down at the same time. A quick trade for kills. Plus Boys, the next target. Piglet can't get him. It's the kill coming in.
He's going on, just me.
Yeah, friendly.
Okay, Maokai. I ulted him in.
Yeah.
Looking for a hook.
On Silver.
Nice.
We're going to a game 4. Liquid keeps its semifinals alive.
Give me an A. A. Give me a Z.
Z.
Give me an I. Give me an R.
What?
R.
I got it.
Yeah.
Wasp on either side. They can't really get a priority target. It's going to take too much damage on the side of Team Solo Mid. TSM has everything they want. Team Solo Mid take the semifinal series to face Counter Logic Gaming as they take out Team Liquid.